Beth here yet?
I don't see her.
I just talked to her a few minutes ago. She's going to be on phone only.
Hey, Catherine, I noticed there's a lot of people here that are associated with the Girl Scouts.
Yes, we have
Are we gonna
another.
let each one of them address a public comment, or do we take them?
We
in a lump
can,
sum?
if they want to make public comments, that is more than their right to do so.
Okay.
I think we have an awful lot of young girls on the call tonight as part of, because they're, I think, agenda item number 2 tonight. But if they want to make a public comment, they are more than welcome to make a public comment.
Okay.
Hey, Beth, are you here yet? Well, I think we got 4 out of the 5. So let's go ahead and call the meeting to order. And Art, I'm going to have you do the public comment section again.
All right. Let me get all the names here. So far, I have Kelly Wrinkle, Christina from the Troop. I can't see what troop it is, but Julie Garcia, Taylor Ham, David Flores, Hanajia from the Troop, Ryan Herzog, Ursha Devi, and let me see who else I'm missing. Do we have a page 2? I don't think we do.
Yes, we do. Right, we have page 2.
There's a couple of numbers there, 1 or 2 that.
Yeah. So we have a caller on last 4 digits. So the number is 3299. Could you give us your name, please?
Hey, good evening. This is Scott with Sunscape.
Oh, okay, Scott.
Oh, great. Scott from Sunscapes.
Okay, Kelly.
Yes, happy to be here. I do apologize. I'm at a tumbling with my daughter, but I will be here.
Okay. Sarah M., I think it's you and your husband there. Are you with the Troop, or you're just a
Yes, we're
resident?
we're parents of 2 of the Troop members.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I don't know if you've gone over to page 2 of the participants part, or we have a few more people on there too. I don't think you've named it.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Bill?
You flip to page 2 of the gallery or the screenshots. We have a couple other people there. I don't think you've named yet. Tyler Ham. Did you get his name?
I did get Tyler Ham.
What about Usha Devi?
I did get Usha.
And Louis Zervagon?
Louis Zervagon. Okay, I got Louis.
Okay, so you may have everybody that's on now if you want to go through and see what they want to do as far as comments.
Okay, I'll start with you, Kelly. Did you want to make a public comment?
No public comment and no agenda items. Thank you.
Okay, alrighty. Christina, did you want to make a public comment?
Yes, please.
Okay. Did you want to address any of the agenda items?
No, not tonight.
Okay. Julie Garcia, did you want to make a public comment?
No,
I'm sorry?
no, sir.
No? Okay. Tyler Ham, did you want to make a comment? Public comment?
No, thank you.
No agenda item as well?
No, thank you.
David Flores, do you want to make a public comment?
Yes, a public comment. And on agenda item number 4,
Or,
number 5, number 6,
okay,
and that is it.
okay, so 4, 5, and 6, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I hope I don't butcher your name. Hanaya, did you want to make a public comment?
No, thank you.
Okay. No agenda item as well, correct?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Art, she's probably here on agenda item 2, the presentation. All the
Okay.
cross council.
Ryan Herzog, did you want to make a public comment?
No, thank you, Art. I'm with Touchstone District Services.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm just listening in.
Okay, so I'll take your office since you're not. Usha, did you want to make a public comment, Usha DV?
Oh, no, I don't have any public comment.
How about an agenda item? Did you want to discuss an agenda item?
No. No, thank you.
Okay. And there's Jana. Okay, I got Jana there. Hold on.
Hi.
Hi. Let me go down the list and I'll come to you.
Okay.
Luz Rigon, did you want to make a public comment?
No public comment, no agenda item to speak to. Thank you.
Okay. Addison, how about did you want to make a public comment?
No, thank you.
Okay, how about an agenda item? I guess just agenda item 2, correct?
No. Well, yes.
Sarah, did you want to make a public comment?
No comment and no public agenda item.
Okay. And then I think it's Lilia. Did I get that right? I thought I saw. There's not a Lilia there?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, Lilia. Did you want to make a public comment?
No, sir.
Okay, and what about an agenda item?
No, sir.
Okay. So, oh, Jana, I'm sorry. Did you want to make a public comment?
I don't think so at this time, but I do have an
Okay.
agenda item.
Okay, what agenda item do you have?
Agenda item 12.
Okay,
Let's see. E, F, G, H, and I.
D, F, G, H, and I, correct?
Wait, hold on. E, F,
Yep.
G, H, and I.
The first one, D is in dog or B as in boy?
Hold on.
12E lawsuit against owner.
Yes, that one.
12E. E is in
Okay,
Edward.
12D. So I have 12D, F, G, H, and I.
Yes.
All right.
Art,
So with
this
it-
is Sarah Teal.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah, I didn't see you.
No worries.
All right, did you want to make a public comment?
I do, but no agenda items.
No agenda item, okay. All right,
Thank you.
did I miss anybody?
There's Beth.
I'm here.
Yeah, Beth is here. Okay, I think we're all set. So the first person that did want to make an agenda item or a public comment was Christina.
And
Yes.
hold on, just before we start, Jimmy, were you going to be my timekeeper tonight?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Okay, so we have less than 10 public comments.
Correct, that is, we have 1, 2 public comments and then 3 agenda items.
I think, Art, I
2
think you have
agenda
three,
items. I'm sorry,
three,
take that back.
3 public comments, Art.
3 public comments and 2 agenda items. That is correct. Sorry. Beth.
Well, we have a lot more than 2.
We have more than 7. Okay, we're fine.
Well,
But the
okay.
time, it's not going to affect the time. It's going to be 2
Exactly.
minutes. 2
Yes,
minutes.
that's what I'm trying to say. So 2 minutes for public comments and then 2 minutes for agenda items.
Correct.
Okay,
All right. So now we can start with Christina.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to take a second to thank the board and the community for giving our Girl Scout Troop 614 the opportunity to present their ideas to you, not only last month, but this month. And I would also like to thank the attendees of this meeting in advance for keeping in mind that there are young children on the call. Thank you.
Okay, the next one with a public comment is David Flores.
Thank you, Art. So being that we have 2 new board members, I think it's a perfect opportunity to bring new ideas and bring new changes to our community and get more community involvement. I'd like to present an idea to the board to possibly bring up in the next month's agenda, is to make the subcommittees an online public event so community members can partake in the participation. Like Brushy Creek, they are a great mud, a lot bigger than ours, very successful, and they do that for the residents in their mud district. Is they have their members participate in the subcommittees, so the ideas can be brought to the subcommittees, then the subcommittees go to the board to present. Obviously, we all know how it works. So I just wanted to see if the board would be willing to put it on the agenda, discuss it, talk about it, see if it's something that will bring community involvement, more ideas, and communication between the citizens here and our elected officials.
Okay.
That's it for my public comment.
Okay, and then you wanted to talk about agenda item number 4.
Yes, number 4, regarding the street light maintenance, repairs, and replacement. There are a bunch of lights in our district that have been out for many months, maybe over years of outage. The corner of Old Mill and El Solito, which I think is one of the main intersections in our district, that light has been out for over a year. It's on the northeast corner. The next street north of that, 2 streets north of that, Dayflower, that one as well has been out for almost 4 months. I've been trying to keep track of them every month, see if it gets resolved, and it has not. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention and figure out who is in charge of going around and checking those lights and making sure that they're repaired, and what board member, what subcommittee it would be under, and who will follow up to make sure those are getting done.
Let me make a comment here. David, were those the only 2 corners that you were aware of?
At this present time, it is.
Okay.
And that is it for agenda item number 4.
Catherine, we can also, can't residents call in from Mark and give them the address, and then they should send out a crew to replace the lights?
Tell you what, why don't we talk about that policy and procedure under agenda item 4?
Okay. Sounds good. David, you had agenda item 5.
Agenda item 5 is the landscaping contractors. Now that it's getting onto the fall and the leaves are falling down and they're getting all over our streets, I was wondering if you'd be able to ask the landscape companies, instead of blowing the leaves around and just, if you don't pick them up and get rid of them, they're going to just blow around all over the place. So if they can actually physically pick them up, bag them up, take them with them, or dispose of them where they can get composted, would be fantastic. But just to blow them in the street, they're just going to recirculate, and it makes our neighborhood look pretty dirty.
Okay. Is that it for number 5?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay, and then you had number 6.
Number 6, there are constables that patrol the areas, and we all know that in our neighborhoods, we have a big issue with people stopping at stop signs. I wanted to know if they have the authority to ticket people, because if people are not ticketed, they tend not to learn the lesson. I think enforcement is very is the way to do it to control or the traffic violations. And if they just sit there and not ticket people, I think it doesn't send the message that, hey, you need to stop. So it's just something that if you would be able to talk to the constable, see if they have that authority to stop and ticket people to go to court for that. And that is it, I believe.
I think so, yes, you are complete.
All right, I
the next
appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Catherine, you ready? The next one that wanted to make a public comment, I think was Jana. No public comment. You wanted to hit the agenda items, correct? Jana?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Art, Sarah Teal had a public comment, and then Jana.
All right,
Jana just had agenda items. Yes.
Okay, Sarah, go ahead and make your public comment.
As the date for the proposed craft fair that was recently given permission to take place in our neighborhood park approaches, I am increasingly concerned that it is unsafe. The number of people becoming ill with COVID continues to dramatically increase in Williamson County. If the craft fair continues as planned, it could bring well over 100 people into the park during a time when the numbers are spiking to some of the highest we have experienced to date. It will also closely follow a time when families will have gathered for Thanksgiving. It seems to me a recipe for disaster that could easily turn into a super spreader event and make our neighborhood an unsafe place to be in the following weeks or months. I looked at how our closest neighbor, Cedar Park, is dealing with outdoor recreation and gatherings on their park and recreation website. They are keeping parks open and asking that no groups larger than 10 gather there. They recently canceled their annual Veterans Day event and instead decorated the memorial and allowed people to drop by individually over the entire week. For the next event that they usually have, the lighting of the heritage tree, they have also opted to have no gathering, but instead will light the tree and make a space for a photo op that families can come and take selfies at. Again, they are not supporting any gatherings, but instead guiding families to take a more isolated and individual approach to the holidays this year in order to protect public health. I hope that in light of the increasing COVID numbers and guided by the prudent decisions of the local governments near us, the craft fair and any large gatherings in the park will be carefully reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We are now complete with the public. Oh, wait a minute. We did have someone join the meeting. Bill, did you get her name? Where is it? Patriana? Is that the way you say it? Hi.
Yeah, we don't have any public comments and we don't have anything for the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else that joined the meeting late that needs to make a public comment that I didn't get to? Okay. Forever hold your peace. So now, Bill, can I go to the agenda item that Jana wanted to address?
Yes, I believe that'd be appropriate.
Okay. So Jana, take it away. 12D.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to have more information regarding these lawsuits, especially F with Linda Fobb and Matthew Fobb, now that she's a member of the board and she's suing the board. I just really don't understand that. And G, Bharath Navarthan and Ushi Devi are also in a lawsuit. Funding for the interaction with Anderson Mill West Neighborhood Association and the other the HOAs. I just hope everybody can get together and do events like we used to, like light at the park and stuff. And, I went to an event a couple of days ago in Leander and everybody was very far apart and everybody wore masks and it was very safe. So, okay, so I think that's it. I would just really like to have more information regarding that lawsuit that Linda is doing against the MUD board, the ACC, Anderson West Neighborhood Association, and how is she going to be a MUD board member and be, and suing herself. I don't know. Anyway, that's it. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Let me check again. No one's
I
showing
think
the
that
meeting.
was it.
That's it.
I think that was it.
Complete with the
Okay.
public comments.
Okay, and we don't have any more agenda items. Everybody's at. So at this point, then I am going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of the meeting, and we are going to go to agenda item 2, which is Girl Scout Troop 614 presentation for donation of Little Free Library to the Anderson Mill West Park off of El Salida Parkway. Okay, so girls, do you have a presentation? I bet you've got it all practiced out. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of girls who still have their, they're still muted. So why don't all the girls go off of mute so we can hear them talk?
Hello.
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 So I think our friend Hania is going to screen share the presentation and we'll present from there. Yeah. Thank you. Hello, our names are Addison, Sadie, Hania, and Lilia. We are in Girl Scout Troop 614 and we have an idea. What is our idea? Well, we would like to add a little free library and a birdhouse for people to enjoy when they visit Anderson Mill West Park.
Pros and cons of implementing the Little Free Library and Birdhouse include: pros, reading and bird watching are good activities. It promotes good reading habits for kids and it adds a new item to our park. Cons, a library would cost money and someone would have to refill and maintain the library. These are some of our ideas as to what it might look like.
Our budget for this project is $13 for a birdhouse, $250 for a library, $80 for a mounting post along with a $30 dog hook, and a $8 wood stain with a total of $381, not including tax or paint. Our troop will provide the necessary funds and supplies for this project. Some benefits of reading and bird watching outdoors are: reading outside can help you get vitamin D from the sun. You can relax and focus on your book without having distractions from your home. Reading outside can help widen your imagination by imagining the story. Watching and documenting birds is a great way to learn about wildlife, and having a nest can be a fun, special way to introduce children to wild animals. Some mental benefits of being outdoors are: when outside, children and adults alike feel happier and more energetic compared to being cooped up inside a house. Memory improves, such as exploring and finding different landmarks to find your way back home. Kids may also feel a boost of creativity, such as building a fort, exploring, or trying to solve problems to get somewhere.
Physical benefits of being outside include developing muscle strength, developing coordination, focusing and sleeping better, heightened decision-making and problem-solving, motor skills, and it can reduce the likeliness of nearsightedness. It also helps to develop physical skills such as running, jumping, climbing, etc., and it just helps to stay healthy.
Park is a walk or a short driving distance away. So with the help of the little free libraries in our area, we could decrease the amount of air exhaust by letting people go to the little free libraries instead of driving to a bookstore or library. How does it improve our park? A birdhouse could offer more life to our park and introduce people to bird nests, nature, and the bird life cycle, giving substantial learning opportunities to children and adults.
Thank you so much for listening to our presentation, and thank you so much for your time. We hope you will take our idea into consideration.
We are now open for comments, concerns, or queries about our project.
Okay. Let me
Very
open.
good.
That was really great, girls.
Great presentation.
Yes.
I
Okay.
love it. Absolutely love it.
Thank you so much.
So have you actually been to the park and come up with an idea that you are interested in? I mean, I'm sorry, a location that where you're interested in putting the library?
Yes, we have not actually we have not been to the park yet to discuss this, but we do have a overall area in mind by the Knox Garden, so then people can sit on the swing and then read a book.
Okay, so that's your idea is that you want it to be near the Garden of the Wild Things.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so have you already gone through and purchased anything, or you're just, or at this point you're just making the presentation that you would like to present these a birdhouse and a library?
We have not purchased anything, no.
Okay, so at this point, Bill, what do we have to do in order to accept their proposal? Just have a motion, and then I'm assuming Girl Scouts that you would want the MUD to install your library. Is that correct?
Sure, if that works for y'all, or we can install it ourselves, if that would be better.
I think we should install it, and that way it can be then it can be installed in the same way that that all of the other little libraries in our neighborhood have been installed. Does anybody else have anything to add?
Well, maybe they can participate in the installation.
Oh, definitely. That, yes, I'm okay with that. I agree with that.
So Catherine, let me ask a couple of questions, I guess.
Yes.
After installation, will this be a district responsibility? Will the district own this and maintain it?
Yes, I think it would be exactly the same way as the little library that we have at Sunchase, and then at the Pocket Park on Old Mill. I'm trying to think where, I think there's another one. I think there's one in Valente Hills. And Bill, if I remember correctly, if the way this basically works is we maintain, and, you know, like for instance, we're in the process of fixing the library on Old Mill because it was damaged by the sprinklers. But somebody in the community usually takes responsibility for being a volunteer to check on the status of the library to make sure that there isn't anything inappropriate put into the library. But for the most part, they're pretty much self-sustaining.
Okay, so this would be something that the Girl Scouts would construct, and with the assistance of the installation by the district, would be donating it to the district. It would become district property.
Yes, I think that is the intention here.
Okay. So provided we get clarification on that point, your park rules require board approval before there's any improvements constructed in the park.
Okay.
So obviously we have to do that. If you wanted to include in the proposed motion authorization for the installation costs, I'm not sure how much that is, but you might need to set an amount, followed by accepting the library for, you know, maintenance and repair as a district improvement.
Okay.
So there's really those three things to act on.
Okay, so to accept, I'm writing this down. So to accept the library, and that the MUD will install.
Can I add to that? Or I don't know if I'm jumping ahead, but can we have some kind of plaque or something that shows that the Troop 614 donated the birdhouse and the the birdhouse and the library?
Yeah, I am girls, I'm assuming that I think that would be absolutely appropriate if you put a plaque on your library that said, you know, donated by Troop, you know, 614, et cetera, et cetera.
Of course. Yes, we would love that.
Okay. Okay. And Mackenzie, you're on the line?
I
So I'm assuming that this can be installed and it'll just be covered as part of our maintenance cap. Is that going to
Would it be like a charter plaque, Catherine?
a charter plaque? I don't know what that means. Are you there?
Yes, with this, I am. So I guess that's more of what their number is.
Yeah, 614.
So
Yes.
each little free library has a charter. You know,
Right,
has
and
that.
that's yes, and that's issued by the Little Free Library people that says, I'm number whatever. But we're talking of, I think Art was
Okay.
referring to a plaque that said this has been donated to the community by Girl Scout Troop 614. Okay. So Mackenzie, am I right that this can be installed and be part of our maintenance cap?
It can, but it could also typically be installed by your normal tech. So if we get the tech out there with the help of the little girls that do want to help and participate, this could also easily fall under the base fee if it was just something simple done during the week.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how this is going to, where we're gonna handle the installation.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, girls, did you have a library that you've already picked out that you want to donate?
Yes.
Okay. Well, does somebody want to make a motion, or should I? I'll let somebody else have the opportunity if they would like to.
Can somebody
I would love
unshare
it.
that screen, please? Thank you.
Oh, that's why it wasn't popping back. Okay, I was thinking, what am I doing wrong on my end? Okay, does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, so give me a motion, Art.
I make a motion that we work with the Girl Scout Troop 614 on the installation of the birdhouse and the lending library, and to include the cost for the installation. Well, not
Okay.
include the cost, but I guess it's part of our base fee, right? So we're not actually going to pay anything out of pocket, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So that's where my motion stops.
Okay. Did we cover all the pieces, Bill?
Not exactly.
Okay.
So why don't I propose a motion to Art and see if he'll adopt it? Maybe that'd be
Okay, that works too.
I think the proposed motion would be to accept the proposal by the Girl Scouts for donation of the described items, the library, birdhouse, post, is a presentation provided. That the district will permit installation in Andersonville West Park at a location approved by the Parks Committee.
Okay.
And that the district will assist in the installation and accept the improvements as part of the district's facilities for future maintenance and operation.
Ditto.
Okay.
Do you adopt that motion, Art?
Say I adopted, Mark.
Say you adopt the motion as stated.
Art, say you adopt the motion.
I adopt the motion.
Okay. I need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Is there any more discussion about this this presentation? So has the girls made given any thought as to where they want the birdhouse to be, etc.? Because I'm assuming it's going to be something high up in a tree somewhere.
Yes. We haven't decided an exact location, but yes, high up in a tree somewhere would be perfect. We might do it by the library.
Yes, that makes perfect sense if you ask me.
Catherine,
Okay.
I'm not clear on the installation.
Yeah.
How is that paid? How is that paid?
Well, we're hoping, Mackenzie, explain it to, it's going to be covered as part of our base fee and be done by our maintenance tech.
Correct. So you pay for 100% of the time of your maintenance tech, and that includes anything performed during normal working hours by your tech that is dedicated to your district. And so if this can be worked out to where, let's say this happens on a Friday, maybe before 4 o'clock, and we go out and get all of the Girl Scouts together, we put this plan together to all meet up. We'll have the tech go out. We may even have one more. He would still be covered under your base fee just to help, because I know that these little libraries tend to be fairly heavy. And then we would just install it alongside the Girl Scouts that would want to participate in that installation as well. It would be covered under your base fee, considering that you already pay for 100% of your tech's time, and he would be the one installing it during his normal hours.
Now, somebody refresh my memory. I think isn't there a trail close to the, there's a DG trail over by the Garden of the Wild Things. And Herb, don't we need to make sure that the libraries are installed in such a way that they're accessible from the DG trails?
Yeah, you need to still maintain your accessibility requirements per TOS.
Okay. Okay. So that'll just be one of the things that the Parks Committee will have to take into consideration when they're deciding where the library is going to be installed. Okay. Any more comments? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote then. Linda?
Yes.
Okay. Megan?
Yes.
Art?
Yes.
Beth?
Yes.
And I vote yes too. Okay. Okay. Well, that one passes. Oh, that's great. Okay. So girls, congratulations. Oh, I guess I should have asked you before we voted on it. What's your timeline? When did you how fast did you need to move forward with this project?
We are really up for any time.
Okay. Well, then what I'm going to do then is I'm going to ask that the Parks Committee, and that will be Megan and Beth, coordinate with Troop 614 and move this project along.
Who's the troop leader? Who's the troop leader? Who?
That would be me, Christina Rinkenberger.
Good job. The girls did a really nice job.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay. Agenda item 3. Presentations by Andersonville West Neighborhood Association, Hunters Glen, Lakeline Oaks, and Valente Hills Homeowners Associations. I don't think we have anybody from any of those organizations on the call tonight. Am I correct? Yeah, I think I'm correct. Okay, agenda item 4. Herb, you're up. Report from the district engineer.
All right. That's agenda item 4 in the packet. First off, welcome to all the new board members. I was just sitting here looking, realizing there's actually a total of 3 of y'all brand new. So welcome aboard. The first item I covered under that is our water accountability. I'm going to move screen so I'm actually looking at you. Maybe. Okay, now we got it going on. Infomark reported the accountability this month at 91%. There are a few things they're following up on to make sure that we don't have any issues going on out there. Generally, your water accountability or your water loss is the target number of where you get some real concerns, for those that don't know, is around anywhere from 10 to 12%. So right now it's still within that range of expected unaccounted for water.
Let me interrupt you, Herb.
Yes.
Please wait or try again later.
Mackenzie, can you throw up the engineer's report so it becomes part of the recording?
Yes, give me 1 second. I was just pulling it up.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Loading. My PDF viewer is very slow when I'm on Zoom calls, so give me 1 sec. All right, here we go. Can you see it?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Is the font big enough?
Yes, I think it's good. If anybody else disagrees, just say something.
All right, so if everybody can see that, then on the bond application report, based on what we've found to date, there's really none of the projects are really opening up enough to where this is really going to be applicable. We've got some electrical issues to look at the Hatch lift pond lift station. Till we get that final assessment done, which hopefully should be done before the next board meeting. Based on those recommendations, we may actually just recommend go ahead and closing this out because it's probably not going to be justified at this point. There's only, like I said, most of the items that you do for your repairs anyway come under your initial maintenance, your general operating costs. And then anything to do with the bond application or a bond approval, it will be a reimbursement. So the costs that we're seeing to date, estimated costs, it's not really going to justify going to the time and expense of working with TCEQ to do something like this.
So what I'm hearing is we're not finding anything horribly broken.
Not really. We've got a few service connections, and we'll talk about that in the next item. But there's a few. There are some repairs that need to be made, but there's nothing that's just extravagantly expensive.
Okay, well, that's always a good thing.
It is. It really is, and for the age of the system, it was somewhat surprising. We really anticipated finding more than what was found. That's the reason this topic even came up, was that expectation of that. So as far
Herb, can I interrupt for a second and ask a question?
Yes.
For the benefit of the new directors and perhaps some of the people joining us tonight, could you briefly describe the history of what we went through and this analysis and the fact that it sounds like now that there'll be no bond application filed at the TCEQ and no bond issue anticipated? Because I know this was a big concern of some people in the past. Could you kind of take us through from where we started to where we got now?
Sure. We've got basically 3/4 of the district is within what's called the Edwards Aquifer or the contributing zone to the Edwards Aquifer. On doing some of this research, we kind of identified that one, it was time, the TCEQs requires a 5-year inspection of your wastewater facilities. And so we were coming up on that, really recognizing that the district as a whole needed to be televised just because of those time constraints. The section that's not within either one of those zones is actually just the Valente Hills section. Everything else falls within either the contributing zone or the Edwards Aquifer itself. So looking at that, looking at the age of the system, recognizing that there was really no good feel for what those lines or the condition they really were. And it was really anticipated that we were going to see a lot of hydrogen sulfide deterioration of the wastewater manholes. That is a pretty common find when we do these things. As part of that review, the district hired a company to come out and they televised the entire system. They make their report of findings, and then our office has to review those reported findings, identify anything that needs to be repaired per the TCEQ guidelines, and then from there we oversee the repairs. And then once all the repairs have been addressed, then we're required, or the district's required, that our office will provide a certification to that 5-year review of the wastewater facilities. During this process, we were also looking at the water system and some of the drainage system as well. The ideal, again, the expectation was because of the age of the system, we were really anticipating a lot more so of the wastewater manhole rehab stuff that would be required. That just didn't pan out. We didn't find anything of that nature for the wastewater manholes. We did find some services that have some roots in them that are, a couple of them that are cracked and having some infiltration, not exfiltration. And one line of pipe that has a crack that needs to be replaced as well. So with that and looking at, we had previously solicited some numbers, and then kind of the numbers came in such that we really had to revamp that and back up and look at it and look at the Chapter 49 rules and go, well, we need to bid some of this work. So that's what we've been in the process of doing, is reevaluating that. The jetting of the lines that need to be jetted, that work could actually be done under your routine maintenance, because it is routine maintenance. And it's pretty, you've got one or two companies that do that work, and Infomark does that on a regular basis with this district as well as others. The meeting with the subcommittee, the infrastructure committee, the wastewater service repairs, that price should come in well, just above the minimum requirement to solicit. So we're going to pursue and solicit at least 3 bids to do the service repairs. The mainline repair, based on the numbers that we saw last month, far exceeded my expectation or my estimate on it. We're going to need to publicly advertise that work just for the main replacement. Or the main repair, not replacement. That's 2 different words. I'm sorry. That repair is going to have to be done. We're in the process of putting the documents together and anticipate bringing those documents to the infrastructure committee at the December meeting, and such that at the December board meeting, we should be in a position to be able to request authorization to do the advertising and bidding for that work. That will put the work starting sometime probably in February. By the time we get the bids, we do the authorizations, and we close out the contracts and move forward with that. So the whole purpose of this is really it's being driven by the TCEQ, and this is work that's required every 5 years to be able to maintain that certification, specifically over the Edwards Aquifer and the contributing zones. That is a long-winded explanation.
Okay.
Not short. I'm sorry.
Can I jump in real quick, Catherine?
Yes, go ahead. Please do.
Herb, without you even trying, on my very first meeting, you've allowed me to win a campaign promise. I thank you for that. I really do. No bonds, great news.
There you go.
It could not have worked out better. But I have a question for you, Herb. Do you have a strategic plan for the infrastructure?
A strategic plan. We go, it's not a written plan. No, we go with, it's generally problem generated. Or
yeah.
Taking credit for something that was going to happen irregardless of whether she.
Jimmy, you might want to mute your microphone.
Yeah, and irregardless is not a word.
And Jana might want to mute her microphone.
Yeah, irregardless is not a word.
Oh boy.
Herb, if you've got a 5-year window with the TEC, it would just make good sense that there would be an infrastructure plan in place for this district. I think that's how we got to the place where it looked like we were going to need $2 million in bonds, because there was no plan and there was no annexation going to happen. And all of a sudden, everybody had to scramble to how to do it repairs to the infrastructure. So I'm real interested in long-term, long-range planning. A strategic plan for the infrastructure is absolutely a top priority over parks, given that it includes our water, which is the primary purpose of the MUD. So I would like to see one of those plans put in place before we go spending a whole bunch of money. I'm also really interested in the televising project. I'd like to see the results, the reports of the televising project. And I'd like to understand why it was paid for through Infomark as a third-party payment. We can get to that in the billing. I'm sure Michael Luft will be able to help me with that one.
I'll be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Well, we can wait until the financial part, but I really am curious why it was paid the way it was. But yeah, I am really interested to see all that infrastructure work. And I would, Catherine, like to suggest to the committee that they literally put together a 5-year plan for the infrastructure.
Well, the TCEQ is one of the things that we've recognized has to be done every 5 years. That is
Right.
on the schedule of done. You
Right.
don't typically do anything in the interim except address any issues that may come up, and they do come up. And
Sure, but we know that it's a 36-year-old infrastructure, and there may be history out there that we could draw from. Other people who have, at 40 years, they had to replace inlet valves, or at 45 years, they had to do major renovation work. If we know that in advance, we can set that money aside and not have to do bonds later down the road.
right, and there's a historical for your pipes and fittings. The standard in the industry is 50 years. That is the standard. I think the oldest facility within the district, and I haven't looked at it in a couple of months, but I want to say it was 35 years is the oldest section out here. So there's a 15-year window, and you don't just arbitrarily, just because it's 50 years,
replace.
Plan for it, but you don't just arbitrarily go in there and replace it just because it's 50. That's generally driven by maintenance. And if you get an area that's starting to experience a lot of water maintenance issues with services, with valves, with main lines cracking, then, and it's more of a field. There's not a set, well, if I spend $10,000, I'm going to go replace this piece of pipe. You look at the conditions, you see what the conditions are, and then you start making those decisions about the extent of any kind of repairs that may need to be made. But a lot of that information is really driven by the maintenance records. And that's one of the things that we, looking at these lift stations during this review, is we did have maintenance records pulled for 5 years from Infomark, specifically on the lift stations and Hatch, and specifically Hatch. And what we found.
So there are maintenance records that go back since the inception of the infrastructure?
I don't know about the inception. I couldn't answer that. I've been doing the job for, I don't even know how long now.
Almost 30, like 28 years, right?
Well, not me. I'm not, come on now. I got white hair, but help me out.
Well, so Herb, the thing that sort of struck me is I know that that part of this big process that we started was because it was a requirement from TCEQ, and we're being pleasantly surprised at how good our infrastructure is in. Does that mean that we're just going to wait we're just going to automatically wait 5 years, or do we say, wait a minute, because we were unexpectedly surprised, but because of the age, then maybe we need to do something in 3, have another review in 3?
I would really lean more based on experience of other districts, and as well as the projects that I have been involved with through the years. I would really be more inclined to let that be maintenance driven. If you're not having an issue of blockage, or you're not having an issue of any kind of failures out there, a lot of districts struggle spending the cost to go and televise something when there's no indication of a problem.
Okay. See, and I know that I think it was last year, the decision was made to go ahead and spend the money to replace like a pump rather than having it be repaired, because it just didn't make sense from a cost point of view.
Yeah, the Hatch lift station is a prime example of that. It's an antiquated system. It was the design standards when that facility was built are totally different from today's. There are some safety concerns because you have to have 2 people to access the site, because you've got 2 different you got a wet well and a dry pit that's 20 something feet deep. So one employee, because of OSHA the changes in the laws, is you can't go down there by yourself. You have to have multiple people on site if you have a leak. But anytime there's an alarm that goes off, or a notification that goes off, even if it's 2 a.m, well, an employee has to go out there and reset that or check it. Some of those are able to do remote, but occasionally they have to go out to the site. Well, to access that control, it's down in the dry pit. So, you're spending a cost just to go reset a button which is one of the things we're looking at about possibly bringing the controls above ground so you can eliminate that issue. But the pumps and the motors, looking at the maintenance records, there's just not enough evidence there to justify removing that lift station and totally redoing it, which was, again, it was anticipated during the initial discussions of all this, is that lift station was going to have to be redone. But
that's the one over by Hatch. You're talking about the one over by Hatch, right?
Hatch Pond there,
Yeah,
yes, ma'am.
okay.
And
Okay.
you know, again, once our office got the records from Infomark, and we went through those records, that's really where, and that was the bulk of the discussion of any funds. That's where we just said that it doesn't justify, the cost doesn't justify the means right now. There's just not that substantial of problems with pumps and such in that vault.
Okay. Well, that's a good thing.
Hey, Herb, getting back to BA, we do have all those schedules and all those reports right from the televising that we could show Linda.
Yeah, all that. It is a wealth of information. I mean, it is a lot. It's every single.
And then that was part of the objective, was to get that information and
Good.
have that available.
Yeah, it's every single segment of wastewater main line within the district.
It's going to be so much fun to look at.
I know you're being sarcastic because I don't think so.
Get a lot of coffee.
Also, I wanted to add, Linda, you did ask earlier about how far back the records go. I can at least confirm that we have them as far back as 2010 currently. That is when we implemented the new IPS system that tracks the work orders. So I know for a fact we have records for the lift stations at least back to 2010.
Perfect. 10 years is a really good window to look at.
Absolutely. And the report we did pull for Herb was for a solid 5 years. So
okay, good. Thank you.
Okay.
And if I could just add, I actually completely agree with Linda on this. I think now's an awesome time to do, you can call it a capital improvement plan, call it an infrastructure plan, whatever you want to call it. And actually, I mean, I'd prefer we go out as far as we can feel comfortable projecting so that we can be in the best possible position to be financially responsible with whatever, comes up, to try to, I think that's just the responsible thing to do, especially now that things have changed with respect to annexation and we could be a MUD for who knows how long. And as detailed of a capital improvement plan as we can have, all of our liabilities in, detail, I think is the responsible thing to do. So I actually agree with that.
Okay.
Okay, well, we can.
Megan, you brought up more than 5 years. What, you're looking at what, 10, 15 years? Or
Maybe 10. Yeah. I mean, obviously you can only project so far into the future, but the more that we can plan ahead for what we know we're probably inevitably going to have to be spending to maintain our system, the better. 5 years is pretty short, actually.
Well, I was under the understanding, and Herb, correct me if I'm wrong, that this report that we were doing was going to be like our benchmark, and we could prioritize what was more severe, what was a more urgent problem and then categorize them. Was that part of this study as well?
Well, no, what you've got is you've got these reports and you've got to go through each one of those, including the video, because the assessment is based on the guy that's pushing the camera through there, and he's making a classification of it. And then we look at those locations and we make a determination based on use, based on demand, and based on some, they're pretty vague guidelines within the TCEQ, but they're there in determining what issues need to be addressed and repairs made. And then from that, where we've broken it out is what is major repair, what is a minor repair, or what would be considered regular routine maintenance repair. So you've got really 3 classifications of way of addressing these things. And that's what we've done with what we have found.
Okay, so that would be a good baseline to start.
And also, Herb, you know what else it would be really good for is knowing how to negotiate a contract. So a lot of that stuff is covered and we're not being charged extra for it as an additional service. There's a lot of maintenance things that I saw today in the billing that is additional service. If we know that this stuff happens routinely, it could be negotiated into the contract as part of the maintenance.
Okay, I'm not familiar with the contract between the district and Infomark. I've heard of it, but that's not my.
It's complicated. It's complicated.
Well, Herb, the question I had is you're talking about 3 levels of classification of, maintenance, how severe, et cetera. Do those also then come with timelines to be addressed, or they all have to be addressed immediately? The question is just, the level of cost it is going to be in order to address it.
No, really, the determination really comes into the type of repair we're talking about. If we've got a line that's actually creating an exfiltration where the waste is leaving the wastewater system, that now moves up to an emergency situation, and we need to get on that real quickly.
Yeah.
The determination of what we've looked at so far to date, none of those comply with that or fall under that category. So we have the time to competitively bid some of this work that needs to be competitively bid and make those repairs.
Okay. Does anybody have any more questions before Herb moves on?
Thank you, Herb.
You're welcome. All right. I actually believe we just covered C as well.
Okay.
And we will add, I think it's Art and Catherine. Are you on the infrastructure now?
Yeah, I'm now, for the first time ever, I'm now on infrastructure.
All right.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
You're going to love writing that plan.
Oh, yay.
That's what I was just going to say. I'll make sure and get you on the updated invite, and that will be one of our topics for the next meeting.
Okay. Well, thank God I have an engineer helping me.
Well, Herb schooled me on the inner workings of a
lift station
or a lift.
A lift station. Those are interesting.
A lift station.
We've done these plans before for another district, actually just within this past year, and they're kind of in the same boat of that 30-year range of when they were originally designed and started. And so, we've got a basis as well as some other information to pull through to be able to compile that data. And a lot of it's still just estimations because you don't know what the future materials are going to be, but there's some percentages of increase that you can incorporate into your numbers to make that run on out. And if you want to run out 5 years or 10 years, we can accommodate any of that information. So we'll be able to put it together. It does take time, but we'll get that put together.
Okay.
The budget, there were really no other items on that. The sign changes. I have not heard back from Fazone, and this is my board week meeting, not to be an excuse, but I will put him back on top of my list tomorrow to follow up on those signs for the London Lane as well as the Hatch Pond Memorial or plaque over there. And that's on both of those items under the first. As far as the second items there at the bottom of the sheet, Mackenzie, if I get you to scroll up. There we go. The sidewalk at Sunchase to Madeline Loop into Madeline Loop Pond, that has been on the list. It's on the list. It just kind of dropped off with all this wastewater and other projects going on as far as it's not been a top priority. But as we get some of this other stuff cleared out, we'll put together a little drawing. And again, that's one that will end up needing to solicit bids. So we've got to put a package together for that. And it's just been low on the list of everything else the infrastructure's had going on. The Hatch Pond lift station repair, rehab, we talked about that. We will be looking at cost or estimation cost for bringing the electrical facilities above ground, bringing your controls up so that there's fewer instances that Infomark staff needs to go down into the dry pit, such that most occurrences they should be able to do with a single operator instead of 2 or 3, which again lowers cost all the way around for everybody. The phase 5 sidewalk improvements, We've put a list together. We took some of the remaining list from the last phase that we financially were not able to complete. We're wrapping that up at the December infrastructure meeting. We should be able to present that for consideration. This is an item that is budgeted annually at $40,000 to be able to do. This is our phase 5 is the last run, which will get us through the initial run of the entire district. And at that point, depending on where that number comes in, we may fall back to that front end, because over the years, that sidewalk is going to continue to move, and we're going to try to maintain that, but it'll be at a lower cost annually because we're getting this big chunk, big initial sweep done. And this is, everybody's always encouraged to either let the infrastructure or myself know, if you're a board member, if you've got a specific location that you walk or you see and you notice is an issue, by all means, there's no problem with sending me an email and letting me know about that. And we will make sure and try to work that in as the quickest possible within our budgets. And then the last thing was, we reviewed the invoices were reviewed and approved. And if you've got any questions, I'm more than willing to address them.
I have questions. Are you going to stay?
I'm going to hang in here for a little bit.
Okay, well, I'm going to take care of everything I have for you now, so that if you want to leave, you can.
Okay.
Who's L. Mike Williams?
That is one of our field representatives.
Is he an engineer? A
No.
licensed engineer?
No, ma'am.
Are you a licensed engineer?
No, ma'am. I represent the firm.
Who signs and seals the drawings?
That will be Richard Graham or David Gray.
So I noticed on the billing, we're paying you and L. Mike Williams for the same work.
No, most of Mike's work is in the field. My field is pretty limited as far as my field reviews. I do get out, but that's why we have Mike, because I just can't get out to the jobs every day.
So he goes out to the job sites and does the checking?
Yes, ma'am.
His primary role?
That is his primary role.
Okay. And then I noticed on the billing you did on November 2nd, you charged a half an hour for a consultation on an open records request. Do you know what that was about?
It had to do, I believe, with records. It had, I don't remember specifically, but it had to do with going through emails and pulling and making sure of what was there.
Can I ask that in the future on your billing that you put some reference to what you were researching?
Sure.
Because if I want to look at all the costs to open records, I would want to pull that out, your
Okay.
cost.
Not a problem.
Okay, thank you very much. That's really all I had for you, Herb.
Okay.
Oh, no, one more thing. Have you had a chance to look at the proposal from last month's Girl Scout troop?
I didn't receive anything from
The drawing that they did?
That's still moving forward at this point. We're
Oh,
still,
It hasn't got to you yet?
No,
yeah.
ma'am.
I'll ask you when you get it.
And I'll report on it when I get
Thank
it.
you so much, Herb. I'm done.
Okay.
Are we done with Herb?
Yes, I think you're done with the engineer's report. Okay, well, while we're still with it, let's talk about the streetlight maintenance. Okay, so because David brought it up in his public comment, and so I know that Jimmy, did you put those two corners down on your list of things to verify?
I will be verifying those on my next trip.
Okay.
That may not be till after the 1st. We are done with our night tours. We are looking at possibly doing one other night trip since it's long, dark nights. But one of the things that is going is sporadic lights going out. And in some of the lights, they actually go out and turn back on shortly later. So what he described is a problem with older lights. But yes, I did note what locations he talked about, and I will be looking for those.
Okay. And just for the for everybody who's listening, every street light has got an actual PEC number on it. Am I correct, Jimmy? There's an actual little plaque on it.
They used to. Some of the lights are missing those tags. So what I'm having to do is the ones that are missing, I am being very specific on the location and as closely as possible using maps that are provided, getting as close to the house in front of the house that it is. And the beauty of it is you won't have 14 lights on one street. You're going to have one or two, so we can get pretty darn close.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but your phone has GPS that you can actually send them the coordinates.
Yes, sir, but the GPS coordinates don't always match up, and I will get those as close as I can, David. And yes, I get a very accurate location for Infomark and for Pernalis Electric.
Catherine, why is the deed enforcement contractor looking at streetlights at night?
Because what we asked him, because he's driving around at night.
Only 2 times a month.
Well, that's right. But, you know, we've actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jimmy, we've actually identified and have been able to repair a whole bunch of street lights. If Jimmy's not doing it when he's doing it, that means we're going to have to pay somebody else, Infomark, to drive around or something like that. So
no, actually, Catherine, you don't have to pay anyone. I'll drive around and look at streetlights. I don't think asking the deed enforcement contractor to do a job like that is even in line with the enforcement of the deed. And he missed 2 that have been out for over a year. So obviously it's not.
But you have to remember what's going on is they go off. And when the lights are intermittent, the lights are intermittent. It's one thing when they're off 100%, like the one that was at Old Mill and Sunchase, and then it took 6 months for PEC to finally get out there and fix it.
Well, you know, I walk every single day in the dark, so I see every street light in this district. I haven't seen a bill yet for that additional service, but I did see another one today that we'll talk about later. And really, we have to look at how we're spending the district's money, and that is not a good way of spending the district's money. Okay. You know, it's important that the district board members participate in the district. We get paid $150 to sit at a meeting, but we live in this community and you want to make it good. A few things we have to do for ourselves. Looking at burned out streetlights, it's a 10-minute job to drive this district.
A little longer, but I understand what you're saying.
Consider.
Yeah.
And you know what? The constables are out here patrolling every day. How about them? Is that more complicated than the deed enforcement contractor?
Yeah, I think it would be, but we can take that up under the appropriate agenda item. Okay.
Good idea.
Okay, so Herb, was there anything else that you wanted to add?
I had nothing else to add today.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to move on to agenda item 5, which is a report from the district's landscape contractor. And we've got Scott from Sunscapes on the line with us tonight. Still here, Scott?
I'm here. I feel more educated than ever before by Herb. That was impressive.
Okay, well, Scott, one of the reasons that I asked Mackenzie to reach out to you and get you on the call tonight is that we appear, what I'm hearing is that we're having a lack of communication. And I wanted us to walk through some of the things that we're waiting on a response from you, from Sunscape, so that we can jump over whatever hump we're having as it relates to communication. Now, Herb, the last time I saw you, you told me that you had been waiting on something from Sunscapes and you weren't getting a response from them about something.
Well, one of the things that's been on the Parks Committee list has been putting together this irrigation plan for the parks. And during Sunscape's monthly review of the facilities or inspections of the facilities, that information was going to be provided, and we just haven't seen it. So.
Okay. And Mackenzie, was there anything else that you were waiting on from Sunscapes?
The only thing that we had discussed and reported on is the dead tree tour of the entire district, not just Anderson Mill West. And Scott did recently get back to me and let me know that he had been out of the country for a bit, so he was a little bit out of communication. But I do believe we've been waiting on that one for a little bit at the Parks Committee as well.
Okay. Okay, so where are we on getting our irrigation plan and our dead tree tour?
Okay, so I guess the irrigation one first. Herb, you said an irrigation plan for the parks. Are you talking about the drawing of the Anderson, or not Anderson? Nah, I guess it's Anderson Mill.
Yeah, it's
From the irrigation that was installed.
yes. We mainly there are no plans for the irrigation at Anderson Mill West Park. We've got the as-built for the Cashelwood and Vestavia that was recently done. So I really think it's just the Anderson Mill West Park that's missing.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, Anderson Mill Park you're referring to is the disc golf.
No,
that's
the one. This is the one at El Salito and
Dagama.
Yeah, Dagama. Okay, and so there's supposed to be an irrigation plan for that park?
Yeah, the discussion was that when you do your monthly checks where you're checking the controls and they're checking the heads, that they can generally note where those are at. Will that be exact? I don't think anybody's expecting it to be exact, but we can have an idea of where those ball valves are, that kind of stuff.
Okay, I can do that. There is on the irrigation report locations of the shutoffs and valves and meters, and also where the zones are located within that park. So I think maybe you're wanting just a visual map.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got something like that, send it to me. I've not seen any of the irrigation reports in the past, so.
Okay, yeah, I'll send that to you, and I don't think a map would hurt to have either.
So Herb, we've got a map of all the other irrigation in the, like in Sunchase and in some of the other parks.
The ponds we do, don't we, Herb? We have the map of the ponds.
The ponds we do, because they provided an as-built drawing of the irrigation for the pond work. Madden Loop, I believe we've got. I haven't again picked this up because I know I was waiting on stuff in a while. But we can get a full, complete list of that based on what Scott can provide, and then we'll pull that data together.
Okay.
Yeah, there's kind of a difference here, Catherine, but what Herb's talking about as an as-built is, pretty precise drawings of where everything is. And then what we did for Anderson Mill West was, obviously there's a lot of that system that was already in place, and we tied into it from Valente, but Sinjon created just kind of an overhead map showing where we ran the lines and all the lateral lines and wiring and all that. You can have an as-built constructed from the ground up. There's people that do it. It can get kind of costly, but
I don't think we need that, do we, Herb?
No, I think, all we're really looking for, send me what you have and let me look at it.
Okay.
And then I think the if there's additional information where you've got control valves that you're checking, where we've got valves that's mainly the biggest deal, are the control valves. And if we can pick up some lateral lines, that can be done with an app off the phone. Just get some GPS, map it, and send it to me, and we'll convert it.
Right. Yeah. Okay, I'll send that to you, and you just let me know if that's sufficient, and if not, we'll make it sufficient.
Okay, and then, okay, so let's circle back to the dead tree tour. Is that something that we can get completed here shortly?
Yes, I can do that. Kind of behind the scenes, I've been having, especially if it's, they're kind of trash trees or whatever, just having the crews cut them down and get them out of there.
Okay.
Anything that we don't need a permit for. There is one at Anderson Mill West that I think we're gonna have to get a permit for. But I did do a tree tour in July, I think, and we've taken a lot of those down.
Okay.
And so I will do it and just make sure we've got everything covered.
Okay, and then one of the other comments that that David Flores made was talking about your crews. So what are the rules about blowing the leaves? Because David was very correct when he says if you just blow it into the street, it's just gonna go someplace else. So somebody else is gonna have to pick it up. So what is the correct process for that?
Sure. So obviously that's not something we train the guys on, to blow them in the street. It's a big no-no. Right now we have red oak leaves falling. That's about it. They just started falling within the last week and a half or so, maybe 2 weeks. So I assume that's maybe what he's talking about. And then I know there's just older leaves, the smaller oak leaves that kind of get stuck under things. But the process that we use is the guys carry burlaps. They stock more of them this time of year, obviously, because the leaves start falling. But they do blow them into piles, and then they take square burlaps and they tie them up. You'll see them when they're in the neighborhood. You'll see all these white burlaps stacked in the back of their truck.
Okay.
So if some did get blown in the street, I don't think that's something they're consistently doing out there and trying to hide them and get rid of them. I think maybe they battle the wind a lot, and
I know.
It's a challenge for sure, but I can talk to them and just make sure that it's a priority to make sure we bag up as many as we can and get them out of there.
Okay, and I haven't heard any complaints, but I just wanted to remind your crews that we've got that house next to the right there on Sunchase. Yeah, no driving through the yard. You got to come back out through Madeline Loop. Like I said, I haven't heard any complaints, but I just want to remind you about that.
No, I appreciate it, because it's as we go into winter, the crews kind of form into one, because we go down to half staff. So there's probably a couple new guys on that crew, and it's worth meeting them there and making sure they all understand.
Okay.
One thing before he goes, Catherine.
Sure, go ahead.
Scott, this month in the billing package, there was a $1,000 irrigation leak in Anderson Mill West Park that you guys fixed. Do you know where in the park that was?
Yeah, I believe it was, and Mackenzie might be able to speak to this a little bit more, but Sinjon is our irrigation manager, and he deals with the irrigation issues, but I think it was maybe a double check or something like that got crushed. It's a mainline leak.
A what got crushed?
A double check, which is a backflow preventer.
Okay, so
where
basically the main line.
If Anderson Mill West Park needs an irrigation plan, there is irrigation. You're looking for the as-built.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right, Herb? You're looking for how his irrigation's laid out?
Well, they did not install it, and most of those lines have been in there however long that park's been there.
So there is irrigation.
We're just trying to get a drawing of
Yeah.
what can be seen from the surface to try to create this map so that others can have an idea of where things are.
I understand. I understand better. Thank you. So there was $1,000 repair on irrigation in Anderson Mill West Park. Where?
Well, again,
Scott, if you want, I can explain exactly where it was.
yeah, I'd
So
appreciate it.
yeah, of course. So this is actually reported by your tech during one of his park reports when he was out there. If you are standing by the two bollards, the bollards by the sidewalk facing the pavilion, does that make sense?
Yep.
Just past the pavilion, about 30 feet, but off to the left is about where it was.
So was it just like bubbling in the water? I mean,
There was
bubbling
some standing water on the ground in a good portion, and the tech had actually sent me a picture, and I sent that over to St. John and Scott, and then St. John sent a tech out to have it looked at.
Okay, so it was standing water. That's how much it was leaking.
Yes.
That's how they
Okay.
found it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I needed to know.
Okay.
Can I also ask if Linda, are you finished?
I am. Thank you.
Okay. Scott or Catherine, can I just ask a question about the dead tree tour?
Go ahead.
Hi, Scott. This is Megan Dudo. I'm going to be on the Parks Committee, so I just wanted to ask, is the dead tree tour something that you all do by yourself, or is that something that I can participate in or go on with you so I can kind of see what the situation is with our trees?
Yeah, I'd love for you to join me. That makes it a lot easier. That way we're all on the same page. You know, because it can be misconstrued whether we're looking at just irrigated trees or, you know, perhaps they'd like me to rummage through the forest and find anything that doesn't look good, and that's fine. But I think the more the merrier, so we're all on the same page.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. And are you certified arborists, or do you typically outsource that when there's really a tree, you know, significant tree issue? Do you outsource that just to an arborist?
Sure, that's a good question. We do have we have a certified arborist on our team, and he's very good. However, sometimes we still reach out to other arborists to get their opinion, second or third opinion, especially if it's you know, an old oak or something like that. You don't want to lose your property value with your trees. So even though we have an arborist on staff.
Yeah, I think we did that earlier this year. Is that because we had some real concerns about some of the trees in that park, and so we've had an arborist come in a couple of times. So
yeah, it's always good. It's like a doctor, you know. Trees can show stress 5 years after something that had to them. So it's always good to get second opinions and just work with another arborist and compare notes.
Okay. So Mackenzie, can you make sure that Megan and Scott have each other's contact information so they can coordinate their tour?
Absolutely. I'll get an email going between the two of them so they can communicate via email if they want to communicate some other contact info.
Okay, that's great.
Thanks, Scott.
Hey,
Yeah,
do we have any more questions for Scott? Okay, sounds like that's a no. Okay, so agenda item 6, report on security patrols. I don't think we have a constable on the line with us, do we?
Nope, because Robert didn't get elected.
Nope. Okay.
Did you ask me a question?
Yeah. Okay. So agenda.
Catherine, if I could interrupt for a second. No, we do not have a constable on the line tonight. We were informed that our constable from previous dates is no longer going. Robert is no longer going to attend our meetings, and that Deputy Thomas will be taking his place at our meetings. And I found out and sent an invite to Deputy Thomas later today, but he may not have had time to react to it. But we're not
Okay.
going. Apparently, we're not going to have Robert anymore.
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine. I mean, like them is. See how quick they turn their backs on their own.
Oh, David, please mute yourself. Okay, agenda item 7. Okay, report from the district manager. Are you going to go first, Mackenzie?
Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 second.
Okay, bye, Herb. He's waving goodbye. Okay. You're going to share your screen?
I am. Can you see it?
I sure can.
Okay, so if you are on agenda item 7, we're going to start on page 9 here. So I will make this bigger for you guys. So we'll start with number 1 here, distribution system. As Herb stated, we are at 91% accounted for. And with this, we'll talk about a few items down below here under the customer care committee of a few leaks that we had issues, or one leak that we had a quite significant issue with. As far as the collection system goes, the IFC committee did meet, and we just discussed the process of pursuing additional quotes for to perform the work on the collection lines that are needed at this time. He's going to put a packet together and solicit bids for those. Quotes for those. And as far as the Parks Committee goes, the Parks Committee would like to address the residential plantings that have been planted along the district wall at 1910 Lobelia. Catherine, I don't know if you want to open that up for discussion now, or if we want to talk about that later under the Parks Committee agenda item.
Let's talk about that during the Parks Committee.
Absolutely. The Parks Committee has also decided to move forward with pursuing prices for additional bench swings, the wooden ones similar to the one in the Garden of the Wild Things, for the Lakeline Oaks gazebo. So we will be moving forward with 2 places that Megan had mentioned to us to pursue some prices for some of those wood swings, as well as putting into the schedule very soon, sealing up the current one that is in the Garden of the Wild Things, just so it will last a little longer. The hand sanitizer dispenser that was placed at Lakeline Oaks, it was placed on the brick wall of the pavilion. Somebody came along and tore it down and busted it all up, so it's no longer usable. I did want to ask if you guys would like to possibly order a new one for this, considering we are still in a pandemic and things are going on. Granted, this time we will put it somewhere closer to the building where the cameras would be able to see somebody do this.
Yeah, I think it's more than appropriate that we go ahead and replace it. Do we have did we put hand sanitizers at the Anderson Mill West Pavilion also?
Yes, we did. We put 1 at each bathroom, so both Lakeline Oaks and Anderson Mill West bathroom, and 1 at each pavilion. So
Okay.
there's 2 at Lakeline and 2 at Anderson Mill West.
Okay.
So this time we can purchase the exact same one, but the reason we put it where we did was so it was more easily accessible to people who were using the playscape equipment, and which is not in view of cameras. And that's part of the reason why I think going forward, we'll put it closer to the building, somewhere that the camera has direct view of, possibly on the side of the pavilion where it's just between the building and the pavilion, because we do have a camera that views that area very well.
Okay.
And as far as the lights go, so the Shine holiday lights are complete, and as promised at last month's meeting, we would ask for approval for the additional half of the invoice attached, and I will scroll down to that here shortly. The Parks Committee would also like to discuss putting together an advisory committee for the contract between Virginity and WTC for the Park Master Plan. We can discuss that under the Parks Committee agenda item, Catherine. And then cleaning services have been ramped back up per the Parks Committee to their normal rate, which is every day they would come out and clean the bathrooms. So that is done by Janicking at this time. And those started this past Monday.
Okay.
They were still cleaning. They are still cleaning the community center 1 time a month, simply because it's not open, but we do have, board members occasionally in there to sign things, and your tech is in there quite often. So we do have them cleaning it once a month at this time, and we won't bring that back up to a normal schedule until the Parks Committee wants to move forward with that, if the community center opens sometime soon. As far as infrastructure committee goes, they did meet on 11/12, but nothing was significant to report outside of Herb's report. The solid waste committee did meet on 11/11. then we did want to report that we are all in an agreement here that the new reporting methods that we have put into place between Sage and Infomark and Waste Management are working well right now. We do have a good form of communication going. We have a great report going as well, where we track us Infomark, mainly Lee, she deserves all the credit for this one, tracks every single resident that calls in to report a trash can either being missed, broken, or bulk trash being missed. And she calculates everything from a resident calling it in, emailing it in, or Sage sending it in to us as well. So we have a compiled report, and in that report, we do have a lot of detailed information of when the request was received, what exactly was detailed in that. Was it just trash missed? Was it both trash and recycling? And then when it was sent over to Waste Management, and then when Waste Management has reported that a ticket was created. So that we all met on, and we all really agreed that at this time we feel like we are making headway with Waste Management. In total, something I did want to note is that calculating on a monthly basis of just looking at month to month, the percentage of things that can happen on just missing trash, bulk, or recycling, not including broken carts, because it's hard to place that blame on either the customer not putting it out correctly or Waste Management, hurting it in the process of emptying that trash. We excluded those, and it's less than 1% of the districts that is having an issue. So we wanted to take that into consideration when we were looking at all of this. So I felt like that was important to notate.
That is very important to note.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So out of 1,936 connections on a monthly basis, which keeping in mind that they visit at least, each section of the district twice a month, because it's on that 2-week schedule of rotating between section A and section B. It's still 1% for the entire district, and them visiting 4 times a month. So I feel like that's a really great number to look at in terms of whether or not, improvement has been made.
So are we at a point where we're seeing less and less broken trash cans? Because I know that we had, 6 months ago, we had a problem.
I wouldn't necessarily say we are seeing a significant amount less. I would say that we've probably seen fewer than normal, but something else to notate here, when we started this process of getting Waste Management more involved and, trying to pursue for them to be better at reporting things to us and communicating and so forth, at that time we were, being reported that, residents weren't comfortable reaching out because they didn't feel like anything was going to be done. So I would like to point out that we have gotten a significant more amount of residents that are willing to reach out, whether it's by phone or by email, just to let us know when something is going wrong. So it's hard to say whether or not we're more or less at this point, but I would say, we do still see a pretty good amount of broken carts. I'd say 4 to 5 a month.
Okay, that was what I was trying to get at. I was hoping that we would clear them all up and then it would be a non-issue, but you're saying we just sort of have this trickle that keeps happening every month that
Yes.
something breaks. Okay.
That's normal, Catherine. There's a lot of carts out there. They take a lot of abuse. That's normal.
Absolutely. And something else to notate here too, when we started this, one of the main reasons that people didn't report their broken carts properly was because they didn't feel like, it should take a week for them to get a new cart. And we agreed in many circumstances when you need to put your trash out and your cart is cracked all the way down and can't hold a significant amount of trash, there's no point in making that resident wait a week, even though that was Waste Management standard. And so since then, we have noticed that Waste Management, upon us reporting it, if we report it, let's say trash pickup was Monday and we report it on a Tuesday or a Wednesday or even a Thursday, they're typically back out within a day to go ahead and either replace the cart, give them a new wheel or whatever is needed, instead of making them wait till the next pickup day. So that is somewhere that we have seen improvement.
That's good.
It's an improved process and a
Absolutely.
more accurate process. So I think we made significant inroads in that one. Because with the process improvements and the accuracy better, of course, the remedy by Waste Management is much better too. So good job, Mackenzie and Sage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think between Infomark and Sage, we can all kind of agree that the communication is much better and cohesive.
That was a
and
problem. That was
yeah.
terrible communication before.
And now that we've ironed all of those kinks out, we have, our reporting standards for when Sage does go out and do their reports and reports the trash cans to us. Lee inputs those into the report and gets them to waste management the next day after typically. Okay, moving on to customer care committee. So a bit ago, we had reported on 1306 Loretta Wood. This is one where we got a sewage backup reported quite late in the evening one time, and we had our techs go out and assist wastewater transport and jetting those lines to see what was the problem at the time. And it's since been predetermined that there was not only roots in the line on the customer side, but there is a separation in the pipe on the customer side. And for a good amount of time, it was a bit of a question due to this being an older part of the district where this line separated, it changed colors. Typically when that happens, that's a significant indicator that that goes from customer to district. So it was in question of whether or not this separation was district side or client side or customer side. And it in fact turns out that it is actually on the customer side. They must have had work done at some point in time in that section, and whoever replaced the piping used a different color of piping due to mapping it out from how far away from the road it actually is. Keeping that in mind, while our tech was out there, when a backup typically happens at one home, chances are it is likely to be backing up at the neighboring home as well. And I put an incorrect address in here. It is not 1307, it is 1308. There is actually not a 1307. So it is the neighboring house that joins into that sewer system with the 1306 address as well. Both of them have been notified that they have separations in their pipes. That has been determined by our techs cameraing the lines to see these separations, and they have been notified that they have 30 days to make that repair.
Okay, let me ask a question. So when you say we have a sewer backup, are you saying that we have sewage that is leaking into the ground, below ground or above ground?
It is leaking into the road.
Oh, it's leaking.
So
Surface?
that's what
Underground?
So where the stack comes out at the street is where it was coming out. So the problem with this particular home 1306, the separation is between the 6-inch stack and the test tee. So a test tee is a portion of your yard where like a plumber could just come up and put their camera in the line to check things and make sure everything is okay. This is where that happened. And so because of that, they had sewage not only on the surface of the ground, but also running into the road. And that is part of the reason why we call wastewater transport, because they are qualified in removing all of that waste. And our guys typically help them as well as they jet the line.
Wow. Okay.
So that is just one that we wanted to update the board on. Nothing significant outside of that to report. We'll check back to make sure that these repairs have been made, because it will become a problem. When we went back out recently, it was notated that 1306 is already backing up again. And this is actually, we found in our work order system a work order for this particular address where this same exact separation in pipe was notated to them in 2018. They were instructed to fix it and never did.
Okay.
So we will be on top of this one and making sure that they do get it fixed. Otherwise, they're going to have another sewer problem.
Yeah.
Very, very soon. So, and the standard is the 30 days is typically what we give anybody to get these issues fixed within the district. That way, if this does not happen within 30 days, Infomark would then come in and make these repairs, and it would charge back to that resident.
Okay.
Okay, number B here is the one that I wanted to talk a little bit about as far as water accountability goes. So during meter reading in October, it was determined that there was a significant leak happening at 929 Woodridge. And in this portion of the district, the way that you would normally see how a meter is connected to the client side and the district side is at the meter box. That's typically how your rule of thumb is. And this one is where the meter box is on the road side of the sidewalk, but the actual customer side stops at the disconnect, which is underneath the sidewalk on the customer side. Well, the leak was found beyond that customer disconnect. So technically it is not the customer side. At that point, it's district side. And that's where we found a pinhole size leak. And checking back on the usage that this client or this resident had last year versus that month, it was a significant increase. Like I want to say over the course of the end of September and into October when this was found, it was probably like 30 or 40,000 gallons.
Wow.
And to our surprise, they didn't question their water bill at all. They paid it without problems, without questions or anything. So we have actually gone back since notating it was a district side leak and their water usage was clearly incorrect. And we have issued a credit to that account in the amount of what the increase was based off of last year's number.
Okay. So did you gave, it wasn't just water, you gave them a sewer credit then too, correct?
No, we didn't give them a sewer credit, just a water credit, because it was just the water line that's leaking.
Okay. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking where you pay based on what was happening in your previous metering. So it wasn't like they got a increase in their sewer.
Correct. And we went into the system, I think, and updated the numbers as well since a leak was notated. That way it will not count against them for any averaging at any point in time. Granted, winter averaging is not a factor in this because it was through the month of October.
Yeah.
But still, we wanted it notated in the system.
Okay.
As far as that goes, the only last thing that I have is the Shine invoice. This is the same invoice that, not the same, it's been updated significantly. But this is the same amount that we had you guys approve last month. So all we are asking is for the second amount to be approved for the Shine invoice. The lights, I've been told, come on at 5:30 and go off at midnight. I personally have not been in the district at those times, so I have not seen them. Has anybody seen them yet?
Okay, so they're on is what you're saying.
Yes, they are on. I was told by I think his name is Braden with Shine that they are on, and they are on a timer to be on from 5:30 p.m. To midnight.
Where are they located? Where are these lights?
These are the lights at 1000 Old Mill and Anderson Mill West Park.
So I guess,
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
That Shine invoice, go back to it, please.
Sorry, here you go.
There you go. In the billing and invoice package, the adjustment is scratched out and reduced to $2,500.
That's right. I was going to jump in and point that out as soon as everyone finished discussing this, but before anyone approved it. I wanted to point out that the adjustment they have there is incorrect. We did not pay $2892.84. We paid $2,500. So I adjusted that. The overall invoice total of $5785.67 is correct. So then we netted out the $2,500 that we paid last month. And so the amount that I have on the on the billing recap, bills and invoice support is the correct amount. Not the amount they are expecting, but it's the correct amount.
To add to that, the reason $2,500 was initially paid is because we had not yet been given the amounts for the 33 mini lights, warm lights, and the 129. We were only told by Shine that they would only need half of the initial amount up front. So that is why $2,500.
Yeah, the 5,000 service. Exactly. That's correct.
So since at the last board meeting, I had you approve half of this amount, that is why I would like to have half of this amount approved again, even though only $2,500 has been paid. Once this amount has been approved, the full amount of the invoice will be approved and we can go ahead and issue the payment for the additional amount of the invoice. Does that make sense, Linda?
Mackenzie, I'm going to ask you to get with Shine and ask them to reissue this invoice, because what you're trying to put in file, or Michael, what's trying to go to file is an adulterated record without an explanation. So you had Shine change this invoice to remove Megan's name. Now have them change this invoice to reflect what's actually been paid and what's actually due. Can you do that?
We can do that.
Thank you, because I'm holding that one in bills and invoices today, because the record is not clear. You can't take a red ink pen and mark through an invoice and consider it a legitimate invoice.
We do that with sales tax all the time, but I see your point.
Yeah, these are government records and they need to reflect what's truly transpired. So you've got a check mark there, 6,000 and something series check that paid for it. So let's get the invoice to match what's actually happened in the payment record.
Okay, so we're okay with the amount. We just want the invoice to be corrected. Is that what we're saying, Linda?
I need to see an invoice that actually matches the checks. That's what I need. The invoice and the checks should match.
Right, but are we issuing a check for 2892.84? That's what I'm trying to
It's actually
understand.
higher. It's 3,000 something.
Ah, got it. Now I
Right,
understand.
because it's the 5785.67 minus 2,500. So the amount that, and I amended that, and that's the point she's making, is that we should have gotten a corrected invoice from them rather than correcting their incorrect invoice.
Okay,
That's
got
exactly what I said. That's
Okay.
exactly what I meant.
Okay.
And it won't be a problem to get a corrected invoice.
Thank
They've
you.
been more than happy to help us like getting the rest of the invoice updated and getting new invoices. So I'll get with
Next
Braden
year,
tomorrow.
nobody's going to remember the details of this, and that's why it's important that it's correct in the record.
All righty. Well, without anything further on the executive summary, I'll move on to the water reports for the month. So we had a total of 1928 accounts billed, which is standard number. We had 17,411,000 gallons consumed, which is actually significantly lower than this time last year, which is a kind of a change of pace for us as of late, considering we've typically been seeing higher residential numbers due to people being home. Total average for water use of accounts billed was 9,031, and then the total receivables for the month was 274,682. This is the depiction of that exact
Wait,
chart.
Mackenzie, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need translation here. Go back up
Okay.
to page 5/11. This one right here.
Yep.
What is no bill? Under consumption,
Oh, yeah.
230,000 gallons, no bill. What's no bill?
That I want to say, Michael, do you know what that is offhand? The actual description of no bill?
Isn't that us using irrigating our stuff?
I want to say that it is. That was
Yeah.
my understanding, was that is the district's irrigation water that is used throughout the district for anywhere that irrigation is used.
Right, those are customers, which includes ourselves, which are not actual customers, not residential,
Yes.
not commercial, not a hydrant, and not a tracking. They're ones that are not billed, and primarily because they're us. So I'm not on the billing side, so I can't speak about which exact meters those are.
And what's tracking then?
Those are similar ones where they are tracking the usage.
Are those residential? Are those commercial? What's being tracked?
Those are typically irrigation meters as well.
But you're tracking those. I don't understand.
Correct. So I personally do not work on the billing side. I can get a more in-depth explanation for you at a later date.
Okay.
But typically with tracking meters, so when you have a tracking meter and when you look in a meter box, there are typically 2 meters. And one is an inbound and one is an outbound, and you take the difference of the two to get the number. Sometimes when you have a no bill, they don't set it up that way, but sometimes they do, typically when the meter is going to see a higher flow, so you get a more accurate number. And that is typically what we call a tracking meter. And so that is what's going to be reported under tracking. But I will absolutely get you a more detailed explanation from billing, where they can give you a better explanation of exactly what that means.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
So I just you probably don't know the answer to this. So are all the tracking meters all together, or are they part of a bank, or are they distributed around the district?
They are distributed around the district, and they range in size.
Okay.
But typically they are 3 inches or larger.
Okay.
Am I good to move on from this one, Linda?
You are, please. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely. So this is the same, it's just a graphical chart of what that report above gives you. Here is your accounts receivables and collections report. So you'll have your total 30, 60, 90, and 120 days here, total receivables here, along with dates. As far as delinquent letters mailed, we did mail out 167, no tags were hung, and no one was disconnected for non-payment.
Wait,
And
don't go past there.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
got
not just yet. I wanted to go ahead and report to you all that we have, as of recently over the last month, been finding the accounts that are typically very close to $500 delinquent or larger, and sending them friendly reminders that they need to, try to make due on some payments or possibly set them up on a payment plan. We have not heard back from anyone, I think, that we've emailed. Lee can give you more details on that. But if so, it's been very few. But we have started to attempt to reconcile some of these accounts that have quite high numbers.
So how many accounts are we at that are getting up to being in arrears around $500?
I want to say around 30-ish. Lee, do you happen to know that?
It might be a little closer to 25 last I checked.
Okay. That was one of my questions.
Well, Lee or Mackenzie, how many accounts are 30 days delinquent, 60 days delinquent, and 90 days delinquent, or over 120?
I don't have that offhand for you, but I can get that for you.
Tell me this, on the day that you write this report where you show here 167 delinquent letters mailed, it doesn't stay 167 delinquent throughout the month, does it?
No, it does not. But this is how many delinquent letters were mailed on the date that our billing office ran a report and on delinquents for the district. And it's run every 30 days.
Okay, so what's real important to me is to know how many accounts are 30 days delinquent, 60 days delinquent, 90 days delinquent, and 120 days delinquent.
Okie dokie. And we can see about getting that in this report as well.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Can you add that to the report?
Yeah, it'd be great. I mean, I see what happens at the first of the month, but how many people actually catch up before the month ends?
Gotcha.
I think a lot of them do, because I have a recollection of Patricia talking about them making the decision to wait 48 hours because it was close to a Friday, and all
Getting
but
paid.
and all but a small handful caught up, and so they literally didn't have to have any delinquent letters go out. So timing is everything. You're right.
Absolutely. We'll get those numbers for you, Linda.
Thank
and I'll
you.
see what I need to do to get.
You don't need to do it for this month, Mackenzie. If you can adjust the report for next month, I'll perfectly be happy with that.
Absolutely. We will work on that. Alrighty, and here is your water accountability chart. And again, we are reporting at the 91%. So do you have any questions about this one, Linda?
I do actually, because with me and numbers, when you can't hit 100, I need to understand where the water's missing.
Absolutely. So with this case, you're never going to know exactly where there's water missing. Granted, we always make sure, like Herb said, when we get outside of our comfort zone of the changing between, typically 5 to 7 is our comfort zone of, okay, when we see that drastic of a change, where is it at? What's happening? So one thing I can tell you is the significant water loss that we had at 929 Woodbridge being quite, I think it was upwards between September and October, around 80,000 gallons total lost. That is quite a significant reason that this would be 91%. Is it all of the reason? Absolutely not. But you do have just your typical reasons of the way that water is flowing in the district, where it can seep into the ground and things like that, where you're not quite identified with all of the the cracks and crevices that happen. So you will always have a small fluctuation.
What is the variance normally? What is considered a normal variance?
5 to 7% is a normal variation, because it all depends on, it can depend on weather, it can depend on how much rain you got, and a lot of things like infiltration can happen, and when those happen, your water accountability will be high. So when you have a significant rain event, if you do have some infiltration into your system, that is going to be unaccounted water, over accounted water. And again, in the retro of that, when you don't have a lot of rain, water does have a chance to seep into the ground wherever you may have small cracks or separations in pipes and things like that. So your water variations can happen that way. And also reporting time here. So when your meters are red, typically we try always to keep it at a 2-day event. Sometimes when you get into the summer months and it's 103 degrees outside, it's a little hard for our guys to push 1936 or 28 meters in a matter of 2 days. So it does sometimes extend out to 3 days. So that's typically why sometimes in the summer you'll see more variations, because the timing is different than it normally is of that reporting. So timing is also a factor in this. So we try our best to make sure that it happens on a 2-day basis, and then that immediately goes into the system for reporting stances. And that is another factor that can play into this, is how long it takes. So typically what happens is the guys will go out and meter read. I'm sorry, guys and gals, because you do have a girl meter reader who does assist your tech under your base fee. They go out, they do their meter reads over 2 days. Elite enters those into the system for billing to take over from there to do all of the calculations behind the scenes. But sometimes when it extends to 3 days, or for instance, let's say, which this is a very rare case, they read on a Thursday, they read on a Friday, they have to come back on a Monday to finish because it's just so hot, blistering hot, whatever. That also can play a factor, because you have not just those 2 days, but they're still coming back on Monday to read. Right. So that can play a factor as well. And like I said, that is an extreme case where, overtime was just not a question, and getting those done before dark was not a question. So, or maybe the guys were just, extremely hot. But there's a lot of different things that play a factor into that. And it's hard to pinpoint when you have small variations what is the causing factor. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. Thank you. It's the best explanation I've heard so far.
Okay, I'm glad. Does anybody else have any questions?
No, but typically, basically, we like to stay above 90%. When we start getting below 90%, then we go, okay, we've got a problem.
Exactly.
Like,
that's the threshold, 91, 92%.
Yeah, so we're pretty much at the bottom of our comfort zone right now.
And if you see the prior months, we were at 115 and 125%.
Yes, and
that was a
rain,
reporting
right?
problem.
Was that a rain? Was that
no,
a rain event?
No, that was not. That was actually City of Cedar Park. So this is another factor that I didn't bring up, Robert. Or
Yeah,
not
that's what I was
Robert.
going to ask you.
Michael messaged me and said, don't forget to bring this up. Our billing cycle is not the exact same in sync with City of Cedar Park. That plays a role as well. But when we started seeing these higher numbers, that 108, that 115, and especially that 125, I, with both two techs as well as one of our lead operators, went out into the district and surveyed every single meter over 3 inches, and including the master meters, to double check that what City of Cedar Park was reporting was correct. And it turns out that they had not been reporting on the meter for Little Elm for a long time. And that caused us to have over accountability, because we were accounting for it, but they were not. Oh. And so I actually had to email them and say, hey, this meter has been being used for however far back my report showed, and let them know that they weren't even checking it. Because then if you look on the past bills and invoices, they're showing a 0 read on it for quite a long time. So granted, the usage on it started off very, very slow, but then it started being like, 1,000 this day, 1,000 that day, and that adds up. And when they're not checking it, we're not bouncing it back against that number. It's almost like it's non-existent, and it's over for us because it's not calculating against what they're showing. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, so that is why we had that significant range of numbers increasing there. And if you'll notice, since we've reported it to them, which I reported it to them in August, I think early August is when we got back down to 99%.
Linda, you can see the trend going back to the prior years when we had leakage problems, and or we were over accounting, or we were over reporting against Cedar Park. So this is a pretty good report to let you see where it's trending and what you need to do to fix it. So
gotcha.
And typically our first course of action is always the master meters, typically because that is 9 times out of 10 where the meters are having an issue, or so with a master meter, there is a multiplier on that meter, because the reads get to a point where the digital thing would have to be like 15,000 characters long, and that's just not possible. So another thing that plays a factor in making sure water accountability is reporting correctly is making sure that the correct multiplier that is showing on that meter for that meter size is exactly what we have in the billing system. So when City of Cedar Park does maintenance on these meters, or if they change them out and they don't report that to us, chances are if they went up or down a size in meter, that changes the multiplying factor, and we need to update that in our system so that our numbers are going to align with theirs. So that is typically just our first course of action of what we try to look at when this happens. And then as far as I know I said earlier that we checked the 3-inch meters and up. The reason we checked the 3-inch meters and up is because a lot of those meters are tracking meters and they have the 2 meters. So that can cause an issue sometimes on the reporting stance to make sure that the difference of the 2 was actually calculated instead of, possibly adding the 2 together or whatever the case may be. So we went out and checked every meter from 3 inches and up and wrote down exactly what the read was the day we went out there, reported that back to our billing department, made sure that we had all of the multipliers correct, and then reported back on the City of Cedar Park numbers to find that our MOR was showing that Little Elm's meter had been being used for a significant amount of time, but they weren't reporting it. So that was kind of that process and how that all panned out.
I know more about water meters than I ever cared to know, but thank you. The explanation makes it clear.
You're so welcome. That is the end of my report, unless you guys have any more questions.
No, I guess Michael, you're up.
Wait, before Michael goes, I do have one suggestion. I don't have any more questions.
Okay.
If you'll scroll through your report, you'll notice there's multiple page numbers on the bottom.
Yes.
Is there any way you can make it like a page number that if I tell you I'm looking at page 13, you know what page I'm on?
Yes, so I think this is because when we send it to Bill's office, we have our own page numbers on it, and then it gets renumbered by what he puts it. And so, no, I'm sorry. It's when I send it to Lee numbers them. I will have our admin take off our numbers, so that way when it goes to Lee, it's just one single number all the way down, because Lee is the one who actually makes that final report.
Okay.
And I've had the same problem with my financial report. Luckily, this one, my report's separate.
I'm going to try to get you. I'm going to try to get you to a page in your report. Mackenzie, go to it's page 6 on my screen when I'm scrolling through it. It's the general information page.
Okay, is this it?
No.
Okay. Oh wait, here, it's this one, right?
Yes, this one.
Okay.
Right here. This page. On the general information page, base fee. Do you see it? Base fee?
Yes.
$25. Can you break that down? On this report, can you
trash, recycling, and otherwise?
Yes, please.
No, so I don't know if you saw my email prior to the meeting. I reached out to Paul with Waste Management because I even looked back in the contract itself and it is not broken down. I did try to find it there first. I have reached out to Paul, who is our direct contact. He typically gets back to us fairly quick. I emailed him as soon as we got your email, and as soon as I confirmed that it was not in the contract, he will be able to provide us a breakdown of exactly what this $25 compromises to as far as trash, recycling, and bulk. So once we hear back from him, I will send that response over to you.
And who's Paul?
Paul is with the waste management, the solid waste that goes throughout the district.
The account manager.
Yes, he is the account manager for WTC with Waste Management.
Gotcha. Okay. On this page, scroll up a little bit where it says total amount of bonds authorized by voters.
Mm-hmm.
That's really misleading, Mackenzie, because that amount of bonds was authorized to the builder and the developer of this neighborhood. There were no voters here yet, no residents here yet.
Okay.
That was money issued to the developer.
Okay.
And that's what initially set up the entire MUD.
Okay.
So
it's
really misleading. When I look at that, it implies that somebody voted for that. And truly it wasn't a vote of the people. It was the developer and the builders. They got authorized that amount of bonds to set up this MUD district.
Okay. We will have that
updated. That more clear.
And Linda, if I could comment real briefly on that. When a MUD is established, you're correct, the developer is the only party, the only landowner. But there is actually an election, there are actual voters. They are typically people that are brought into the district by the developer. So there is technically an election. You're correct, it's not by residents per se that come in later.
It's
But there
not by
is-
the people who actually pay those bonds.
Correct. But,
That's what I meant.
Yeah, so when it's not authorized by the current residents, but there was an election. So there
True
was
that.
technically at least one voter that approved it.
Right. It would be, I think, and not that anybody looks at this, but if my goal is that people will start looking at this information, and I don't want anyone to be misled to think that there were actually residents, property owners who actually voted for these bonds, because that's really not the case.
And that's fine because this is not a legal document, so I'm fine with that.
Mackenzie, scroll up just a little bit more to the bottom. Here we go. I don't know what happened on the 2019, but the formatting of tax rate, debt services, and operations and maintenance is off for some reason.
It looks like there was the format did not compute
Follow.
properly. We
Yeah,
will
that
have
happens
it.
on my
We will
spreadsheet
have it
all the time.
updated. Yes.
What
we will
about
get that
with the
updated.
next row though? Where's the next row for
And we
20?
need to add 2020. Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Catherine.
Honestly, I want to say it is in here, but it gets cut off. So I will make sure that we drop off. Well, really,
You need to
we'll have
pay.
to make. We'll have to make it either on the next page, or we can bring some of this font up here down a size, and so it can still be on one page, because this report is already long enough, if I'm being honest.
Yes, it is. Or just take some of your bolding off.
Yeah, we could do that too. We'll get it formatted so that 2020 will show up.
Okay. Okay, I think that's good for your report. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, Michael, it's all yours. Do you want to share?
Sure. All right. So let me pull up the financials. I think I've got it. Okay. All right, so this is the new format of the financials. We've transitioned over into the new software. And so some things will look different, has mostly the same information, has some additional information. One thing that's changed is right here on the first page. It probably looks exactly the same Infomark logo, but instead of saying water infrastructure services, now it says infrastructure management services, because now I'm wearing a hat from a different division within Infomark. So nothing's really changing for you all that you'll see, except that I'm being paid by a different department. And, that's their, their name. So, and the upside for y'all is that I now have a full support staff to pull through and, back check, do a lot of additional work, do a lot of the legwork. So I'm looking forward to that once we get fully transitioned. We're in the middle of pieces of the transition now. So it's stressful, but we're getting there. Worth noting on the calendar, this is a month where there's nothing special going on, reviewing our financials. Behind the scenes, we're preparing all the financials for audit. There's always, we do a full review of every GL code to make sure that everything is properly accounted for. We're trying to do that every month as we go along, but there are always, you need to have a second set of eyes and see if there's something that's, I missed along the way. So we're in that process. Worth noting on the taxes, for at least the first month here in October, you're running better than last year. There's very little we could draw from that, but it's at least a hopeful sign considering that you shortfalled last year and didn't reach the 99% that you always have for decades. So that's at least somewhat hopeful, but again, not particularly instructive yet. We'll need to see where we're at when we get through December and January, when the vast bulk of the tax collections come in. All right, so this is the first page of the new financial report. And this is the balance sheet. And in our prior reporting, we had that later in the report, but the standard report has it here. And this has, instead of a separate page for each fund, shows all three funds together. So this is, a better presentation. There's not much of exceptional note here. We're tracking all of the district's receivables, all of its cash, its other assets, and the district's liabilities. And then this gives you basically the fund balance when we get a little bit lower. So let's get down there. And so these numbers are the fund balances for the general operating fund, the debt service fund, and the capital projects fund. There's nothing there. The only activity in it is some work that has been done for bonds that apparently will not be issued. So we'll need to reclass. That'll be something we'll reclass for the audit if we know that that is not occurring. And so going forward, this district really will just be running on the two funds, general operating fund, which is the one that you set your budget on, that you're doing most of your work in, and then the debt service fund, which is where the tax funds that are earmarked for interest and sinking are allocated and where we make the bond payments out of. So now on to the financials, the P&L itself. This is for the general operating fund. A couple of notes here as we run through this. I'm going to have to apologize in advance that some of the budgets on the income, they're fine, but on some of the expenses, they weren't expertly seasonalized. I reviewed it and approved it. It got entered. And then as I ran the financials here, saw that there were a few items that are not seasonalized the way that I would prefer. One of them is, for example, the payment for your insurance. I should have showed the full budget here in October where the expense hits, and for some reason it's not there. And that's my fault for not catching that when I did the initial review. On our old software, I could easily fix that. The new software is very finicky when it comes to budgets. You need to have nailed it right at first to make adjustments to how you seasonalized your budget, not the budget itself, but how it's allocated across the months is a bit more of a labor. And so I'll be working on that before your next set of financials. Hopefully we can get that resolved. So I apologize in advance for that. Part of that is me not being expert on the new system. And part of that is, I have people working for me who have less knowledge of the district than I have. So when I fail, we fail. So, and I apologize for that. Otherwise, what this is showing is that in terms of revenues, you're doing very well against budget. As I commented, the tax revenues are coming in at a much faster pace than last year. So and that's how we seasonalize this. The prior year is the most predictive from year to year. And so we use that allocation. The fact that you're well ahead of last year's rate means that you're well ahead of budget. And again, this is the small part. We'll see where we're at in December and January to have a real accounting of that. We're well ahead of budget on water revenue, just as we were last year. So that's the two of them more than make up the surplus on revenue.
Hey, Mike, can I interrupt you?
Sure.
Real quick. What is seasonalized? I'm not an accountant.
Oh, sorry. So that's allocating the budget. You guys approve an annual budget, a full amount for the full year. Seasonalizing is me separating that by the 12 months. And some items can be straight lined with straight line, which means, it's an even amount every month across the 12. But some really need to be seasonalized because, the seasons of the year, what happens are different. And MUD is a very good example of where a couple of items that are very true on that. Your two biggest revenue items, water revenue and property tax revenues, are highly seasonal. As we saw on, last month when you were looking at the report for the property taxes, you saw the giant spike in December and January, and then the rest of the year, very low amounts. Well, we need to budget that way, putting the big amounts in the months where they occur. The same thing with water, not as extreme, but the most water revenue that you receive is in the months when people are irrigating heavily. And then in the winter, it's a very low number. Your sewer revenue, wastewater revenue, is relatively flat. And so, that can mostly be straight line. But your water revenue, you definitely see, you can have twice as much water revenue in August as you would in, say, February. And so we try to account for that in our seasonalizations. So that's what that term means, and I'm sorry that I didn't.
No, it's okay. We use a similar term at work, but I just was trying to associate it with what you were saying. So,
yeah,
makes sense.
Okay, So then moving on to the expenses, one of the things that that the new system does is that it kind of groups items a bit more rationally than we had on our prior software. So all the administrative fees are put together, then the operations and maintenance fees are put together. And some of that was true on our prior report, but this is, a much stronger approach in that direction.
Michael, can I ask a question here?
Sure.
Why did you drop the account numbers?
That's we can put those back in. The standard report doesn't include them. But and that was one of the points I want to make about this. If there's anything about this report that you don't like, you'd like to get rid of, or you want to add, just let us know. What my boss believes is that most boards that he was familiar with don't want to see the numbers. That's just confusing to them. They'd rather see the names.
Well,
so that's why it's not in the standard report. But if you want to see the numbers, absolutely, we can make sure that those get added back in. They're part of the data.
I'd like to see both the number and the name. And
Right.
then I would like to see that number used on the invoices so I can put together the bills along with these accounts.
Okay. We'll, I believe that we can amend, I know we can amend this report. I'm pretty sure we can amend the check register report so that it shows the numbers, though it'll be difficult even in landscape to read anything. That's pushing a lot of information in, but there might be some information in that we can drop. In terms of the invoicing, we can, write the coding numbers on the invoices or include a coding sheet attached
That'd be perfect.
that use the numbers.
Yeah, I think you do have some sort of coding sheet that you include as with each invoice that's being paid, don't you?
To answer that question exactly, the answer is on most cases, no. There are cases where I have done that and coded right on the invoice precisely to make it clear what it is. But as a rule, we haven't been doing that. And in most of the invoicing, it hadn't been an issue because they are what they are. The main invoice from your landscaper is landscaping. The accounting invoice, when you get one, will be accounting. So a lot of them, there's not a lot of breakout among them. So what they are is what they are. But we do have several invoices that things have to be broken out, the detail, particularly like the Infomark maintenance invoice each month. That can go to, a dozen different GL codes, depending on what work was done in the district there that needs to be to build to the district. So adding that kind of sheet is certainly something that we can do. I'm not sure, how quick, what exact, whether they have something simple already set up or what we'll need to create a template for. But, we can certainly run a report that shows how every invoice is coded. And like I said, I believe that can be right on the check register, which is probably the easiest access because you want to be able to compare the amount of the invoice versus what you're paying for it.
Well,
but if Linda's asking for it on the invoice itself, then we'll have to work on something so that each invoice shows that instead of on the check register.
Let me give you a real hard example, and then you can figure out a way to make it work through your accounting system. In tonight's billing packet is an invoice from Bickerstaff and Heath. Most of their work was for open records, but they did bill hours to look at Lewis's legal problem with the Ethics Commission. So you reported the whole thing as open records costs when in fact they are not. There is a percentage, a amount of money being paid to this firm that is for legal expenses for Louis Zervigon. That needs to be broken out separately.
Yeah, and previously they had sent a separate invoice for that. So I didn't notice that this time that they had put it all on one invoice. That's interesting. I did not notice that when I ran through it. So.
And that needs to be broken out separately. Those fees need to not be lumped in with other legal services.
Absolutely, I agree, which is why we have a separate GL code for it.
I want to see a resolution matched to the contract for services, the legal, who's ever providing the legal services for him, and then their bills need to match all together. Did I make that clear?
Yes,
Okay,
and
good.
Bill, is that something that the lawyers that you're consulting with will be able to supply us with?
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. I think this particular invoice, there was some activity prior to the separation, so the future bills will be completely separated.
Yeah, and traditionally that's how most legal firms bill. They have separate invoices for each project or whatever they call their job codes. So yeah, that's why I was not expecting that they had billed for two separate two separate jobs on one. And so that'll definitely be something I'm verifying going forward.
Michael, if you need any help interfacing with the other law firms, just let me know.
Yep. All right. Any more questions on that?
Nope, you're good so far.
Okay. So under the administration fee, so I wanted to comment, we had the $12,594 in insurance to TML, and there's a $15,000 budget. None of it was put into October here, which is where the bulk of it should be. So, you're showing a negative variance when there isn't one. And that's the kind of thing that I was commenting about the seasonalization that, that should have been done. I should have made sure that that was in the correct month, but apparently I did not. So, okay, so moving on. Another example of that is the meeting expense of 1106. We have a $12,000 budget. There should be 1,000 in each month. So the variance would be 106 instead of 1106. And apparently that was another one that I did not catch when I did my initial review of the budget seasonalization.
I didn't see a bill for that, Michael. I didn't see a bill for a meeting expense.
Well, I was wondering what is the meeting expense?
That's going to be a terminology issue. That's one of the things we're working through here is that I believe that's the invoice, and it is. I don't have to say I believe. That's the invoice for the televising of the meeting.
Got it. Okay, that's.
And I forgot the vendor's name, but I'm sure you know, Catherine.
Touchstone.
Touchstone. That's correct. That's the Touchstone invoice.
Got it.
And so when that transitioned over from one set of GL coding and names on one system to the new one, this is what it came across as. And that's one of the things that we'll be working through is making that name be more descriptive of what it actually is.
Got it. Okay.
So, all right. And then we get to the operations and maintenance expenses. And this is showing that we're running a bit over budget for the month. And most of that is the bulk water purchases. Again, it's 10.2 is more than the 8.5, and that's because your water revenue was well above. So it's not surprising that your purchases are above, but your purchases are above much less than the revenue was above. So you're still net positive on that. The next section is the system maintenance. And
wait, stop, go back.
Yeah.
Go up.
Go up from here.
Wait, hold on right there. Wait. Wasn't there where is it where there, Catherine, where is the plantings for the corners?
Oh, I think that is under.
That's lower down.
Yeah, not something not to exceed.
Oh, it's not in system maintenance. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's further down. Yeah.
Yeah, and on the not to exceed, I didn't include that this month because there wasn't any activity that hit that this month. But I'll be updating that as we go forward. Okay, so on the system maintenance showing that we're well under budget, and that's typical. The problem with these kind of items is that, when they happen, but they don't happen every month. And so we seasonalized the budget, we straight lined it because we really don't know when it's going to happen. So it's telling you, hey, you're way above budget. But if you suddenly do a big ticket item, you'll come back. I haven't found a good solution for that. What we actually did on the prior system was that we would put that full budget in the last month, and then as stuff came up, we would pull it forward so you were matching. And then at the end of the year, you would generally be well under budget on those items. This way is showing where you're at as you go along. Is that better? I don't know, but like I said, I don't think that there's a best way for that. Because in the end, it would require that I would need to know in advance when projects are going to happen, and we don't. So
what does R&M mean?
That means repairs and maintenance.
Repairs and
yes,
maintenance.
Yeah, and so there's some terminology on this. There's a shorthand that they use, and so repairs and maintenance, R&M, and you'll see you have a lot of different repair and maintenance items, and so you're going to see a lot of those. Instead of where we would have it on the past, it would be pond maintenance. Now it's R&M ponds. So there's some terminology change, but other than that, it's not. The GL codes are really they literally came from your budget and from the activity that you had last year. So it's a one-for-one correspondence, even though they look different and are named different. And again, if some of these names really bother you, we can definitely create better terminology, more descriptive terminology if you want. Again, this is a data dump from all the information is in a series of a database and linked spreadsheets, and get dumped into a spreadsheet. For example, that's what this is. And so we can change the formatting, we can change the names. They're not bound. That's just these are the faults that were set up originally. So like I said, feel free to review this at your leisure, and if you have proposals on better terminology, I will be happy to shoot them up the chain and get them implemented. And then we didn't have much in park. Most of the park expenses, Astro Park was the one exception. And so that is well over budget for a month, but that was pretty much a one-off series of repairs. The rest of the parks are under budget.
What's that? In Astro Park?
Trying to remember that off the top of my head. I believe that
it couldn't have been the gate, because I know I sent something about the gate, but that's not what this
what
is.
I remember about it is that there were a series of invoices, smaller ones that added up to that total. I can't recall off the top of my head exactly what it is, but it was an Infomark. I'm pretty sure it was on the Infomark maintenance invoice, so I can take a walk in the wild side here and see if I can find that.
See, I think that's what I'm trying to say, Michael, is it would be so much easier for me to review this stuff if I could link things back to your report.
Mm-hmm. Well, one, I do want to comment that you're not going to ever be able to link directly from the check register to the financials, because the check register is a cash basis of what's happening, what you're paying at this board meeting, but the invoices on them, we're in a modified accrual accounting system, so they need to be expensed in the month where the activity occurred. So part of what you're paying here is October expenses, and some of them on the check register are November expenses. And so you're not going to have that one-for-one correspondence between the expenses on the P&L and the cash, the check total, because they're on two different timescales. Because again, we are obligated to do our reporting in a modified accrual status, not on a cash basis. So, but the check register is a cash report, and so it's on that timescale. if that's what you're looking for, then yeah, we're all going to be disappointed because that is not what this is. But in terms of, the detail for every bit of it, that's here. And it's worth actually, when I stated before that the check register didn't have the numbers, I was actually wrong. It does have the GL numbers. It has the names and the GL numbers on them. So if you're interested in looking at that, but again, you can't tie that back to the financials until the financials have the GL number. So I see your point on that, and we will, in the next version, get that in and try to see, I might have to format the report landscape then to have a little more space, or it'll shrink the numbers. Right now, these numbers I think are a little big. They're big for me, but I'm not sure they're big for everyone else. So, shrinking them, I'm sure some people might object. So we might have to go landscape to get the GL codes in on the left, which is probably where they would go. But yeah, I agree with you. I prefer to have them there. It just makes it easier.
Fine. It looks really good, on our Zoom meeting. So don't make it smaller.
Okay.
And to answer Linda's question about what happened in Astropath, there was actually an excavate and a repair of the sanitary sewer line that had to happen, which required a backhoe and a crew to make this repair. There was roots found in not only the 6-inch stack, but also the 6-inch Y. And they had to go in and remove these roots and also replace the stack. And then the additional amount, which is like $100, was from them having to go back out to put some sod down on that.
Why is that being charged to parks and not being charged to maintenance?
Well, it's maintenance on the parks, but that's a very good question about whether it should be a park expense or an expense, somewhere else. You have quite a lot of different maintenance and repair codes. And so, that's worth asking the question about whether it should be put there. And that was where I thought it should go, but I am happy to, code things, in a different way. But I would need to know what particular GL code that kind of repair would need to go to instead of to the park where it occurred. So that's actually the question.
How do you code those kind of maintenance repairs when it happens in the street?
If it were a water leak, that would go to water maintenance. If it were a sewer issue, it would be going to the sewer maintenance.
Did McKenzie say that was a sewer issue in the line at Astor Park?
It was a sanitary sewer issue.
Same difference. So that's where you would code it. It's not a park repair, it's a sewer repair.
And that is, if that's the case, then I'll be reclassing that. And I agree.
Catherine, is that the case?
I have no idea. In my mind, it's all about how we want to organize the budget.
Well, Catherine, it'd be a shame to lose $2,842 of park money when it should be billed to sewer money.
Well, I don't perceive us as losing $2,800 in park money. It's because it's maintenance, and the
not maintenance of the park, Catherine. It's not maintenance of the park.
Okay.
And if we're trying to build a plan for the future, we want to know that we did that sewer repair, that sewer line repair at this time of the year, and we paid that much money for it. That's important to know.
So
we want it coded properly to R&M sewer, if that's what it is, so that we can properly budget and have a clear history of what actually occurred, which is what we're trying to do here. And so in this case, I misread that work order, misinterpreted it, thought that it was a repair for something in the park itself as opposed to the sewer system.
Oh, okay.
And so, and that's she's right. That's a coding issue. That's exactly what we're trying to do. So,
what I'm interested in understanding is what happen that indicated that there was an issue and then you sent somebody out there?
And that would be a
So-
Mackenzie question.
Yeah.
I don't have that offhand. I'd have to get with customer service if this was reported via customer service or if this was something that was noticed by your maintenance tech, which I want to say it was not because that would have come to me and that was not reported to me. This is also something that can come from just anyone in the district noticing it. So we don't always just have your tech in the district. For instance, when we do have crews working in the district, they do notice these things. So this, I'd have to get with customer service to find out if this came through a customer service call, if we noticed some backups in the area or what. I don't have that answer for you offhand, but
Okay. I'm about to sneeze here, but hold on. Are we talking about that there was like a great big mud puddle that somebody reported in the park? Is that?
I want to say that that's what this is, because looking at this work order, it says that it was called in, but it doesn't, we don't put a lot of details from that because this is the work order. So this is for what work was done. I'd have to get with customer service to find out if this is called in by a customer.
Okay.
In the district that
So-
happened to notice something.
Okay, so this was what we think happened here was that there was some sort of clean water leak is what we're saying, not a dirty water leak.
Correct. So sanitary sewer is the sewer system that collects rainwater.
Oh, got it.
So it's not a standard sewer system. So it's not gross, dirty water, but it is the sewer system that collects rainwater.
Okay.
No, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right.
That's exactly what the sanitary sewer system is, as opposed to the other sewer system, which is for the refuge that comes through people's toilets. Those two are separate things.
And then there's the
They're
storm.
both called sewers, and in that point they're the same, but they don't
So,
interact.
Yes, you are correct, Linda. Storm sewer system goes hand
Yeah, that's
in
what I
hand
meant to
with
say. Storm sewer, not sanitary sewer.
sewer system. They are
There
just
you go.
referred to
There
as
you
the
go.
They are
There you go.
referred to-
Sorry.
Sanitary sewer is really where your toilets are going.
Right. Sorry. You got me exactly right. I was referring to the storm sewer, but that's exactly what it is. But yeah, using the wrong term. So yes, but they are two separate things. And in either case, I think we've determined that they're not repairs and maintenance for Astor Park itself, even though that's where the maintenance occurred. Right. And so I'll be absolutely happy to reclass that where it needs to go, particularly because it blew the budget for the entire year for that park. So I'll be happy to put it where it belongs.
Okay.
And put it back in the cap. Don't forget to put it back to the cap.
All right. So then not much else to say on the parks. Most of them came in under budget. And again, that's because we're straight lining the repairs and maintenance. They happen when they happen. So it's hard to predict what month they're going to occur in. And then we get down to the capital projects, park improvements, and what was that, 21,041?
What happened for $21,000?
Yeah, that was one of the things that I was going to ask. It's like, what happened there? I
That
don't remember
was-
anything happening.
I couldn't find an invoice for it either.
Well, that's because that was an invoice that came in. Yeah, I think that's something that we paid last month. That's why I didn't see it this month either. I can go take a look at that. Give me a bit here as I pop up the new accounting software. I can pop up that GL code and take a look at the detail. But I'm pretty sure that was something that got paid at last board meeting. It was work that had already been approved and already done. And so it's in October. It was October work that got paid at the October board meeting. But let's see, make sure I'm in the right district here.
Michael, I think you're referring to the tennis court benches, which was from TF Harper. And that was an invoice or a check that was voided at the Bills and Invoices meeting yesterday because it dawned on both of us that it had already been paid, but it had been paid off of the quoted amount. And then we received an invoice, which is why it got brought back up again, but it did not get paid again.
There you go. Okay, now I remember the whole thing on this because I caught the fact that this invoice that we'd paid off the quote, we got the invoice in, I'd caught the fact that, that it was coming through the system again, and, made sure not to get it paid. And then somehow it came back through the system on me. And I didn't realize that until we got back to until we were at the B&I committee when I saw it. And I was like, wait a minute, I thought we fixed this. So that's why we pulled that one. But it was already on the financials at that point, and we didn't rerun the financials. We'd already closed the month. So that's what that was. Yeah.
Another thing to notate, Linda, because you'd said you didn't see an invoice for it. With park improvements, that's a pretty broad term. So this could be several things that we did that were in the budget. And I personally can't tell you exactly what is in there. I do know that 5,000 and some change of that is from that TF Harper invoice. And we did have a few other things that have recently been completed that were all budgeted items. But just so you know, there probably will never be an invoice for the exact amount for park improvements. It's going to be a culmination of a few invoices typically that would apply to that.
Okay, so I'm pulling up the 21041, and survey says, okay, let's see if I can get this on my screen so I can actually read it. Right, it's $39.50 for tennis court benches. What are the dates on these?
Well, you still got $70,000.
We have a lot of things to do this year, Catherine. Don't you remember?
No. What I'm saying is you spent 21.
Oh, okay. There's 8,000 for the from M&C Electric for the AMW fans from last month.
Okay.
There is $58.60 for M&C Electric for the AMW well lights at entrance.
Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then the $39.50 for the tennis court.
Does that add up to 21? Okay.
Well, no, the 21, I'm trying to see, because that does not total 21, by the way.
No, it's a little short.
Yep. Oh, well, then the second 39.50, which was the duplicate. So
the TF Harper invoice for the tennis court benches that got caught yesterday at the
right.
bills and invoices.
And because it's in the first one is in under the quote number because we didn't have the invoice yet, and then the second one's in under the invoice, which is one of the reasons that it didn't get caught in our normal review. Again, I had caught it because I looked at it and I knew it was the same amount and I knew that it was a full payment, but somehow I must have passed it on to my AP staff. And then when I was approving the AP, didn't notice it at that point that I had already said not to pay this. And so when I was approving the 187 pages of invoices, I missed that one again, even though I had literally gotten with Mackenzie and we had gone around on this circle and realized, hey, this has already been paid. And so I, was, okay, well, let's not pay it. And then, a week or 2 weeks later, when I was processing, I did not catch it again. So that was totally on me. But we caught it at the BI committee.
It doesn't add up, Michael. It doesn't add up. You're 719 over.
This is Christy. I'd like to make a recommendation. I think something that may help Linda and everybody else is if you run a GL detail. And you have a GL detail in the board packet, that's going to help you determine what goes where and answer a lot of these questions prior to the board meeting.
Well, am I correct in that we didn't pay TF Harper twice?
Right, we almost did. We caught it at the B&I committee so that we wouldn't.
And we didn't issue the check to be signed. We didn't even give the check over for signature.
But it got caught in the accrual.
Correct.
Right. It's sitting on the financials and needs to be voided off.
Okay. So I guess we're gonna have to. Okay. So what we're saying here is that this financial doesn't actually match what was approved to pay.
Right.
Okay.
Right. There's an additional expense on it that needs to come off.
Okay. But Belinda, you were saying the sum of the
Catherine,
parts that
can I-
he
Sorry,
said.
can I say something real quick?
No, she
No,
cannot. Catherine.
no, you can't.
Cannot.
I'm sorry. But Linda, what I was hearing you say is that the sum of the parts are still not adding up to the whole.
It's $719 over 21,041. So
Okay, the 21,041 is composed of the following numbers.
Okay.
And it's straight off of the GL detail.
go.
If I can pull it up, hang on, let me get to the right
Got it.
page. 3,590.50 for the payment to TF, 8,000 M&C Electric for AMW fan, 5860 to M&C Electric for the AMW well lights, and then the duplicate 3590.50.
Now it adds up. But see, I wrote 3950 instead of
Yeah,
30.
and I may have, done a little dyslexia, verbal dyslexia on that, just as I just did now.
Now
So,
it works. Now
Okay.
it works.
Okay.
so that's what that's composed of. So we can lower it by the 3590.50, and that's the actual amount of park improvements for the month.
Okay. Okay.
And as I stated, all of those items were actually items that got approved and paid at the prior board meeting. So that's why they weren't sitting here on this group of checks, and why they weren't in the invoices that back up to the checks that are being paid here. So,
Okay.
I feel
so we'll
better.
get that corrected. And I'll have the updated, not to exceed report for you next month. All right, and then here's something that we hadn't been presenting in the past, and I'll also explain the reason why. The debt service fund P&L. Well, first, as you can see, there's no budget. You don't budget the debt service P&L. The funds that come into it are all earmarked for one purpose, which is to make your bond payments. So there's really no reason to budget it. The allocation, how much the tax rate that you set was determined by your financial advisor in order to have sufficient funds and a sufficient reserve as required by the TCEQ and all the relevant agencies in order to service your debt, your bond debt. So, we traditionally, we had not been reporting that, but the standard report here does have it. And so it's here. If you don't want to see it, just let us know and I'll find a way to not include it. But what it shows is that you've received over $12,000 in property taxes on debt service itself, and then some interest. Also, some of the people who paid the taxes, 311 of what got paid in taxes was penalties and interest on their late payments, because anything, some of the payments this month, some of that 12,000 was from prior years. And we expect to see quite a lot of that as people who, as you know, you shortfalled last year. You have a larger amount of old tax debt out there. And as people begin paying that, they'll be paying penalties and interest on top of it. So the district will not only get the money that it expected to get, it will get more from the penalties and interest. Unfortunately, it didn't have the money earlier when it was expecting to. Okay. And now let's grow this a little because this is kind of smallish. Maybe one more. That might be too many.
That's too many.
Yeah, well, are the numbers, this is still too small for the numbers or not?
No, we can see it
You
perfectly.
can see it? Okay, good. This is the true up on last fiscal year for the maintenance cap tracking. And you can see that Infomark was billing you on this R&M in the center, the R&M cap line, set amounts each month. And then in the yellow line, expenses were coming in that were cap expenses, and we were tracking those. And we had the one big glitch in April and May where the water meters were put on the cap, shouldn't have been, and we had to reverse it out the next month. But the net effect is that on the bottom line here, if it's a positive number, then Infomark will need to cut a check to the district. If it's a negative number, then the district will need to cut a check to Infomark. because the amount that we were billing each month was exceeded by the amount of actual work, additional work that we did for the district under the cap. And so through September, we were at the district owing $6,800. As is traditional, part of the operation is that we do a final true up, making sure that we've captured everything for the fiscal year in it. As we need to do for the audit anyway, all FY20 expenses need to be reported in FY20, even if the invoices don't show up until a month or two or more later. That is incumbent upon us, and the auditors check it to make sure that any expenses that hit the district are recorded in the proper fiscal year. And so there was 2015-14 in what I believe is the final adjustment. There was also an adjustment in terms of the accrual to even it out. And so the district owes Infomark $9,148.04. And Christy, I just want to be sure, is this absolutely final? I didn't prepare a check for it. I just wanted to be 100% sure. I felt that Infomark could wait a month and that we could process this next month, but I wanted to present this first. So is this the final? Do we know? If you're still there. All right. So
to my best knowledge, Michael, that is the final. We made
yeah, and that's what I was told, but yeah, I decided
we made sure with AR that all of everything up to the end of September was included.
Okay.
There you go. Sorry, I had a little mic difficulties. My phone switched over to the car, but yes, I believe that's probably going to be the final number. We're going to do one final scrub, and we'll send that over. So the final will come in at the next month's meeting.
Okay, good. So I'm glad that I held off on cutting a check for this. I thought that was prudent, and so that seems to be confirmed that at least this may be the number, but we'll take one final look to make sure. Okay, so expect that next month there we'll have a final version of this, and the district will need to be cutting an additional check to Infomark for this cap overage.
Hey, Michael?
Yes.
For August, was that 55,000 for the meters? Is that the purchase of the inventory for meters in August? I'm trying to remember.
In August, okay.
Yes,
I can pull that up.
Michael, hold on a second. I'm going to break in. You mentioned that the 186 that was
No, I'm talking about August.
Yes, but I'm going to make a correction here. Michael mentioned that the 186 was for meters. That's incorrect. The 186 was for the collection televising.
Oh, that's right.
Which we backed out.
That's
and
right.
Yes, you're right. The meters is the 50 plus thousand.
Yeah, I didn't want to doubt Michael, but I thought, wait a minute, I thought that was for the for the
yeah, sorry, my memory is not perfect.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
But I can look up that, hopefully. I can look up that 55 for you if that's what you want, Art.
No, I'm pretty sure it's for the meters. I
Okay,
remember that.
yeah, and that sounds correct to me. So I will defer. Okay, so let's move on to the new fiscal year. Nothing has been billed to the cap here in October. But we do have the R&M cap amount that was on the Infomark invoice. So you're paying that. So at this point, the district will owe Infomark. Obviously, we've got a full year to go. So that number is not particularly helpful, but have it in the packet, just so you can continue to track it each month and we can see where we're at. All right, so the cash report. Okay, so not much to say about this. The district has over 400,000 in the operating fund, a portion of which is its investments, has 337,000 some in debt service. Worth noting that the next bond payment that's due March 1st is for only $13,635. That's just interest. That's the small payment. The big principal payment is 6 months later. But obviously the district is already in position to make that bond payment, plus have 324,000 in reserve in debt service, without having any of the big tax collections coming in yet in December and January. So your FA makes sure that we have a sufficient reserve to go forward as is required, and the district is in perfect shape to fulfill its legal responsibilities to make its bond payments in a timely manner.
Michael, take a breath. Take a breath.
Okay.
Can we pay bonds off early without a penalty?
That's a question for your FA. The answer is it depends. There are early calls and the like, but most of the bonds, there's a period where you're not allowed to do that. And your FA looks at that on a regular basis, knows exactly what's callable and where you're at. Given the fact that you're just a few years away from paying off all the bonds, yeah, I don't know if I've had districts where they were exactly in this position, were very well off in terms of their cash, and that was a smart financial decision to make, to not have to make the final interest payments. But that is a question for your financial advisor. She knows exactly what the status on all of your bonds is.
Thank you. Bill, are you still on the line?
Yes.
Is the arbitrage lady, is that the financial advisor?
No.
No, Chris Lane's your financial advisor.
Okay.
Chris Lane, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to see if that email somebody forwarded today, if that was who it was.
No, the arbitrage service is a whole different group. Chris Lane is your permanent financial advisor, and you're going to be on the investment committee, and there's actually an investment advisor as well. And, her name is Linda. What is her name? Does anybody else know her last name? It's Linda. We can get that to you. We can get the contact information.
Yeah, I'd like to ask some questions.
I'll make a note to get the contact information for both of you.
Thank you.
And speaking about the investments, that's what page we're on, page 14 of the report, showing that you got, a 173 plus in interest earned in the month. That 4.42 rate is terrible historically, but it's really good right now. You're given the financial restrictions that a district has to be in terms of what banks it can do business with and the guidelines that they must obey. This is well above the rates that the banks that are willing to deal with those restrictions are willing to offer. East West Bank right now is offering by far the best rates, and that rate that we're locked in at for the next few months is very good. In terms of what we'll see in April when we're renewing, my guess, my hope is that it will be higher, but there's no guarantee. Certainly, we're still in an unsettled period. First, primarily because of COVID, but also secondarily because of the U.S. election and then the contingent change in government. That unsettles markets quite a bit. So, trying to predict where we'll be in a few months is beyond the scope of my abilities. I cannot predict the future, but the rate that you're locked in at is exceptionally good compared to the alternates. So. The cash balance trend, again, this is the way it always looks, which is that your blue line, which is your operating, has dipped, it tends to dip down at the end of the year before the tax collections come in. And then as December and January come in, it rises up and then you draw it down through the rest of the fiscal year. So you can see exactly the trend here. The green line, which is the debt service, same thing, it grows in December and January, does not decline much because your first bond payment is so small. And then you see the drop as we prepare for the principal bond payment. Again, the key on the blue line is that you want to stay above the black line, which is your reserve that you feel is sufficient for the district. And that's where we're at. So, all right, so the check register. All right, so this is, obviously a different format than what we were presenting before. You can see all the activity since the prior board meeting on the manager's account, which is really just one patrol payroll. They get paid every 2 weeks. So even though there's been almost a month between meetings, there was only one pay period that hit. Sometimes you'll have two, usually you'll have two, sometimes there'll be three just because of the way the calendar falls and the way your meetings fall. But that's what that shows under the manager's account. In the operating account, these are the checks that were for approval this meeting. We have the director per diems first, and then more or less in alphabetical order, although there's some things get added later. The checks to your consultants and the other entities that you're paying. And as this points out, it shows the check number, it shows the invoice number, it shows a brief description of what it's for, it shows the GL code name, and then it shows the actual GL coding. And just to kind of walk through, this is totally getting in the weeds, but the initial 3 digits are a fund number. 001 is your general operating fund. The next 6 digits are the actual GL code. And then the final 5 digits are the org unit. So that's how we group the administrative items together and the repairs and maintenance items together and the various individual park items together is through the org unit. Again, you don't really need to know that, but if you were wondering what is all those numbers, that's what's there. And as we go ahead.
You're missing a number. Prepaid maintenance cap doesn't have that full extension of numbers.
Right, because that is not an expense number. It is an asset number because what you're buying is the asset of the prepaid maintenance cap. Maintenance items don't have an org unit. I mean, sorry, not maintenance items. I'm sorry. Assets do not have an org unit. Org units are only for expenses. And for some reason, this didn't show the fund number, presumably because it doesn't have an org unit. And for some reason that dropped. But that's why you don't see the lead 001. It should be 001-155016 and then nothing because there is no org unit for an asset.
A payment to you.
This is accounting wise treated as an asset. That's what the prepaid maintenance is. You're buying the asset and then it's being relieved by the expenses that are applied to it.
I get it.
Yep. Okay, so moving down, I manually noted that we needed to void the duplicate check to TF Harper. And so that's why I marked it out and put void next to it. And then after all of the regular invoices, we have all the deposit refunds. And those are redacted. And then we had one invoice, the Cedar Park Fire Department, which I got added at the end. The $50,000 that we're paying every month, and that's based off of what is billed to the customers on their water bills. And so that requires, doing the recap, doing that quick calculation of extracting that piece, and then generating the invoice. And I forgot to do that before I had done everything else. So that's why it's trailing everything. And then after that are the ACHs, the auto draft payments for your utilities. Peter and Alice PC, there are multiple different accounts. And then the Time Warner Cable for the internet service at the office. And that gave us a grand total of the $344,606.20, but I netted out the duplicate amount for the one invoice. And so the amount that's actually for approval is $341,015.70.
Okay.
And then we'll come back to that in a second. I just want to also then quickly show the transfers, transferring $88,000 from text pool into the operating account to cover the checks. And it's not the same amount as the checks because this account also has your water payments coming in so that it has a revenue source. And you're net positive on that. So I'm only transferring in the amount that we need, the additional amount we need to cover the checks. And then we have the open records request. And as Linda noted, that 951162 includes the full Bickerstaff invoice. So we'll need to pull out that section and update this and correct it. All right, so rolling back to the total. All right. So any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Do you have any more questions, Linda?
I do, actually. When I looked at the bills, check number 5006 to the Association of Water Board Directors, $25. A park expense, it was a webinar.
Right.
Signed up by Jana on 11/6.
Right. They had, because of the COVID, they ran their
Meeting online.
Yeah,
right.
they ran their meeting online. That's right.
And they charged for it?
Yes, instead of having their in-person, great big.
Which they would have charged a lot more for.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So they so we paid $25 for Jana to attend a meeting after she lost the election.
I don't know when the meeting was. I think it was before the election.
No, it was actually November 6th.
Yep.
According to the invoice, it was November 6th, but
No, I think this took place last month. I think the
invoice does say that it was 11/6.
Oh, okay.
anyways, I just wanted to know, is it in the right spot? Is it billed? I mean, is it coded properly?
Yes, that's where we code those kind of meetings, the conferences. It's kind of a catch can. There's a couple of things that go in there, but primarily that is what's in there when the expense for board members to attend conferences.
Okay, well, the reason I'm asking you that is because on the invoice, it says it is a park expense. If this coding, you can't see me pointing to my monitor, but if that coding is correct, then the check is good and the coding is good. The invoice needs to be fixed.
The reason it says parks on it is because it was a webinar about parks.
Right. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's all. That was there for informational purposes about what the conference was, regarding.
All right.
Yeah.
But the actual expenditure is a, conference expense,
Okay.
554030. So.
And the check to Bickerstaff, I suppose the fee is correct, but the invoicing is incorrect?
It needs.
I'm not sure what you're asking there.
It needs.
Are you saying the allocation of it is? Yeah, because you've already pointed that out. That I'll go back through the invoice and find how much of it was for a separate legal issue, as opposed to the open records request. And we can, I can do a journal entry to move that portion to the correct expense.
Okay. The reason these are checks that I found that did not match, and that's why I'm bringing them to your attention. Check number 5016, it's mileage for Jana to go to the Infomark office for a billing meeting.
Mhm.
I seem to recall there used to be an ethics policy on the website. It's gone. Bill, I need you to send that to me because my understanding was you can't charge for mileage when you're in city.
Yeah.
And our business office is 1000 Lakeline. So if there's business that needs to be done, if I need to look at paper, I expect it to be delivered to Lakeline. Or yeah, that office space, the park. So I don't understand where Jana went for $28.75 for 2 meetings where she was paid $150 to attend each, but she's charging mileage to go. It seems like there's something wrong here.
Art, did you want to make a comment about the fact that our office happens to be convenient for you?
Well, no, but
That's why we've had it there. It's not because we're looking for convenience for us. We'll go anywhere.
Yeah. And I don't charge mileage, but
Art,
I mean,
Art
I
doesn't
don't know.
charge mileage. I don't care where Art goes to look at his bills, to look at the bills. I'm just saying, we don't charge mileage to do this job when we're in city. So if she had to travel to get there, then you need to bring the paper to her. I'm asking that I'm not going to sign that check. I don't agree with that. Bill, if you have some policy that allows that, I need to see it.
Yes, I'm looking at it now, but I'll send you a copy.
Thank you.
I do believe the policy would allow it though, but I'll give you opportunity to review it.
If it's allowed by policy, I will gladly sign that check next month. After I've had a chance to see the policy, and then I want to work on that policy.
Yeah, and that's a project that's pending and will come under your committee with you and Megan because we agreed to look at that policy under bills and invoices.
Okay. All right, check number 5019. Moving on, 5019 to Sage Management. They don't do code enforcement. They do CCR enforcement, totally different thing. They literally pulled open records and charged $80 for 2 hours of work. I'd like to know what records they pulled. Anyone?
I'm assuming, I'm going to make the assumption that this was in response to, correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, an open records request.
Well,
That's correct.
Of course, Catherine, of course.
Yeah,
What records?
I don't know. I don't know the
More
answer.
than likely, when we work through the open records request, we have to coordinate with the various consultants, Herb and Sage, Infomark. And so the costs are probably associated with something that was, I don't have the specifics, but something that was related to open records requests that we had to ask them to participate in.
Right. The district had agreed to reimburse Sage for its additional costs to comply with open records requests that were the direct result of their working for the district. And that's what these reimbursements are for. The district.
Not the $80 on the invoice. Here's what needs to happen. Sage needs to identify what work they did for that fee, not just open records.
Right. Yeah. The $80, they're referencing the two ORRs that they did work on. And so that's for their time on that.
Okay. So that implies that they pulled that information. Why has that information not been sent to the requester? That's over a month old that they charged for this, or almost a month old, I should say. If they pulled information to satisfy an open records request, the PIA law says you deliver that information promptly. If they pulled it last month, that information now exists and you need to release it.
Linda, the way it's been working up to now is Sage would not submit information directly to the requester.
Of course.
It goes through our office. So if there's a delay in it getting to the requester, it's due to the activity at our office, not Sage.
I'm not saying that it's theirs. I'm saying once they've pulled it, the information exists and it should be released to the requester promptly.
Well, it needs to be reviewed as well. So it's not as simple as just releasing it.
It was pulled on the 26th. I'm just saying that's not prompt. So let's move past that. In their reimbursables, they have a request to get reimbursed for $111 from McGinnis and Lockridge for when they almost were going to do some open records, and then the district decided to pay their legal fees. There is no McGinnis Lockridge invoice in these billing documents for $111. There's 3 receipts for $195, but the $111 is not in there.
I can state that I believe you're not looking at it correctly, because there were the 306, which is the amount that was reimbursed to Sage for McGinnis Lockridge is 2 invoices that total to 306. The reason that I'm absolutely 100% certain about that is that they submitted the second invoice, which showed that total, but there was the prior balance that was showing on it, an unpaid balance. And so I had to request to get the prior month's invoice. So they got that to me, and that's attached there as well.
It was not in my scanned package this morning. Mackenzie, go look at what you sent me and look at the invoices, and you will not find one from McGinnis Lockridge for $111. I realize it was a prior balance, but that invoice still needs to be attached to this check, and it's not.
I will definitely look into it. There is a good chance when we have to scan these, we have to stop over.
Sure.
I say we, it's me. We stop
Look,
over
I'm
and
not
over
pointing the
to.
finger. I'm telling you what's missing. Please fix it and we'll move on. And the last one is check number 6176 to Robert. And I can't say his last name. He has logs that show, and I didn't write the date on my notes, but he's claiming a staff meeting for 2 hours, and then he has another log that shows he was patrolling on that same date, same time for 2 hours. He was doing one or the other, but he could not have done both.
Are we talking about up at the top of a patrol, one of the patrol checks? Is that what we're talking about?
On the billing and invoices from the constables, they do they have a little spreadsheet that has the word Severn Trent on it that literally logs their hours. From this hour to this hour, they were in this part of the district. And then they have their own constable log sheet that records the same things. Well, and I know it's just a mistake. It's just a paperwork mistake, but he's literally showing that he's been 2 places on the same date at the same time, and that's not possible. He couldn't have been to a board meeting and patrolling the parks. You can't do both things at once. It's just a paperwork mistake.
Yeah, so we need a correction on the paperwork.
Yes, that's all I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
I bet you it was a patrol and a board meeting, but 2 separate dates. But he's recorded them on the same date, same time.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a mistake in the record for check number 6176. So I'm not signing that one either. And then
so Linda, to answer your question about Sage Management, on page 101 is the invoice of the 178 pages of invoice backup. Page 101 has the copy of the invoice for 111, and page 102 has the copy of the invoice for 195. So it's in the scan because that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a copy of the scan that you were sent. So if you want to go back and walk through them page by page,
I will. I will look at those.
They're there. And like I said, I knew they were there because I had to ask for the second one. So
as soon as you close the screen, I will look.
All right. Where am I? What page am I on? Hang on. I'm trying to get back to that scan to close whatever I'm showing. Here, I'll just hit stop. I'm just going to hit. Well, are we going to, I guess, I think I was on the page. Let me get to that. I was on the page of the bills and invoices, right?
Right. We're looking at the check register.
Yeah. So the question is, getting down to the totals, are we going to have a motion to approve or not?
Well, we need to.
With some adjustment.
Yeah, but I think we've, from a numbers point of view, I think we're okay with the numbers. What we still recognize is that we have to have some documentation cleanup.
Right.
Well, we really can't approve. We can't approve the whole amount without the correct documentation. Isn't that correct?
I think we can approve. I think that we can approve the amount and get the corrected documentation. Am I off base with that, Bill?
Well, in past practice, we have approved bills and requested that the checks be held until the documentation's corrected or whatever the issue is.
Right.
We can
Okay.
do that if the board so desires. That's been done in the past.
Okay, well, I think that that's the reason, and I'm okay doing that because we need to get out, the rest of our activity that we've got to, that we have to get paid. So Linda, are you okay with that? We need to hold the check for Constable Robert. What was the other check that we needed to resolve?
I need to look at the one for Sage Management. Well, if Michael insists that it's on page 101, let that
101 and
go.
102. Yep.
And if I don't find it there, I'll call Michael.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, was there any other check that we felt that we needed to wait for corrected documentation?
Bill, what did you find about the mileage charge? What's in the policy?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's authorized. I just emailed it to you and Megan a second ago. I don't know if you want to take a peek at it. I can read it to you if it'd be faster.
You don't have to read it to me. Give me your legal opinion. Is it legal to pay her mileage?
Yes. Yes, the sentence is pertinent. Well, if you're attending a meeting at 1000 Old Mill, then you can't charge for travel to that location. But then there's the next sentence says, mileage for travel associated with attendance at a committee meeting or board meeting held at a location other than the district office at 1000 Old Mill shall be calculated as though the director started at the district office at 1000 Old Mill, traveled to the meeting location and back to the district office, or the actual mileage, whichever is less. So it is authorized. It's calculated from the district office as being the maximum.
Okay.
So which one else are we missing? That one's verified.
So I think it's just the correction of the documentation for the constable.
Yeah, that's the one.
So we're going to exclude that
And
amount?
the shine.
Oh, that's right. Right. So the numbers
The
are
updated invoice, corrected
Yeah.
invoice from Shine.
Right.
Yep.
Right. So we're okay with the 341,015.70, but we're going to hold 2 checks.
That sounds fair.
Okay. Does somebody want to make a motion?
Who's the bill and an invoice now?
I make a motion that you pay the bills and hold the check for Robert and Shine until the invoices are corrected.
Okay. I need and include the full amount in your motion.
$341,015.70.
Okay. Megan, you want to second that?
Sure, I'll second that.
Okay.
Did you have a chance to look at the bills, Megan?
I haven't had a chance to look that closely at the bills, no, but I appreciate the detail with which we've gone through this. If I know we've been on this topic for a really long time, but if I could just ask Michael one other thing or make a general statement about this. I agree with the kind of discussion about changing terminology and
Right.
To me, it's about removing jargon, removing words that mean any terms that if we're talking about making this accessible to people other than us, removing terms that have no meaning to people who aren't accountants or, don't
Right.
do their living.
And let me just interject that I definitely on board with that because I do feel that the default terminology has some redundant elements. And so I'll be happy to kind of lead that charge but I would like some guidance from the board, what they really want. That's really the important thing here. That's what we're trying to do is give the board a clear picture of what actually happened. That's what accountants do is try to, determine what actually happened, present it in a legible format. And so you're exactly right that hiding behind jargon does not make stuff clear. And so even if those are the default lines, I'll be happy to clean as much of that up as I can. But like I said, I would need your input and guidance about what you think is misleading, because as an accountant, this is, I live in this, so there's nothing that's misleading to me, in a sense. And so, we can definitely work on that. And particularly like in the payment descriptions, there's a pattern that the AP people use. I don't know if that's always going to be the way that you want to see it. Giving us feedback about those descriptions would be helpful. So not just the GL names, but the payment descriptions. Linda commented about the deed restrictions being coded as, having the name code enforcement. They're coded to management services deed, but they said code enforcement, and she finds that that's misleading. So that's purely a verbiage issue, and I'll have to train my AP people not to put that description. But that's the kind of feedback I'd like to get. So anyone who wants to send me emails about pieces of this that they'd like to change, feel free. Trust me, there's nothing I want to do more than to get these financials so that they're in the format that presents the information in a way that's useful to you and your constituents.
Yeah, because the goal too should be to make the budget accessible to the budget and just our financials accessible to anybody.
Right.
It's pretty impenetrable now for
yeah.
the average person, for me even. I have to work really hard to understand some of this, and so I'd be a good guinea pig. You can test your words out on me.
Absolutely.
But
I totally want that feedback.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to just add quickly is I had sent an email to the board months ago, back when the budgeting process was getting started, and we exchanged a couple emails, but related to using graphics to help tell the financial story. And I know that that's something that I would love to see more of. Even just when you put up a line graph there that shows a trend, it's so much more, so much easier to interpret. And so there are communities across the country and the world that are doing just amazing things with graphics. And I'm sure you would love to nerd out on putting numbers to graphics and visualizing data. And so, I don't know what committee that would be to work on that with you, or if something that I could work
And again, that's one of the things about the new system that we're on, because of the way that all the information gets databased and is interconnected, that we can parse it, pull it out, and put it through into graphs. The real question from my boss Stephen is, well, what do they want to see? Because we can do anything with it. It's data. We can put it in any format that you want. He's not particularly graphically inclined, so that's one of the reasons the default reports don't have a lot of that. But it's definitely a place that we can go to. I have tried my hand at graphics, applying graphics. Yeah, you were right to kind of pin me as a nerd. Well, first, because I am a nerd, but particularly about that piece of it, about how to communicate, financial, numerical information. That is something that I kind of enjoy doing. So if I can, but the problem is I'm not good at, just blue skying that. I would need direction about what you want, and then finding a way to make that happen is more up my alley. I'm very much what's in front of me kind of guy. I'm not the, I'm not a, I'm not left brain. I'm not a graphical person, whatever, however you want to put that. Not an artistic person. Let's put it that way. But in terms of the graphics, as long as it's data rooted in data, that is something that I like. So I'd like to follow up that road if we can. But again, you'll need to be giving me the guidance about what you want to see, because I am blind to that. I didn't get that gene.
Well, first of all, there's amazing software now, thank goodness for, but and certainly not everything in this report is going to lend itself well to that. You know, our check register is probably not going to
Yeah.
thing that we want to visualize every month. But I think that it's about telling a story. So to the extent that we can talk about our budget in terms of, you know, what are our sources of revenue? What are our bills every month? What,
Mhm.
you know, so that somebody, especially once we get around to budgeting season, that's so much more accessible to people that they can have this sort of picture of
Right.
what does our district actually do,
Right.
what we pay for, and where does our money go, because that's going to give people a much better ability to weigh in on those decisions and to have, you know, an informed opinion. So anyway, I just wanted to say that if it's appropriate, I'd be happy to work with you on doing that.
Standing.
Okay, so we've got a second. We've had a lot of discussion. I'm going to go ahead and call the vote on the check register. Linda,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
Beth, Beth, and I vote yes too. Don't know where she went. Okay, let's move on. What's next?
All right. Well, that's the financials. So
Oh,
that's
wait a
my
minute.
piece. I'm done.
Okay,
Unless
wait a
you have any more questions. So
Okay, so the report, are you gonna give us back that report that, you know, shows us, you know, this is where we
the not to
started?
exceeds.
No, the one that says this is where we think we're gonna end up.
Yeah, and that was another one there for 1 month. Yeah, I forgot to mention that because for 1 month it was completely not helpful.
No, of course. I
And
get
so,
that.
but yeah, I have the format set up. I'm ready to, you know, put the data all in it, and starting next month, that'll be back in the report. It was just,
Okay.
I was like having 1 month didn't say anything, so I just
Yeah.
left it off.
I understand, but that is actually one that I actually look at every month, especially
Mhm.
when, you know, the last, as we
Right,
start getting
it tells a
closer.
story. It's telling you know, where the district's at, and so you know, that was not you know, a crazy request that was made by a former board member. It was a spot on request, and like I said, he asked me about it. I'd said, yeah, I've done this on other districts. It's a good report.
Okay.
So yeah, I didn't drop it just because yeah, I didn't like it. It was because, you know, I didn't see any value in it for this 1 month.
Okay.
So,
Okay, agenda item 8.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
I have
yeah.
one thing. I promise it's quick.
Okay.
Mackenzie, maybe you can answer this one. Are you still there?
I am.
Okay. What is being stored at the storage shed for $191 a month? What's in there?
That would be your meter inventory, which is that storage in general is overflowing at this point. Any meter inventory we get, the solar speed signs, and including with your meter inventory can be like pieces that go along with changing out a meter. Tools can be stored there as well, things like that. So that, and we can definitely take you to it. It is full to the brim.
Tell me
You
this,
have
is there no place in the district where you can store something? Where you can
securely, no. Not somewhere
Right.
that you can securely store all of that.
You need to do something like that, Catherine, because $200 a month forever is such a.
So we had actually, not to interrupt either of you ladies, we had actually, when we were reviewing the Hatch Pond things, or the Hatch lift station, had thought about putting in a storage unit within that lift station because there is room to the, I think it's either the right or the left of it, and putting in like a makeshift storage thing. But with that, you're going to want to
We
get.
also, Mackenzie, we had also, Herb had drawn up a proposal about 2 years back for building a storage unit right behind 1000 Old Mill. Remember that,
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes, I do
The
remember that.
cost was going to be over over $250,000. So
Now, I
that's
don't know
why
if it was that much, but it was way cheaper to rent
it
a
was
space.
way high, way high.
Because Herb was doing it and he added engineering fees unnecessarily, probably
No,
over
no, no, no,
design.
no, no. Yeah, because we actually did a big research. It's like, hey, let's just build a storage facility,
Yeah,
and we
because we were
turned
going to
out.
store a useless ATV that we finally got rid of.
Yes, yes. Oh
Man.
yeah.
But that and the meters and everything else that we wanted to store inventory, but the cost was prohibited, so we decided, hey,
It's cheaper.
Back then, the rental cost was only $121, but if you know CubeSmart like I do, they raise the rent every 6 months.
Right, and that's been part of the issue here is that, yeah, they have been rapidly escalating. So Linda's right that it's worth, revisiting because the
Tell me
price
this.
is higher than it was.
Mackenzie, what is the dimensions of that space? What's the square footage of that space?
I'd have to look that up for you. I don't know. I want to say it's 10 by like 13 or 14 maybe. I've been to it and I recently, because when we've been battling some of that solar speed sign mumbo jumbo of trying to figure out how the poles are going to fit on the speed sign. So I wanted to look at them myself. And just going to it to look at those, there's a walkway from the front to the back, and that's all the room you have. I don't even think you can put your elbows up.
I thought it was bigger, Mackenzie. I thought it was 10 by 20.
It could be. I'm not real good with dimensions on guessing, if I'm being honest, but you
Okay.
could be
I
right.
think
But to be fair, it's very full, so it's also hard to tell exactly how big it is with how full it is.
Do me a favor, look at the CubeSmart contract and find out the space that you're renting, what the size is, and then let me know that size.
Will do.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That is the last thing I have about their report.
Okay. Okay. So, agenda item 8, district insurance coverage proposals. Do we have anything?
We do not, but I have an update. So we are working with both the company you suggested as well as one that we have that is used throughout other districts we manage. Both of them have a lot of documentation and application processes that you have to go through, and some of that requires some of legal's help because of the way that they've asked questions and what we need to disclose, what we don't, and things like that. Not that we're trying to hide anything. I just need to make sure I give them everything that they need. Also, there's a document that's been requested by one of them that I do not have. So we're trying to locate this document and figure that out to get that over to them. So that's as far as the update that I have right now, but nothing beyond that.
Okay.
I have questions.
Sure.
Questions.
Mhm.
Bill, this is the municipal league insurance for $12,000 a year.
I believe that's all TML insurance, yes.
Okay, and what are the exclusions on that policy?
I don't know them all offhand. The policy is pretty detailed. We can look at it, and if you have specific questions. You have property coverage. You're going to have directors and officers liability coverage. You're going to have general liability coverage. There's going to be exclusions for each type of coverage in the policy.
Does any insurance cover intentional criminal acts?
I'm not sure. That's part of the reason we're going out for other policies to see what they include and what they don't include.
I want to ask a question of the board. Do we need insurance to cover intentional criminal acts? We all took the same oath.
I don't think that we're looking for coverage to cover intentional criminal acts. I think what we're doing is looking for coverage that is going to protect us for acts within the bounds of our duties.
And they will be covered by the TML insurance. That covers anything you do that's within the scope of your duties and not against the law. And they'll defend you for it too.
Right. Well, they have decided that they're not going to defend us, and we believe that what has happened is totally within the course and scope of a board director. So that's why we are looking for other coverage.
What won't they cover?
I don't know the reasons behind TML's decision not to cover this.
Bill, I'd like to know why they're not covering.
If you're referring to the Ethics Commission complaint, is that what you're
I'll
referring
start
to?
with that one. I'll start
Right.
with that one.
They have an exclusion for administrative proceedings, except for certain agencies. And I don't remember exactly which ones they will cover, but I think one of them is like the IRS. So they have taken the position that the Ethics Commission is explicitly excluded from the coverage.
Because it's an administrative proceeding?
It's one of the administrative proceedings that they exclude from their
So
coverage.
if TML won't cover it, why are we hiring a legal staff to cover it for Lewis's defense? He admits he's guilty.
Yeah.
We don't know.
All I can say to that is, first of all, there's been no admission of guilt as far as violation of any state law or regulation. The resolution adopted states the reasons that the board set forth for paying the expenses, and that's all I can tell you.
I know, and number 2 on the resolution says, although he admits to doing it, he says he did it for the good of the community. That's what it says in the resolution.
There's a difference between admitting that the act occurred, whatever occurred, versus whether that's truly a violation. That's subject to interpretation.
I see. I see.
And that's the process that will be followed at the Ethics Commission.
True. So I have a question. So if it comes back, as I suspect that it will, that he is guilty of what he is being charged of doing, and that he did interfere in this election, and he did prevent David Flores from having a seat on this board by what he did, are we going to ask that he pay back his legal defense? Because I don't want to pay for anything he did that he's going to be found, if he is found guilty of doing it.
Okay, well, first of all, I have to disagree with your characterization of what he could be found guilty of, because the Ethics Commission explicitly said that interference with an election is not in their jurisdiction. So the allegation is that he created some sort of political advertising. That's the allegation. And so.
And it's still up on Facebook, and it's bearing the MUD's logo.
So that's, I don't have any knowledge of that, and I don't know that that's relevant to the case. I don't think the board is going to reverse its resolution after the fact and not pay the cost.
Can they make a new resolution? Can we make a new resolution after the fact?
The board has the power to amend resolutions, and we'd have to look at whether there was reliance on it by the party that was benefited as to whether going forward. I don't know the exact answer, Linda. And some of these issues are a little more complicated,
right?
Being portrayed, today, and some of them actually involve legal issues that I don't want to discuss in open session.
Okay.
Now that you're on the board, there'll be certain matters that you'll be privy to that you weren't privy to before, and not universally, but some.
Right.
And so that it really takes more detailed discussion than what we can have tonight.
Then just tell me this, do you think I'm going to change my mind when I have more details?
Well, I don't want to give a glib answer or flippant answer, but now that you're on the board, there may be things that you're involved in that you would want to be defended against, even though somebody might accuse you of wrongdoing. You might not agree it's wrongdoing, but you would like your legal defense paid if it's in the course of your duties. So I think that time will tell whether you would change your mind or not. I know you're very committed to your opinion, so perhaps not on this one, but it is different when you're serving on the board. Yes, you get a per diem, but you're basically a volunteer, and to take on liability that somebody would sue you or create a legal expense when you thought you were acting in good faith and part of your duties is something that every director is concerned with.
I'll save it for another time.
Okay, agenda item 9, prior and pending open records requests.
So in your packet, we put our spreadsheet that we've been maintaining. We still do have a number, basically we have 11 requests pending, ones in litigation at the courthouse. And one we just received today. We received an additional one today. 3 requests were responded to during this last cycle, and I would have expected more progress, but it didn't happen, and we'll continue to work on them.
There is a mistake in your spreadsheet. You've got me showing me as a requester on one of your requests, and it's not me.
Okay, can you tell me which one?
I could if you could bring it up and show it to me.
Sure, hold on. Here's one.
While he's pulling that up, I just wanted to let you guys know, I guess I was more certain on my dimensions. It is a 10 by 15 storage unit.
Thank you, Mackenzie. That was so fast.
Spin it. All right, can everyone see the charts?
Nope.
I'm looking at an email.
Me too.
Shoot. Now, can you see the meeting invite?
Yes.
I think that's what we're looking at.
Yes, I think we're looking at, it says second
Now,
update.
can you see the chart?
No.
Well, it looks like it's still opening, I'll bet.
Yeah, it's spinning.
Yeah.
The blue circle of death.
Sometimes this gives me a problem. Let's see if it comes up.
You may have to unshare altogether and reshare.
Yeah.
That's usually what my Zoom makes me do.
All right. So I'm going to this. Can you see it now?
You're starting.
There
There we
Yay.
go.
There it is.
Sorry for the delay. This is our chart. So Linda, which one of these has a typo in it?
Can you slide up? Let me see the ones you're claiming are done.
These 2.
Okay, no, go the other direction.
One on the bottom is in litigation. That's the old one on the annexation report.
Oh yeah, I'll take that report now. I'm not a party to that lawsuit, so I'll look at that report now.
And I'll look at it, see if we can. So we have only 2
Check
listed.
4244 to Sage Management. That's not me. My husband asked for that.
Number 3 on my chart.
I believe so, yeah.
All right. What about the one above it? Same thing?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I will correct that.
So what came in today?
We have a request from Rose Green for 4 items. So it just came in. We haven't even really reviewed it.
Okay.
All right.
I want to know, Bill, I want to know how much money since December 31st of 2018 has been spent on legal fees for that open records request that the AG said you were supposed to, or not you personally, that was supposed to be released and was not. It's been in litigation now. It's actually going to trial in January, I think the 21st. The AG notified me, I think it was the 21st. So I want to know how much money has been spent on that one obsolete report about annexation after the laws had changed, making it impossible for involuntary annexation. There's going to be a chunk of money to withhold that report. I want to know how much has been spent.
From which date to which date?
12/31/2018 to present. Who's handling that? Is that Bickerstaff doing that one?
Yes.
How much money have we spent to withhold that public information? That's the question.
Okay. Well, I'm sure we can put that together for you.
Thank
Right. Any other questions?
Not on that. Thank you.
No.
All right,
Did you
let
need
me stop sharing this thing.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Okay.
What number are we on, Catherine?
Number 10, agenda item number 10, district rate order. I don't think we have anything on the district rate order tonight, Bill.
I'm not aware of anything.
Okay, committees, agenda item 11, report from the Parks Committee. And I'm trying to think if there's anything.
There is. We need to talk about the district plantings along the district wall with Tyler Ham.
Yes.
Who is graciously still here, I think. Oh, no. He's gone now. He was here a little while ago. But I did tell him that whatever we discussed, I would let him know via email tomorrow morning. So that is something I think Megan wants to talk about that as well. And I did let Bill know just today, though, not very much of a heads up, that we would be talking about it tonight.
Okay, so hey, do you have the pictures?
I can pull it up. Give me just a second.
Yes.
You should be able to see them now.
Well, it helps if I put my. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what we're looking at is we have a resident who lives. What is he on the corner of Old Mill?
It's 1910 in Lobelia. It's the corner of that, and I think
Lobelia and El Salito, right?
Oh, yes, it's El Salito.
Yeah. And so he took it upon himself to landscape this dead space because it and I'm assuming his property is on the other side of that wall, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So he did a really nice job of landscaping, and the question has been raised, was he able to do that? And I'm gonna throw this over the wall back to Megan, because you started asking a question about, okay, whose right of way did he landscape in? I think, how is this different from the other side of the sidewalk on the boulevard?
Yeah. I learned the other day that these strips of land that are between residences and the street that are right of way are lovingly referred to as hell strips, which I think is can be an appropriate term sometimes for the way that they look, as in that top photo. And so I guess Bill, the legal question I have is, what is the difference between somebody landscaping next to the wall here like this versus landscaping in the strip of land that's between the street and the sidewalk for areas of the district that have those? Is there any legal difference in terms of residents' rights or ability to landscape those?
Well, let me ask a couple of questions, maybe Mackenzie can answer. Is this an area that's maintained by the district?
Yes, currently it is. So this is along the district wall, which I believe the district had gotten rights to put the wall on there. I don't know the extent of those.
Some of the easements for the walls are easements with the property owner, unless the wall's in the right of way. If it's in the right of way, we have a license agreement for it. Which street are we looking at?
It's 1910 Lobelia, and it's the corner of that street leading up to El Salito. So it's the intersection of Lobelia and El Salito.
Okay, but this piece of right of way is on Lobelia, not.
It's on, no, this is actually on El Salito.
Okay, so on El Salito, we have a right-of-way right-of-way license agreement from Williamson County to maintain the area, to have a wall and also to maintain the landscaping there. The owner does not have a license agreement and probably wouldn't seek one to put anything in the right-of-way. So in this particular area, what we're faced with is because we have a license agreement and we're maintaining it, we're really in charge of anything that would interfere with our maintenance. So this person's put some improvements or making some changes. Maybe everybody thinks it looks good. It's gonna fall on the district to maintain it if we leave it. And then you have a uniformity issue. Is do we want everyone to have the ability to do this kind of thing, and how would we control it? But this is different than a right-of-way where we don't have a license agreement, which just might be county right-of-way, and owners have planted things in the strip, even the strip between the sidewalk and the street over the years, and sometimes that causes problems. They don't have permission to do those things, but it's really, that would be a county issue unless we had a license agreement. So when I look at this photo, I see an area that probably is the right-of-way, public right-of-way, that the owner doesn't have a right to install improvements, but the district does have a right to install landscaping in the wall and so forth. So they'd have to act with our permission if they wanted to put something in there, and then we'd be responsible for maintaining it.
Okay, so the question I have is the hell strip, as Megan called it, on the other side of the sidewalk. Who does that belong to? Does that belong to the man, to the same property owner?
You're talking on the street side of the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be clearly public right away. It's not.
No, that's not what I asked. I said, because the expectation.
Sunscape mows it. Sunscape mows it.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, well, Catherine, there's a difference between ownership, because clearly it's public right away owned by the county. And then we have a right to maintain it, which apparently we do under a license agreement. But the property owner, the person that owns that house behind that wall, has no ownership right to that strip.
Okay, because it's on El Salito. If this had been around the corner on Lobelia, that would be different. Am I saying that correctly?
Well, it would be different that we didn't have a license agreement, so we don't control it, but it would be controlled by the county, not the property owner.
Okay.
Now, we know the county has not been very forceful in, going in and asking people to remove things or making them maintain things in the right way, a particular way, but it would be county jurisdiction, not ours.
So who mows that lawn? Does he mow it, or does the county mow it? That strip of
we should be mowing if it's our
We're
license.
mowing it.
Yeah, it's our license area.
We are, okay.
So
that one on El Salito,
yeah. So the
If
issue
it's in front of your house, you mow it. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, there's different declarations, different subdivisions have some responsibility for maintenance, and if it doesn't say, typically the owner's going to mow the right of way that affects their yard. They're going to take care of that, and the county's not going to object to that. But when you're in an area where the district's maintaining, it's a little different. And so I think the issue here is, if the district wants to have a policy of allowing these types of improvements, then we need to have some detailed policy we apply to everyone. And there probably should be some kind of approval process, some kind of determination on how it's going to be maintained. And even, I would think uniformity may be important. Maybe it's not important to the board, but I don't disagree. It looks fairly good right now. I don't know how well it'll be maintained over the years or what it would cost.
This
my
property.
perspective.
Go ahead, Megan.
Well, I was just going to say, I think that it seems, to me, it seems wasteful and silly and counterproductive to, to tell residents that they can't beautify these areas that are sort of in this weird, we're not telling, and I realize it's the county and we don't have a license agreement, but we're not, when I walk down the street and I see landscaping, beautiful landscaping in the strip of land between the sidewalk and the street, I'm like, oh, how lovely. It's beautiful. And it adds character to the district. And, you know, these are people who are doing what good citizens do, which is beautifying and caring for the land that surrounds them. So from my perspective, I don't want to see these residents have to rip this out. And to me, it's a signal that we maybe need to do something as a district to facilitate residents taking the initiative to do stuff like this. And so whatever policy that, whatever we would need to put in place to make sure that we're protecting ourselves and that, you know, all of the legal issues are sorted out, I personally support that approach.
I don't disagree that this looks very nice, but how are you going to feel when the neighbor right next to him, that brown strip of dirt, when they put up, you know, a bunch of pink flamingos, or, you know, you want to paint polka dots on your wall or something, you know?
No, I think
pick something else besides pink flamingos.
I love
pink flamingos.
I would go for it myself, but
that's why that's why Bill, I think, is suggesting there needs to be some sort of policy in place. So, you know,
I agree. And I also think that we're probably not going to encounter that many residents who are going to want to take on a project like this. But I agree with you. I don't think we should discourage it. But what we do need to do is control it and focus it in a way that we're going to be comfortable with.
why not let the district plant in there? Consider it one of your corners, and that way you can control it and you can maintain it, and then you know exactly how it's going to look. The guy who did this is in the audience. This is his yard.
Yeah, I wish that I knew that he had been here, because I would have moved it up on the
It's
agenda.
beautiful. I mean, he did a wonderful job, but if you want that look in the neighborhood, that's your land. You take care of it. That can be your corner projects.
I think that if we're trying to save money and why would we reject residents who want to contribute to the beautification of their own community? We are not by a long shot the only community in the world who is dealing with this precise issue. There is a book called Hell Strip Gardening, all about how to beautify these areas of land that are neglected oftentimes. So if it's a matter of us putting forth all the money to landscape all of these strips of land versus working with community members to contribute to that, I don't know why we would discourage that kind of behavior, because to me that's the heart of civic behavior.
Because you'll want to control it then. You'll want to say what they can plant in there. And if you don't, let's say this guy who did a beautiful job and the guy next to him does nothing. So how does it look in the district when you have some that do and some that don't?
It looks better than none.
Something else to consider in this too is if the person moves out, is this going to be something that they are then made to pick up? And if they don't, is this something we pick up or Sunscapes picks up and charges back to the client?
Or I have a better question, even a better question. Now that he's landscaped it, can my political sign go in there?
I think that that's an absurd.
No, actually not. If he's maintaining it and taking care of it and watering it, it is now his.
No, it's not his. It's still right of way. No one's saying that it becomes his.
Then unequivocally, it should be maintained by the district.
I completely disagree, and
we're going to disagree often, but that's okay.
Okay, but let's how about we just start the process? Because I think where we're going to end up with is, because remember, this is sort of it's an ebb and flow. You know, people move in, people move out, and you know, 3 years from now, this man could move out, and the person who buys his house is not going to be interested in watering it, even though he's, you know, he's put the irrigation in.
He put irrigation in there?
Oh yeah, that's what that black line is. He's put irrigation in.
Oh,
So by
man.
by
Why
the
didn't
term
somebody tell him? Why
So-
didn't somebody tell him?
No, he didn't know. But here's the question. So if you're going to ask those questions, then why don't you ask them of all the people who have landscaped the land between it's the same question. What
No, it
happened?
isn't. No, it isn't, because you're talking about the hill strip between the sidewalk and the street, and that is owned by the property owner. They have the right. It's got a utility easement in there, Megan. It's got a
Not always.
utility.
Not always. It is not always a utility easement. It is often right of way.
No.
Well, my suggestion is that, my recommendation is that there be a policy formulated. We don't know what it would
Yes.
say, but
Yes.
as a correction to the statements, the area between the sidewalk and the street is always going to be public right of way, no matter what. The
Right.
obligation to maintain, that might change, but the ownership is always going to be public right of way.
Right.
That's good.
But it is public right of way with the full authority of the owner of that property planting in there. And the right of way says that if the owner of that right of way needs to get in there to do work, they can tear up that landscaping in that hill strip, and they are not responsible for putting it back.
It's the
Right,
same
but it's not the homeowner that owns it. What you're referring to is the right for utilities and even the county to tear that up if they need to.
What I'm trying to say is it is the right of the owner to plant in there, to landscape in that strip.
not their right.
If you're talking about the homeowner, I would disagree with that.
Well, then why is every single property in this district, and let's look at Lewis's front yard. He's got a huge planter in that hill strip with plants in it, okay? The utility company didn't put that in there.
Correct. That's what I'm saying, is it's not different. If you're asking me questions of this, the same questions relate to anybody who has landscaped the land between the sidewalk and the street.
The difference, Megan, the only difference is that where Lewis has his planter box, that's public right of way owned by PEC, the utility company. This is owned by the MUD.
No, we're talking, all of this is public right of way. It's
But
not
ownership
owned,
of it.
it's not owned by the property owner. It's public right of way.
Right. And the land next to these walls is owned by the MUD. They have ownership over that right of way.
Someone else has ownership of the strip between the sidewalk and the.
Exactly. So if PEC, who owns that public right of way, that hell strip in Lewis's front yard, wants to do work, not that there's any utilities in it, but if there were, they could tear that up and not have to replace it. This land that Mr. Ham has developed is MUD land. They have the authority over this land.
Is
So
it MUD owned, Bill, or is it just
Hold on. A lot of confusion that's coming out right now is the difference between ownership, which is the fee simple ownership, and rights that you might have pursuant to a lease or a public utility easement or some other agreement or license agreement. So when PEC has a right, it's pursuant to a public utility easement. It's not pursuant to ownership. When the district has a right to these areas, it's by a license agreement, it's not by ownership. And I know, Linda, you're probably using the term generally speaking, but when you refer to the homeowner clearly does not have ownership of that street or a legal right to be there, but a lot of homeowners have landscaped or added things nevertheless. That doesn't make them legal, that makes them kind of historical in the neighborhood. And yes, those are issues that are out there, the board has talked about in the past. Sometimes people put things in that strip, they go ahead and do it and they think it's good, but they don't maintain it and it causes a lot of problems. So the issue here is the legal ownership, the land ownership, like a fee simple, is clearly this public right of way, this really county property, but other people have rights pursuant to easements or license agreements.
I guess what I'm trying to say is some of these strips are owned by the county. Some are owned by, or licensed, I should say, by the MUD.
Right.
It's not all by the MUD. It's not all owned and operated by the MUD.
Correct, but it's all owned by the county. It's all owned right away. Different entities have rights to be there.
Right.
Yes. So
Okay.
it's complex.
It is complex.
I don't know which committee is this, Catherine?
I don't know.
This is parks currently.
Yeah, I was thinking that it was going to be parks. Do you? Would you disagree with me and refer it to a different committee?
Well, who handles your landscaping in general? Like deals
Well, that's
with
going to be parks then.
Yeah.
So what I think that we should do is that we should come up with a policy. And I think we also then need to, as part of coming up with a policy and procedure, we need to specifically identify the spaces that this policy applies to, because it's going to be very narrow. It's basically, am I saying that correct, Bill? Because
Yeah,
the issue here is because it's along El Salito, and we've got some similar spaces on
Hatch Road.
Hatch Road and Little Elm, also in Lakeline Oaks.
Old Mill too, I think. So yes, right now we'd have to specify the areas we're talking about that we have license agreements for. You'll recall that we are in the process of requesting more expansive license agreements. So then we could amend the policy later.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and assign this back to the Parks Committee to come up with a policy. And right now, Linda, I'm just gonna say this. This issue really didn't sort of bubble up to our to something we're paying attention to until we reached the point where the trees on El Salito started creating so much shade that there's absolutely no grass growing anymore. And we've got a number of spaces along El Salito where we've got this really ugly space where the grass won't grow anymore. And I remember Jan and I talking about trying to come up with a program to try to do something in these dead spaces. And it's really nice that this person who lived around the corner from one took it upon himself to try to beautify it. But we need to come up with a process. So take a couple of months and see what you can come up with. And Bill, you're going to need to give them some guidance in terms of how what we need to do from a legal point of view and interact with our license agreement.
Right. And it'll be a draft policy that the board will review. But yes, I'll work with the Parks Committee on it.
Okay. Mackenzie, can you stop your screen share?
He did a nice job. I'll give him that. He did a really good job.
He did a really nice job. Okay. What else do we have? Okay, we've got 11E. Did we have anything about the plaque?
Yes, I have a comment about the plaque.
Okay, go ahead.
This man admitted his guilt to interfering in the election by vilifying a candidate running for a spot on this board. A candidate that would surely have won with the majority vote and be sitting in Megan's place today, had the election been fair and Louis Servagon not interfered. The people of this district are not willing to pay his legal defense and a plaque to honor him. Are you kidding me? Have you looked at your website and how many disparaging comments he has stood out in meeting agendas and minutes. This is the kind of person you want to honor in this district. Surely you have better candidates to select from. He got you in the position you find yourself in today. I think if you're putting plaques all over this district for people for almost any reason that you can come up with. And I've lived here 30 years and nobody prior to this MUD board has ever been given a plaque in this district.
That's an incorrect statement.
Where are they? Where
Brian
are
Harden has one on the
Anderson Mill.
pavilion at Andersonville West.
Who does?
Brian Harden, is that his name, Catherine? He is
Yes.
a
Yes, Brian Harden.
Yes.
Okay, so there's one.
And we've got the 1000 Old Mill has got a plaque for the entire board at the time that the building was built. No, I disagree. I disagree with your characterization totally. Okay, so where do we stand?
We need to discuss further in the Parks Committee what verbiage is actually wanted on the plaque. We also need, you had mentioned possibly putting a picture on it. We need that picture for them to make sure that the picture is of good enough quality to go on the plaque.
Okay.
So there's still a few pieces of information we need. I did not know these things at this previous Parks Committee meeting, or we would have addressed them. But
Okay.
going forward at the next one, we'll get with the Parks Committee and we'll address those things. So hopefully by the next board meeting, we'll have a recommendation on a plaque and a price.
Okay. Okay, so 11F, Bill, where do we stand with the contract with the consultant?
Yeah, the process hasn't really started yet. I have the contact information from the manager, so that's where we stand.
And additional to that, Catherine, we did want to discuss an advisory committee for that. So just because it's not on the agenda, I wanted to make sure I brought it up.
Catherine, remind me what this consultant is for? What's this for?
Oh, because remember we awarded a contract to do a 5-year park plan
When did you
yeah.
award that contract, Catherine?
last month.
I don't remember that being awarded. I remember McKinsey talking about RFPs, 15 vendors had responded. McKinsey, I want to see the RFP. I want to see all of the responses, the vendor responses, and I want the scoring of your RFP as well.
It was approved at the October meeting. It was
Good.
approved.
Then all these documents should be readily available.
They are readily available. There were not 15 responses. There were what? 4? 3, 4? How many?
Oh, I have a recorded meeting that says 15, so.
To stand
no.
corrected, 15 people showed interest in it, meaning we got responses where they said that they would work on one, but by the deadline, we had only received 3
I
in
see.
total.
Okay, well, here's something else that I want, maybe Michael can find this for me. In Ferris Design did a park concept plan. I think they started in 2018 or 2019. I'd like to see their park concept plan and all the invoices where they've billed to do that plan.
Yeah, shoot me an email requesting those. We've got all of those invoices that they've done. I do not have the plan though, so I only have the invoices.
Let me clarify something. You've said this several times, Linda, and it's inaccurate. Ferris did.
Somebody's feedbacking.
Somebody.
Can you mute whoever?
No, it's the alarm is going off at the hospital. So I'm going to mute myself again.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's not entirely accurate. Ferris Design did a park plan for the district many years ago. I think it was 2011, 2012, something like that. Long before I was involved in anything in the community. I had no part in that. Ferris Design continued to be the landscape architect for the district for various projects here and there. And they continued to maintain the as-built documents for the district. And so what those documents did was to show what was on the ground, and they continued to update those intermittently over the years. So in 2018, that was the most recent time that Ferris
updated those as-built documents. It was not a plan. It was not a concept plan. It was only to show this is what is on the ground at the time. So I also had no part in that. The only thing I have ever helped prepare for the district was the RFP, request for proposals, which for anybody listening who doesn't know what that is, it's basically an advertisement to consultants saying, hey, we have this project we'd like to do. Can you please submit proposals for how you would fulfill our goals for this project? I wrote the request for proposals. That is it. I did not write a plan. I have never had any part in any park plan for the district.
There was a park plan on the old website. What happened to that?
I don't know what happened to it, but that was from like 2011, 2012, or somewhere in that period of time. The reason, when years ago, when I first became involved in the neighborhood association and was working with the Parks Committee on the idea for a park plan, the reason why we eventually pursued writing an RFP to go out and search for another consultant is because the Parks Committee at the time didn't feel like the proposal that Ferris had given put enough weight on public engagement. It was largely public engagement after the fact, and that wasn't what the Parks Committee wanted. That wasn't what I had conceived of when I talked about a park plan. So the request for proposals was written specifically to make it clear to anybody who submitted a proposal that what was vital to this effort was the public engagement component of the planning process. So that meant that the engagement came before any plans or concept or anything were drawn up, and that whoever did the plan would be somebody who understood public engagement, how to do it right, and also valued it as part of their own process. So the proposals that we received, 2 were from landscape architecture firms, and the third, which was Verdunity, and that's the company that the Parks Committee decided on, is actually a somewhat unconventional company for doing park planning, insofar as they are the lead guy is an engineer, and he also has support staff that are planners, and so the reason that's somewhat unconventional is because their focus as a company is on building whole communities. They actually have a podcast. So if anybody's interested in learning more about the company that was selected, they have a podcast called Go Cultivate, which is really interesting. The company specializes in fiscal analyses. And so they work directly with communities to help them become more fiscally responsible. So the reason that's important with respect to this plan is that the Parks Committee felt that this company would respect the fact that we are a small district with limited resources. We don't want a flashy plan that we can't implement. We don't want, a lot of landscape architecture firms will put together these gorgeous plans for parks that it's really easy to get excited about, but it's just not feasible in terms of what we can actually implement as a small district. So this company is incredibly fiscally responsible. They understand our limitations as a small district. They they actually spend a ton of time researching public engagement and how to do it correctly. And they value it. They actually have podcast episodes about it if you want to listen to them. And one of the most wonderful things I think about the firm and why I think they'd be good for the district is because they not only do they integrate community engagement into the planning process, but their implementation process is very focused on how the community and how residents can help build the parks that they want to see. So it draws on the talent of the community itself versus just saying we're going to go out and spend these enormous amounts of money on capital expenditures that then we have to maintain forever. And they are also very focused on incremental projects.
Yeah.
So this is how you build things with small increments, and you have an opportunity to test them out. Does the community like this? Do they use it? How do they use it? And it gives that feedback loop so that we aren't wasting money on things that the community ultimately doesn't need or want or use.
So let me see if I understand correctly. So I know you worked with Ferris Design several years ago, because I have an email where you tell me that you did. I have a check register that says Ferris Design project concept plan. Now you're telling me you've worked with the Parks Committee for obviously years to implement this plan. You were involved in the selection of the contractor. You're intimately involved with that.
Yeah.
This is your first meeting. This is your first official meeting. You were not elected before to do those things.
I was the president of the neighborhood association, and the board has the right to work with the neighborhood association on projects as it chooses. So the email where I told you I worked with Ferris, that is when Ferris submitted a proposal for the park plan prior to the writing of the RFP, and saying I worked with them, I communicated with them that the issues I saw with their proposal.
Right.
And that I did not work on any plan with them. They did not write a plan when I was involved in the community. They wrote an as-built document, and I actually had nothing.
You are not the president of AMWANA when this contract was done.
Okay, let's
not okay,
done.
Catherine, not okay.
Listen,
This is the perfect opportunity to straighten this out. If we're going to go forward with this, then it needs to be really clear and understood. I don't object to an RFP. I want to see the documents. I want to see what we're looking for, and I also want to see the survey that Jana's talking about that apparently is already done and ready to go.
No, there is no survey. The survey.
What is she talking about then?
No, the survey is forthcoming as part of the planning process, which has not begun yet because we don't have a signed contract.
So you've done all this work in the last year and you weren't even on the executive committee of AMWANA. Why do you get this link into this business like no other resident?
Listen.
No, it's not like no other resident. The district is actually perfectly happy to work with any resident who's willing to work with them.
No, not true.
You can say that, Linda.
I have evidence.
True. There is.
So we don't need to talk about this any further. Mackenzie, get me the documents that I've asked to see so I can see where this is and what's coming in the future. I need to see what's coming in the future because I want to see it compared to the survey that you discredited, to the voice of the people you didn't want to hear. I want to see what this RFP looks like that's different.
No. See, that's the thing, Linda. My issue with the survey is that you expected the district to take it as this is the word of the people, and more importantly, that you took it upon yourself to unilaterally interpret the data in the way that fit the narrative you wanted to tell. So the appropriate way to do a survey here.
That's your story. And that's your story.
That is what I criticized.
You
That's
didn't
not
want
my
to
story.
hear,
That is my opinion.
hear something that did not align with your idea.
Wrong. You're wrong.
You're going to disagree. Beth.
Actually, you can disagree all you want.
We are going to disagree.
I'm telling you right now that my opinion had nothing to do with the idea of listening to the people. It had to do with the way that it was performed, written, executed, all of which were not professional. and
Right.
Did not.
Only you know how to do it.
No, not me. That's why I'm not doing it. That's why we are having a neutral third party involved in this. This
Good.
is not my plan. We are having somebody outside of the district who has no interest in all of this to come in and help us with this. People who do this for a living and engage in public engagement of this nature for a living. That is all.
Okay, let's move on.
Personal interest project. Got it.
You can call it whatever you want, Linda.
Just FYI, Linda, I did send you the documents that you
Thank you.
requested at 10:29, so you should already have them.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, report for the deed restriction committee. Okay. Agenda item 12, report from the deed restriction committee. A, pending appeals of fines and violations. Do we have anything like that?
Nope, we took care of it on Monday.
Okay.
No, wait, I have questions.
Okay.
Of course I have questions. I want to know, Jimmy, I want to know when you saw the 7+ dogs at Debbie Henry's house. What day did you see those dogs?
We reported on Monday that we have not seen the dogs. The dogs have been reported to us.
Okay, I want to know who reported them and the address of that person so I can go talk to them. You can send it to me in an email if you think it's confidential. I'm going to go talk to the neighbor because that lady does not have 7 dogs, 7+ dogs. They're not a pack and they've never escaped her yard, according to her. But again, who's to say what's right? If your deed enforcement contractor did not see these dogs and you don't have a picture of them and you've sicked the attorney on this woman, I want to know why you keep harassing this family. Diana, are you a mandated reporter?
Am I a what?
A mandated reporter. You said in last Monday's meeting, you've called welfare checks on the woman that's being cared for in this home. Are you a mandated reporter?
We were asked, we were directed to, by the committee, to make a welfare.
What committee?
The DRC committee. They were concerned about the resident, and we have had other issues with that resident when other neighbors have reported them and they've showed concerns, and that is why we have followed up on our directives.
Catherine, you were on the DRC committee.
Yep.
Where you still are. So what did you see that led you to believe that the woman in this house was not being cared for?
I haven't seen this woman in this house, but when somebody tells me that you have an elderly woman with a pig in her house and she has another relative who has come to live with her because she herself is not capable of living on her own, and the person who's come to live with her is burning trash in the front yard, then I think we've got an issue in the house.
If you have evidence of that, Catherine, you would have issue in the house. But you know what I found in the constable emails?
You do a well check. The constables come to the front door, go to the door, and the people will not let them in the house.
They don't have to.
Exactly. So we don't know what's going on in this house. Okay.
Look, no, I'm going to make this clear because everyone on this meeting needs to hear this. Jana Norton Ramirez is the one who's called the constables on this family. She is the reporter. But did she see anything inside? She's never been in this lady's house. She's never handled this lady's dogs, and she's never met the old woman either. So I'm asking you, why are you having people show up at this woman's door without any evidence beyond idle gossip?
Why aren't you concerned about the welfare of this woman?
I would be concerned if I had any reason to be concerned. I don't operate under idle gossip. I don't operate that way. You have evidence that there's something going on. I want to know the neighbors who have the evidence. I will go talk to them. I want to know who saw.
I don't think that, listen, I wouldn't want you showing up at my door to talk to
I'm
me.
not going to your door. I am not going to your door.
Okay, what else do we have?
You don't have an opportunity to not answer my question. You have sicked legal on this family. I want to know who saw the 7 dogs. Anybody see the 7 dogs? She's got a harassment case, clearly.
Well, I hope she shows us that she doesn't have 7 dogs.
No, I want to know who found 7 dogs. Jimmy, you need to send me that information. Who reported? I want to know who reported.
The person who reported it has asked for confidentiality because they
not buying it, Diana. Not for me. You're not going to get away with that anymore. That's over.
Well,
Bill, I want to know who reported the 7 dogs.
Linda, as a board member, is entitled to that information, whether it's confidential or not. And as a board member, she'll be obligated to honor any confidentiality requirement. But she's entitled to the information.
Thank you. And I would like to see every email complaint you have on this family, everything. Look, if you're going to, I don't object to fixing problems that truly exist. I don't. I'll be the first one to stand up and help you do that. But what I will not sit here and do is operate under idle gossip that you have no evidence of. And Diana, what is in that lady's front yard may not meet your definition of patio furniture, but it is not a sofa or a couch. It is patio furniture. Admittedly, not my style, but it is patio furniture. And there is nothing in the deed that prevents her from having that in the front yard. Nothing. I had to get that out. It's too important to let it go.
Okay. B, district rules governing violations of deed restrictions and procedures and tasks. I don't... Okay, what's that?
Not sure. I'm not aware of any action that's proposed.
What happened to the signs? They're not posted on the MUD website, the amendment to the deeds for signs. Where is that?
That noise.
What's that noise?
Hey, Beth, could you mute?
It's not Beth, it's Lewis.
How can
He's
you
the
tell?
only one not muted. And Jimmy's
No,
not
it's
muted.
not me.
Not me.
It's not
All right,
me.
go on.
Okay. Okay, you were asking for something, Linda?
Yes, and now I forgot. Oh,
You're referencing sign policy?
yes.
That
Well,
just-
actually, not just the signs. All those things that, those ACC interpretations, they're not posted on the MUD website. How do people know about them? How is that information made available to people in Anderson Mill West?
Well, they should be on, did they get lost in when we did
No, they weren't on the old website either.
Yeah, they were.
Yes,
No,
they
no,
were.
yes, they were.
Yeah.
Interpretations. No.
Yeah.
If you have a copy of the old website, go look.
Okay.
They're not up
Okay.
there now.
Well, hold on. Let's deal with the website and during the website. Let's just get through the DRC. Okay. So, do we have any minutes from a prior DRC meeting?
We took care of that on Monday.
Okay. D. Report from DRC and act on restrictive covenant enforcement. I don't think we have anything there. E. Lawsuits at 2202 London Lane, 2700 Tierra Blanco. Do we have anything to discuss about that, Bill?
Well, for me, I don't have any new information on that item or F or G.
Okay.
I have a question about E.
Okay.
And 2700 Tierra Blanca Trail specifically, because those are renters. And if now Bill has spent a lot of time, a lot of billable hours on this family, on this house, and their business run from the driveway. When they move out and don't pay those fines, is the owner responsible?
No. And
what happens?
Well, Catherine, I do believe that our rules for deed restriction enforcement do make the owners responsible for them. The complication becomes that the owner is probably not on the utility account, so we can't put it on the utility bill. But I do believe the rules, I'll double check, but I believe the rules make the owner responsible. We've not sued the owner in this case. We've only sued the person in the house that's doing it. So that would be something we could look at.
okay, so I didn't know that the people at 2700 Tierra Blanco were tenants and not property owners.
Yeah, they're renters.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my concern is that Bill's running up all these billable hours, sending letters and lawsuits, and when it gets too hot or when their lease expires, they're going to leave.
I agree.
Who's going to pay all those legal expenses?
I agree with what you're saying, Linda. Okay. Okay, H, funding for an interaction with Anderson Mill West, Hunters Glen, Lake Line Oaks, Valente Hills. I don't think we have anything to discuss. I request from Anderson Mill West, Hunters Glen, Lake Line Oaks, Valentes Hill related to deed restriction enforcement. I don't think we have anything there.
Didn't you say that that the lady or somebody HOA from Valente Hills was going to come in about the corner plantings?
That's not been submitted to my knowledge. The paperwork's not been submitted.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's still something they're interested in doing?
Yeah, all I can tell you is that I was contacted by Valente Hills saying that they had a landscape project that they wanted to use beautification funds on.
Oh, and my question is, why would they not use the money that was set aside to landscape corners? And I know there's a budget account for that. I just don't remember what it's called.
Well, I don't know what Valente Hills is doing. You know, I'm assuming that they're landscaping HOA spaces and not public spaces. Yeah.
Tell me this: who does their landscaping over there? Does Sunscape do their mowing and stuff, or do they have their own contractor?
I think they have their own contractor.
Yeah, for the perimeter, we do the ponds. You know,
The mud
Sunscape
does
does
the ponds.
Yes.
But the entranceway and stuff, you have your own contractor for that?
I think so. Yeah, we don't do it. So
yeah.
we don't do it.
Okay. 13.
I was just going to suggest, Catherine, that if they want to do the corners, you need to do it out of the budget for that kind of landscaping. And the reason I'm suggesting that, otherwise it looks like you're chain purchasing, you know, sequential business not done under the same budget account. If I said, how much money has the district spent to put plantings in all the corners, I should be able to see it all.
Right, but if we're talking about their landscaping, you know, HOA spaces, the MUD is never going to do that.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we just need to know where they're going to landscape.
Right. Just like, was it Hunters Glen and Lake Line Oaks all have their own HOA spaces that they're responsible for maintaining and doing the landscaping on. Okay. 13, report from the investment committee. Okay.
Catherine, we do have appointment of investment officers, 13B.
Right.
And I'll point out, we attached a revised resolution earlier in the day. Linda Fobb pointed out that the resolution referred to the old document, which was combined with the Code of Ethics and Reimbursement. So we corrected that. We also added the names of the two persons that you suggested would be investment officers. So it's been refined. I don't know if you looked at the prior version, but on the invite today, under 13B, the revised version is the resolution to be considered. I also attached to it for reference the current investment policy.
Yeah, hold on. Because I'm thinking I must have an old one because it looks like it's got, oh, to replace Lewis and Chris Rocco. Okay.
Yeah, that's the right one. That's
yes.
the right one. Mhm.
Okay. Well, I thought shouldn't, because I asked that I wanted to appoint, yeah, there we go, Linda and Beth. There we go. Okay, I got it. Okay. So, Bill, why don't you remind us again what our investment officers, what additional training our investment officers have to take?
Yeah, I think it's part of it's in the attachment. Hold on.
Yeah, the Public Funds Investment Act.
Right. So I think our investment policy has been first to it on. Get to it.
Well, okay. So I know that they have additional training that they have to take. Is this in-person training?
On page 3 of the investment policy, they have to attend at least one investment training session from an independent source approved by the board, containing at least 6 hours of instruction relating to investment responsibilities within 12 months after taking office or assuming duties. And they have to attend at least 4 hours of additional investment training related to investment responsibilities within each 2-year period thereafter.
Okay.
That's the training part. The policy also describes the duties of the investment officers.
Okay. So, so then you can point Linda and Beth into the direction of where they go to get this training done.
Yeah, and I think Infomark can assist too. That all the districts go through that training, so there are various providers.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to make an motion to adopt, hold on, let me get the name of it. I'm going to make a motion to adopt the resolution appointing the investment officers of Linda Fobb and Beth Jones as laid out in the resolution in front of us. Can I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Is there anything, any discussion about this? I suppose if you really say, no, I don't want to do it, I guess this is when you would say that.
Well, can we figure out first what it is and then tell you no? I hate to tell you no before I've ever looked at it, but
I know.
I'm feeling the no coming.
Well, at any time we can put on any future agenda to change investment officers. So it's not a permanent appointment. We can change.
Right. It's
if someone decides that they don't or can't do it, we could appoint somebody else.
Right. All I know is that I want to have 2. That's all I know for sure.
Well, I won't bail on you yet, Catherine, because I do darn well with my own money. I might do really well with the district's money.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote then. Linda?
Yes.
Megan?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Art?
Yes.
Beth?
You're muted, Beth.
And I vote yes too.
Yes.
Okay. And investment. Okay, report from the audit committee. I think we're right at the front end of this. And I believe who did I say the audit committee? I think that was Linda and Megan. Okay, so Michael, what's the timeline, and what are you gonna what are you gonna need for from Megan and Linda?
Well, part of the process will be, finalizing the trial balances and general ledgers for submission to the auditor. If they want to be, review those before they go, that obviously would be a moment that they can be part of the process. And quite frankly, it would be good for them to review it. And so if they have any questions about how things are coded, what various GL codes are meant to do, and whether we utilize them correctly, that would probably be instructive for everyone, including me. So getting another point of view on that could be helpful. And then in terms of the timeline, traditionally your auditors present to the board in January. They traditionally begin working diligently on that information that we're providing them in the second half of November here throughout December and into January. But traditionally they expect, as long as they don't come across any issues, to be able to have you approve it at the January board meeting. The legal requirement is that the audit be presented 135 days after the end of the fiscal year, which is mid-February. But obviously they like to be a bit ahead of that. That deadline isn't exactly a hard deadline. If there were issues, they could ask for an extension from the TCEQ. I've been on a few districts where, that happened, but it's not typical. This is pretty straightforward. And so the real issue is making sure that they get all the documentation that they need, which is almost everything. And then that we reply promptly on their various questions, and give clarification and supporting documentation for whatever it is that they need, and all the various schedules and attachments that go into the process. So I'll be happy to work with Linda and Megan on driving us through the process and keeping them involved, so that because in the end, the key about the audit is that I may be doing most of the work on it, but in the end, it's the board saying that they believe that this is an accurate statement of their financial position and what occurred during the course of the fiscal year. And so in the end, it's the board's name that goes on it. So obviously we take that responsibility very highly to make sure that that data is accurate, so that we're not putting you in a bad position. But that's exactly the fact that the board is involved in the process is encouraged. So did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. It did.
I think you did.
Okay, agenda item 15, report from the Bills and Invoice Committee. A, review of payments not to exceed. I think we have handled that. 15B, amendment of Code of Ethics and Financial Management, Travel Professional Services. Where do we stand on that, Bill?
I need to work with the committee on a change. It's one of the things we mentioned earlier. It contains the travel reimbursement and so forth. So I'll be working with bills and invoices, and we'll just have to try to, it's hard between meetings to start scheduling meetings in between meetings, but we'll have to get a head start on that with the new committee.
Okay.
In other words, we'll probably have to have a couple Zoom meetings on it.
Okay. 16, report from the Budget Committee.
Oh, wait, on the Bills and Invoice Committee?
Uh-huh.
When I was looking over the bills today, Jimmy and Diana, if you would please, on your invoices, put the dates you do your tours. It just says tour day, tour night. I'd like to see the dates that you're doing those tours, please. And also on your bill, you have trash can oversight for 8 hours and $320. What is that?
Is it
Mhm.
unmuted?
Yes.
Those are the hours that we were directed to charge for doing real-time reporting on the trash cans.
What do you
oversight
report on
of
trash
waste
cans?
management.
What about trash cans?
The trash cans that have been left broken on Wednesdays, recycle that hasn't been picked up, bundle stuff that hasn't been picked up. We are reporting it in real time, and we were told to keep track of our hours and submit it for invoicing because we were doing extra work on top of.
Is this on the same days that you're doing the tour?
It's in conjunction with the tour. One of us is taking the pictures and the other one is compiling the report and getting the information over to Infomark so that we
Okay,
can.
so you're already in the neighborhood looking for deed violations and you're catching trash cans at the same time?
Yes,
It's a
that's what they've,
different job.
yes, that's what they have been,
And they're
that's-
charging extra for seeing trash cans?
and
No.
documenting it and reporting it.
That is a waste of money, a huge waste of money. And if we can't find a better system, isn't Infomark the customer service side of this?
We had a very long conversation about this earlier in the meeting.
I heard about all the meetings and all the kumbaya, and I love it. It's great. It's wonderful. But you know what? Caitlin has handled every trash can problem I've ever had, every failed pickup I've ever had without incident. And she's already paid to do that job. Why are we using the deed enforcement contractor to handle this matter? This is ludicrous.
Because sometimes we have to have eyes out on the road.
Why is Infomark's person who's in this district 8 hours a day not the eyes?
Because they're not traveling and driving the district. They're in the parks.
They're at Lakeline Oaks.
Well, no, it's a solution, Linda. We were trying to get an accurate report of all the trash
Okay, I
cans.
think
Some
we're
people,
there. I think we're there, Art. I
I
really
know
think
we are there, but we're there because of what they're doing. That's
I
why
don't
we're
know
there.
about that. I don't
Well,
know.
I know you disagree with it, and I can see your point. But if you think about, there was all these reports coming from all these different, from Infomark, from
Sage.
Waste
From
Management. There
Sage
was no real-time reporting. We had these two work together to figure out a good report so we could actually make good, submit that report to Waste Management and say, here are your violations. You're not
Art,
meeting your
I've been
contract.
to every meeting, Art. And what happened was Sage started reporting that they were seeing trash cans that weren't picked up and they were seeing broken lids, and they started reporting that. And they took it upon themselves to make themselves involved in that process. Yes.
No, that is not what happened.
I'm glad the meetings are recorded, so if anybody wanted to go back and take a look, you could see. Here's my point.
Can't you see the value in that?
I
mean,
don't. I don't.
Why don't you see the value in that?
I
don't
think it's
understand why.
more valuable to educate the residents on how to deal with trash
We
problems.
try to educate the residents. We're trying to solve an issue where the residents are saying, they're not picking up my trash cans, but they're not doing the right thing. So we have them go out there, they mark, there's a big line item. I don't have all the elements, McKinsey does, but I dictated it to them. It's very detailed, and that way we can tell, no, Waste Management, you did not do this. You know, you're not complying with it. You have to remedy this solution, right? You have to have a solution for this right away. And it's real time. I think it's a real value.
Well, I'm not going to say that it isn't until I've looked at the data, but here's what I'm seeing. Not such a huge problem that's worth $320 for 8 hours of spotting trash cans. I don't see the value in it. I don't. But I'm on the waste committee, which is perfect.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, okay, they're good. So you and I can work on that together.
Right. So let's agree right now that next month, Sage Management isn't involved in trash cans, and let's see how they turn out.
No, I'm.
Well, let's
I'm
talk
not
about it. Let's you and I meet and talk about it. How's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Before
Okay.
they will have to meet before they do any more trash can sighting.
Okay.
Look, we spent a fortune in this district to have reports of visible trash cans, cars that park in the street overnight. I literally tallied it up today. And for the money we pay for the kind of violations that you're recording, it is not in the best interest of
Well,
this
it's
neighborhood.
not really
And the people
about,
of this
I
neighborhood
know
don't want it.
one aspect of their job is recording violations, but the other aspect is making sure that the trash can services. And then you were a big advocate of that. Let's make sure they comply with the contract, you know?
Yeah, you changed their contract to give them
No,
duties.
no.
that-
He
No,
was
no, I'm
referring,
talking about the waste management contract.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, the waste management contract.
Yeah, what about
Yeah,
it?
so,
Yeah,
so
it's-
in other words, we're trying to solve a problem that we had, and the problem was reporting, real-time reporting, getting them to talk. I mean,
The meeting is
Infomark
so
and
vivid in my mind. I remember Lewis berating you and Chris, telling you how to handle your committee. I remember it vividly. And he invited Sage Management in to help you do your job because he didn't think you guys were handling that committee properly.
I disagree with that
We'll meet,
interpretation.
we'll meet and we'll find a better solution, because paying for someone to keep track of what trash cans are being emptied is ridiculous when you have residents that can clearly make a phone call. If you're not reaching the residents, you're doing something wrong. If you
Right.
can't tell them how to handle a trash problem, you got a water bill. You have access to these people every single month.
Yeah, and you know what? The majority of the people don't look at their bill. We have figured that out really
you don't
well.
think we've approached that avenue? We have millions of times.
I've never seen anything in my water bill other than once a year I get and this year it was missing information. The recycle schedule, what you can throw in the trash, what you can't.
I think you're missing the point. I think you're missing the value of what this is providing. I really do.
I may be missing.
And you're looking at the numbers, which, okay, I'm a
at it.
numbers guy too, but you're not seeing the value of what this really helped us, remedy.
Well,
yes,
I'll tell
you know what,
McKinsey,
and you know what it
I wanna see
remedied?
the reports. I want to see how many trash cans have been saved by this approach. I want to know how many reports, what they were for, who didn't get emptied, who has a broken lid. Let's see the data. And I hope when I get done with this meeting, I'll find in my email box Lee's research with Balcones to see what's actually being recycled.
Fair enough.
We'll do that. And we'll meet
Okay.
and we'll discuss it further. And you can help me see the value in Sage spying on trash cans.
Just to go ahead and get this out there, there was an email that Lee sent to you prior to the board meeting letting you know neither her nor I, who have both sent emails to Balcones, have gotten a response back yet.
Well, it's
So-
only been a day, so maybe
Well,
tomorrow.
less than about half. So we'll definitely get that to you when we get it. It just will not be tonight after the meeting.
That's fine.
Okay. Where were we? Are we at 16?
The budget committee.
17.
I don't have any updates.
Okay. Report from Customer Care Committee, 17A, answers to prior questions from residents regarding district. I don't have anything to add. 17B, online postings, inaccurate or misleading site names, district information. Does anybody have anything to add?
Yes, I have something to add. Bill, I would appreciate it very much if you would get with Louis Zervigon and get the district logo off his personal defaming website or Facebook page. If he's going to sport the district logo, it better be something more positive, not disparaging David Flores and me.
Okay,
I
agenda
don't think he has
item.
the authority to use that logo. That's my opinion.
Agenda item 18, video recordings by board meetings by the district.
Is there any reason why we can't live stream this meeting?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a reason. I don't know what it is though, but yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure there is.
This meeting we're doing it through Zoom, which is an account that I set up so the districts could survive the pandemic. We never anticipated it going this long. To tell you the truth, we didn't think we'd be on Zoom this long. I believe there's a way that you can interface not Facebook. There is a way to live stream, I have not set that up. I could investigate that, but it's not something that's built into the subscription we currently have. It's an add-on. And
I don't know.
we can look at, I will say that all the expense of this meeting, as far as Zooming and recording and so forth, and getting it to Touchstone is being absorbed by our firm. We're not charging for it. So I can look into it and see how much it would cost if the board wants me to. But the reason we're not doing it's not set up that way right now.
Well, here's the reason I'm asking is because we do take, the community forum does take in quite a few viewers on meeting nights. And we would love to stop live streaming these meetings and see no reason why you don't live stream them. You're already putting the information out there. It's public. If you take that one step further, we don't have to do it anymore.
So, well, okay, so I guess I'm not quite following the difference between live streaming and what we're doing now, where we've already got people logging on. So how is that different?
Well, not everybody wants to come in via Zoom. They don't want to join your meeting. They just want to watch it. They want to
I'm
watch.
sorry. The only reason I know that this meeting is happening is because I am on Friends of Anderson Mill West and the Williamson Forum, Community Forum. That's the only way I knew that this was even happening, and I live here in the district.
That's why it's a public forum.
Okay, so
I'm just asking you to pursue it.
Okay.
You can do it really cheap. Bill, you don't have to spend any money. A cell phone, tripod, face it to your screen, and it's done. You don't have to spend it.
I'm not going to do that. If I do it through what we're doing here, it'll be an add-on to Zoom, and I'll check on it if the board wants me to do that. As far as knowing we have meetings, they're all on the district's website. People can log on through that. But it's not my decision if we live stream or not. I'm just telling you that I have not set it up that way right now. So if the board wants me to direct to investigate it, I will. If they want to investigate on their own, they can. So I'm not gonna set up a camera on my screen in my office to live stream on YouTube. I'm not gonna do that. It's gotta be more formal.
YouTube doesn't allow you to live stream unless you have a channel. But so anyways, it's something I would like.
I think, Linda, what I saw was that Zoom has a way to live stream on YouTube.
Are we going to be doing Zoom meetings indefinitely?
No, I mean, I can't predict the future. Right now, we're operating under an exception the governor created for us to do this.
Yeah.
Yes, you're well aware of that. There's been no indication he's going to revoke that yet. My best guess is we'll probably be doing this through the end of this calendar year at a minimum. It won't be indefinitely, but as soon as the pandemic subsides, I'm sure the governor will give some notice, like maybe 30-day notice that you have to go back to regular in-person meetings.
So as long as the governor's making the exception, you're going to Zoom these meetings?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I mean, that's our intent right now, yes.
Yeah.
And is that same governor mandate is what's keeping somebody from sitting at Lakeline Oaks, from an Infomark employee sitting at Lakeline Oaks?
It's an entirely different order. The order that we're talking about only applies to open meetings.
What's preventing someone from Infomark sitting at Lakeline Oaks?
I believe that's the corporate policy of Infomark.
That's
So
correct.
they can go into their own office, but they can't come into the one that we give them?
I'm not aware of their policy, but I believe
Linda, there are virtually no Infomark employees that are working out of offices. I happen to be an exception, but I should be working from home. I happen to work out of the office because I'm the only one there, and I find I work better there. But that's the company policy. We're trying to avoid spreading the epidemic.
Yeah. Well, then don't come to the craft fair, for God's sakes. Well, here's my question then. How did Jana go in to look at bills if she went into the Infomark office?
We maintained social distancing and wore masks and obeyed all the protocols.
Somebody was there for her.
Yes, as I stated previously, if you had listened to what I said I've been working out of the office. So, but even if I hadn't been, we could have met there and observed protocols. So I'm not sure what the question you have here is.
And Linda, I was on the billing and invoice. When we would go in and separately sign the invoices, there was a miscommunication sometimes because I didn't agree on some invoice and then Jana would. So this way it made it better. We keep our social distance and we get it done in an hour and a half. That's it. So they're accommodating me because I can go in there and sign the paperwork and get it done.
Gotcha. Just checking on the details.
Okay. Agenda item 19, report from the Information Management Committee. Okay, so let me think. That is information management. That's going to be Beth and Megan. So at this point, I don't think you have anything to talk about. What is the communications policy, Bill? And that's agenda item 19C, and where do we stand on it?
Well, it's still pending. I'll have to work with the new committee. You'll recall that was going to be important when the Facebook site became interactive.
Okay.
We have a new committee. We need to get together, formulate the policy. We have a sample to work from, but we haven't really progressed.
Okay. Agenda item 20, report from the Infrastructure Committee. I think we've gone over everything, but I'll just walk through it real fast. A, pond and park improvements. Tell me if there's anything that's...
Yeah, we covered it.
Okay. Is... what I was going to say is traffic study. What's the deal with... I don't think on F, I don't think there's anything F, traffic study by Williamson County. And
I haven't heard any updates on that.
Okay. And
the MS4, I need to talk to Herb about that and McKinsey because I think we're good for now.
No, you don't have one on file at TCEQ. You got one pending, but you don't have one on file. I went looking for it. It's not there. That's concerning. Aren't they due in November?
I'm not sure. McKinsey, do you know? Can you find out, please?
Absolutely. I'll get with Herb on that and see if we can.
And I don't know if that's every year, Linda. I have to look at my records.
They've got one out there that Tobin did.
I believe it's March.
That is pending. And in the one Tobin has on file, it says that we are not sitting on a recharge zone. That's wrong.
We'll look into it, Art, and we'll get back with the infrastructure committee.
Let's get a hold of Herb too, because I know he has a copy of it.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then as far as the sidewalk, well, we already talked about that.
Right. Okay.
I have a question real quick, Catherine, of Mackenzie related to the MS4. A number of months ago, Mackenzie, I don't know if you remember this, but I had forwarded some information about a residential rebate program that LCRA has for stormwater management related I'm sorry, it's for projects that either harvest rainwater or prevent runoff, or that use the rain gardens, if you make upgrades to your irrigation system to conserve water.
Yes, I do remember that. And I think that they responded. I thought that I had sent it over to you, but I will dig that back up and resend it if I didn't already send it. Sorry, I apologize. But
No, that's okay.
I want to say that they did respond with some of the details behind that program and what was needed to do to accept that or get the rebate, basically.
Oh, so we might actually be eligible because
we actually are, because we receive our water from City of Cedar Park. And they are one of the qualifying cities in the LCRA rebate. So I will get that back out to you. I thought I had already, so I apologize if I haven't, but I will get that back over to you.
So are we talking about a rebate that individual residents can get for their property?
Yes.
Yes, I think that if I remember correctly, the details stated something along the lines of spending X amount on upgrading your irrigation system or some other factors would then get you a rebate on certain things like installing the irrigation system. Not a full rebate, but a portion that you would get back from LCRA.
And also if you have a rain garden or if you have rain barrels, that also qualifies you for rebates. So if we can get that information to residents.
Absolutely. And I want to say that they do this annually and they do it twice a year. And how it works is they have a lump sum that's allocated to these things at, let's say, November. And then they open it up again in about June. But when they open it up again in June, it's leftover funds from when they opened and closed it for the month of November. And then it restarts to the full amount the following November, if that makes sense. So they have like a lump sum amount. They have a certain amount of time for you to submit the applications and get accepted. Whatever is accepted and whatever money is used. And then they close that out and use the leftover money to open it up again in the summer or the spring.
Oh, okay.
But then it'll restart again in November with the same initial amount. And then that's the process that flows.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay.
Well, thank you for looking into that.
Okay, so if we find out that there's something that is that we can use, and we should probably go ahead and get it on our website, so and communicate it to the community.
Yes,
absolutely.
Okay. So agenda item 21, report from the management committee, and I think is that Art? Is that you and I?
That is you
Yeah.
and I.
Yeah, you and I, and Christy, Art and I and you, we need to Zoom sometime next week.
What does that committee do, Catherine?
Well, there's this committee is sort of broken up into two pieces. We've got the management, insurance, and fire protection section, which Art and I are on, and then you and I are on the security part of it. So the security part of it, this is where we're going to be, we oversee the contract with the constables. You and I need to meet and talk about whether as it relates to who asked the question about can the constables issue tickets or not. We need to have a discussion about that. Then the management, insurance, and fire protection, that's where we're interacting with Infomark, dealing with the insurance, and then dealing with the fire protection contract, which is with Cedar Park. Am I correct, Bill?
Yeah, I mean, that's generally correct description of what the committee does.
Okay.
And the security is the constables?
Yeah, so we oversee the contract. I think there are two contracts. There's a contract between us and the constables, and that's where we're dealing with their tours in the district. And then there's also a contract between the district and the sheriff. Isn't that correct?
Oh, there is.
But it's not.
Catherine, I believe there's a contract for the vehicles.
Yeah, it's a vehicle contract.
Okay,
With
so
the sheriffs?
yeah.
The sheriffs?
Well, I think it's with the county. It might be through the sheriff's department, but it's just to use the vehicles.
Okay.
Is it possible to contract with the sheriff? The sheriff's office?
That's why we need to have a conversation about it.
Well, I mean, I just want to know, is that even a possibility?
Absolutely.
Perfect. And tell me, in the security realm, what is Melvin Alex's role in this district?
He's a resident.
He's also on distribution for the emails. So I was wondering why is he on that distribution for the meeting invites? Does he have a role in this district?
He's a resident.
From time to time, when people are invited to the meeting for certain items or presentations, I add them to the meeting invite that goes out, which is what you're talking about. It's not really email, it's the Zoom invite.
That's it.
So I add people over time, so they don't necessarily get deleted right away. but he has no official role. He's just someone that was involved in a discussion previously.
Right. It was the community liaison position. Is that dead? Is that over? It just kind of disappeared.
I think we created the position, but we never filled it. So there's
Right.
nothing in it.
Okay. All right. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay. 22, report from the Solid Waste Committee. And that's
We
gonna
don't have
be-
that.
Yeah. Okay.
But let me tell you, because we may as well go to midnight. I did ask Lee to check into the Balcones sorting center to figure out exactly how much of our recycling is actually being recycled. Because I contacted them last year and they told me very little. Now that China doesn't buy recycling anymore, most of it's going into the landfill. So Art, if that's really the case, we really need to rethink this whole
Well,
thing.
you know, it's funny you bring that up because we brought that up with Waste Management and they assured us that they do in fact take that to recycling because
They take it to
Chris heard the same
Balcones.
thing. You know, when China refused to take our garbage anymore, that was the big issue.
Right.
And he brought that up and they said they still do recycling.
Well, here's what they do. They take it to the Balcones sorting center and then they drop it off there. They've done their part, okay? But Balcones is not recycling everything. I bet you they do cardboard, maybe they do some glass, but they don't do everything. They say most of it goes into the landfill. So I've asked Lee to figure out exactly what pieces they're recycling, what percentage, and then we need to make a decision if that's a wise thing to do.
Well, here's the thing. We did ask about that and they said Balcones didn't do it if it had, you know, like if you threw a beer can away and it still had beer, you know, if they had the lid. So they do take exception to some of that recycling, but for the most part, they said that, you know, it's clean. We get out there and we sift through it and then we submit it. You know?
Well, you know, Art, I don't even want to suggest this to you, but Waste Management's going to tell you what you want to hear.
Well, I
Balcones
know
is
that, but
actually sorting the
I only
recycling.
have so many eyes and ears, you know?
Yeah, and you work full time, but so your day's much busier than mine. I'm telling you what they told me. Okay, so I'm going to dig.
I'm not, let's do it. Let's look
I
into
think
it.
we should. I think if we can find somebody who really recycles and let's use them.
Okay.
I love the recycle idea. I don't like the landfill idea.
So what you're saying is there might be different waste
Vendors?
management companies that would take it someplace else where it would have a better chance of being recycled.
It's possible.
Okay.
It's possible.
Okay.
I don't know for sure because I just got on this committee. I just know last year when I researched it, Balcones was not doing much recycling at all because China stopped buying it.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have a plant to actually recycle. They just sort.
Yeah, we
It's
did ask
something
that
the
question.
committee will figure out. We'll find a better
Right.
solution than what we have.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. So, we ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay. 23, report from the Records Monitorization Committee. And I think I forgot to make an assignment here. Or Bill, was this a committee that was a subset of another committee?
I have no idea. So you might want to make your appointments.
Well, I'm not
For
going to
this
make
committee.
it tonight. I am too tired to think about it right now. So I will make an assignment for this committee, but it's not going to be at 11:26 tonight. Okay. Agenda item 24, service provider and vendor evaluations. How are we doing on that, Mackenzie?
Good. I actually, in the next couple of weeks, will be scheduling some meetings for 2 companies that we're looking into for cleaning services, just to get other opinions that operate within the area of Cedar Park and North Austin. And we're going to set up a meeting for them to come out and tour both the bathrooms at Anderson Mill West and Lakeline Oaks, as well as the community center, and see if we can't get a quote from them for the same cleaning schedule that we currently have with Jana King, and bring that hopefully to the board at the next meeting. I know one of them has limited availability for doing these things, but I will do my best to try to see if we can't squeeze that in before the next meeting. But I have been in contact with both of them. We just haven't put meeting dates down. They won't be meeting with me. However, I will probably have the tech meet with them. I will just discuss with them ahead of time since the tech is already in the district. There's no point in me going out there. He can show them both bathrooms and the community center.
Okay.
Catherine, on that agenda item,
Mm-hmm.
TCEQ recommends we rebid our contractors every 5 years. Our contractors have been in this district for many of them in excess of 15.
Okay.
It's time to rebid the contracts.
Okay. Agenda item 25, traffic hazards in the district, request your county to restrict through truck traffic. This is just a standing agenda. Do we have anything to discuss about this?
Catherine, I just wanted to ask, so back in May, I believe, the board approved an ad hoc street safety committee that I think was you and Jana at the time.
Okay, yeah.
In terms of committee appointments, is that
yeah, we can. I'm going to write that down. I will go ahead and do a reassignment. How about that? So it was street safety?
Yes, and I'm requesting to be on that.
Okay. Okay. Okay, agenda item 26, agreements with Williamson and Travis County for solar speed signs. Where are we standing on that, Bill?
Well, we've done everything. We've done all the detail work. It's in review by the county attorney. So we check on it, every week or so, try to push them, but they're moving a little bit slow. There's nothing really we can do except to contact them and ask them to speed up the process.
Okay.
Bill, this has been on the books now for over 3 years. You have invested so much time in trying to get permits and traffic studies and all that. I would like to know how many hours you have spent or your firm has spent trying to get these solar signs installed.
Okay, what time period do you want?
From when they were purchased, which was January of 2018. No, 17. I think January. I'll look at the exact date because I know there were no traffic studies done prior to their purchase, and they've been in storage ever since. I just want to know how much money we've invested trying to get them installed.
I just want to get the time. January of which year?
I think it's 2017, but I'll double check that for you. I have the purchase order.
Hey, Catherine, maybe we should really revisit this again. I mean, we have been looking at this for years now, and there's no headway on this at all. It doesn't seem like the county wants to give anything on this thing.
Well, Art, in Williamson County, they just flatly, the staff said they wouldn't do it. In Travis County, they agreed they would follow a process, but we've taken several twists and turns with the staff, and they've been real slow. So yes, it's taken a long time. Linda, when I get the exact date from you, I can do a price calculation. I'm fine telling you how much it costs. But right now on the Travis County license agreement, we've done all the hard part, and I do think the county's going to approve it. So at this point, I wouldn't have been headway. Well, the headway it's a process of getting the document together and getting it approved by staff. So there've been some changes at their staff level. Travis County has a fairly formal license agreement process, and that's what we're going through. Keep in mind, we've never had a license agreement with Travis County previously.
Oh, so we weren't just expanding on an existing license agreement.
No.
We were building a brand new one.
Well, and that's part of the reason, but I certainly wouldn't recommend abandoning the process now because really not a lot for us to do at this point.
Well, I'm thinking of Alexandria, and that's in Williamson County. I wasn't aware. We were going to put another one right near, what was the other exit? Geist and Anderson Mill or somewhere around there?
Grist.
Or was it Grist or was it the street?
Grist and Old Mill, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
See, and
think
that's
so.
all that's all Travis.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's Travis.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Bill. We literally got to the end and they
Somebody
had to
quit.
change. Well, yeah, they had a change in staff and we had
Yes.
to start all over again.
Yeah, and they started interpreting the rules differently, and they backed down from that. They wanted to do an interlocal agreement instead, and then county attorney reversed that. And we've gone some twists and turns. But yes, I admit it's taken longer than expected, and I'll be happy to give Linda the calculation. But I do believe on that document, we've done everything we're really going to do except to contact them to see if they approved it.
So we're just really waiting for their approval at this point.
Yes, yes.
It'd still be
Okay.
interesting to see how much money $9,000 worth of solar speed signs has cost.
Well, sure. I mean, I'll get you that number.
Okay. Agenda item 28, minutes from prior regular and special meetings. Okay.
I think the only one you have, it's part of the manager's report, part 1 is October 29 special meeting.
Right.
Is that correctly? Are you on the call? Or Mackenzie?
That's correct. I was almost done with the regular meeting minutes, but I didn't quite finish for tonight.
You just have one set to consider, the October 29 special meeting.
Who did those minutes? Who wrote those minutes?
I did, Lee.
They are fantastic.
Thank you.
You write the best minutes of anyone in this district. I just want you to know that.
Thank you.
They are so detailed. I really enjoy reading them.
That's why I was so happy that she took over that function from me. I was
wish you
not
would
a
do the
good
DRC.
minutes
Let her
taker.
do the DRC, Catherine. Let her do those minutes because they are good minutes. People don't have to watch the meeting. They can read the minutes.
Okay, well, I've read the minutes and I thought they looked good. Do you agree, Linda?
Yeah, I did. I thought they looked excellent.
Okay, then make a motion. Let's go.
Make a motion, somebody.
I did have one informational point. There was a question earlier about the patrol vehicles. It's Williamson County that the district is contracted with. They bill us quarterly. And the last one was the quarter that ended in September, and you paid that last month in October. You'll see another one through December in January. And they charge us $8 an hour for the use of the vehicles.
That's a deal.
Okay.
Okay,
So-
does somebody make a motion?
I move so to approve the minutes from October
Okay.
29th, 2020.
Somebody want to second that?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? I'm gonna call the vote then. Linda,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
and I say yes too. Okay, and now I need somebody to adjourn the meeting.
I
Art,
can do the honors, or Linda, one of you two. You're the new ones.
I think I did the last one. Go
Okay,
ahead, Megan.
Megan, go ahead.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, I'll say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Okay, I will
Good night.
see you later.